Welcome to Day 2, Round 12 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Brian Bielanski, Larry Lefty MacLeod here with us this morning. We are qualifying for Group 1. Spec Miata. Temperatures are chilly this morning. Let me pull it up. How we doing, Lefty?
We are doing fantastic. It is a nice and bright and sunny morning again here at Hallett, and yeah, this is good. A great day. It's great races this afternoon, but we get to do some qualifying first.
45 degrees are the temperatures right now. 15-minute qualifying sessions, and I have confirmed from yesterday that the grids for today's races will be set on the best time from today's qualifying, yesterday's race, or yesterday's qualifying. So wherever the best time came from will be what is used for this next race. Which makes me think, Lefty, most of the fast times will come from yesterday's races.
For these early sessions, yeah, very likely as the cold temps that they would have seen yesterday morning combined today's, and they would have actually had their best conditions in their race after lunch yesterday.
Right.
But we'll see. Maybe if you never had a good session, perhaps this is the one you're looking for, and I see a lot of folks are out there. It's not exactly an empty track.
No, it is not. We have 33 cars, I think, registered. 23. So, and it looks like a bunch, maybe more than half of them are at least out there right now.
I think probably about 21 of the 23 might be out there right now, according to timing and scoring. But yeah.
Well, I don't know that all of them that were registered are actually on our timing screen. Hold on, let me go back while we're waiting for the first lap to come down. I have the technology.
Well, while you're doing that, there's a couple of names I don't think are out there because I don't see timing trip for them yet in any sector, and that's Brett Kowalski and Chris Haldeman. A couple of names that ran well yesterday, but perhaps they're content with their times, but there's a few others that have gone out. Logan Stretch may have just pulled back in. I'm not sure. There's a couple of guys that maybe just do a recon lap and come back in, but we'll keep an eye on that.
Well, actually, there were 23 cars who were in yesterday's race, so looks like the vast majority of them may be out there or pretty close to the vast majority.
Yeah, well, and Brett Kowalski confirmed is in the chat, so he's listening and watching, and not from his driver's seat. Morning, Brett.
You're faster to the chat than I am this morning. My brain takes a qualifying session or two to get engaged. So 15-minute qualifying sessions this morning. We've got 7 of them. Our first race is going to happen before lunch. Then we'll take our lunch break, and then races 2 through 7 will be after lunch, back to back. Should be a great day of racing. A little longer races today, so the strategery might be slightly different for some of these cars.
Perhaps somebody maybe is trying to save a little bit of tire for this afternoon's race, but I can see a couple of them. You can see in the background there a shot of someone pulling right back on in. Again, maybe just trying to get a recon lap. Maybe make sure it's kind of like a pseudo hardship lap. Go out there, make sure everything is as tight as you remember it being in case you didn't work on it overnight. Make sure everything's all tightened down and bring it on back in. Whoa, hey, that's a little bit of dirt as we've got a new shot here coming out of one. That's a good camera angle. I like that.
Brett Kowalski says that he didn't think his times would be faster today, and they're doing the gentleman's agreement. Oh.
A little congestion there.
Anyway, he says they're doing the gentleman's agreement. So the gentleman's agreement, folks, for those who may be new to this, is that the drivers in this class are on a spec tire, and they have agreed between themselves, it's not a rule, but they've agreed that this weekend they're using the same set of tires from the start of the weekend all the way through the end of the weekend. So that is an effort to save a little bit of money and keep everybody on a level playing field, and that is the plan.
Yep, not the rules. There's nothing the SCCA is mandating about using one set, but it's a gentleman's agreement, and I'm a big fan of it. I think it does help control some of the costs, and yeah, it's great. So it does have that other effect that maybe there's certain sessions won't have as many drivers out there, but I think what you end up with is the fast guys that are in a position to win are going to try and do everything they can to save every fraction of tire, and the guys that maybe want more seat time are going to go out and get it because the tires will be fine. They will last. Right. It may not be, a perfect 100 out of 100 condition at the end of the weekend, but getting more seat time often is what most people need, better than just having some tires.
Well, and in theory, well, not in theory, if everyone does all of the sessions while they're not 100 out of 100 in the last race, they'll all be equal on the last race.
Yeah.
So, but that's where the tire management comes in.
Jim Drago getting a little bit of recon out there in the testing out the Oklahoma soil this morning, the exit of one.
That's it. Yeah. Now, while it's not a rule, Lefty, I can see it becoming a rule at some point in time, for the Super Tours at least. I think that most of the drivers think it's a good idea. And
it seems to be getting a positive response across the Spec Miata grid, and I think that often will then turn to, maybe we ought to just put this in writing, guys.
Right. They do it for Spec MX-5. It is a rule for Spec MX-5. So, and you know, tires in this class, compared to some other racing classes, aren't extraordinarily expensive. But if you talk to most drivers, they will tell you that the most expensive thing, if they don't wreck their car, that they spend money on during a race season is tires.
Yeah. It makes sense then to save a few of those a season if you could. Keeps more people out racing, and that's really what it's all about.
So the fast time from yesterday, let me see if I can pull that up. The way to do this. No, that's not going to be it. Oh, yes, the fast time yesterday. Well, Brett Kowalski also had the fastest time of the day yesterday. So I think he's pretty safe to be at least up near the top if something weird happens here. The fast time of the day yesterday was a 1:28.125. That was during the race yesterday. And right now, the fast time at the top of the leaderboard is a 1:29.1. That's Joseph Federal. So that 1:28 is going to be, if not the pole, really close to the top of the leaderboard.
Definitely should be in the mix, and Brett's certainly feeling comfortable with it, so that's why he's willing to just be a spectator this morning, and not just a spectator. He's not just out of, you know, maybe watching from vantage point at track. He decided to actually turn on the stream and hang out with us. We appreciate that.
All right, let's take our break and do our call to grid. Stand by. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 2 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 2 cars to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're back here at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the Green Country Grand Prix. This is Arkansas Valley Race Group, Northeast Oklahoma, and Wichita regions hosting us this weekend. Thank you all for doing that. We really appreciate it. 4.5 minutes left to go in the session, Lefty, and our fast lap is a 1:28.1 right now.
I wouldn't necessarily bank that as being the fastest that stands, because he's actually just gone even faster in Sector 1, and he's pretty close to it in Sector 2, and that's Logan Stretch. He's moving this morning.
Well, he is... Oh, what did he just go to?
He did a 28.5, just a couple tenths off his quickness. I think
Okay,
it's
so the
no one else does
1:28.132 is the fast lap right now.
Mm-hmm.
The fast lap yesterday was a 1:28.125.
Yep.
So let's see, what is that math? 8/1000ths of a second?
It's close enough that I'm sure Brett Kowalski's thinking, these guys did go pretty quick this morning.
Maybe I should have gone out this morning. Let's see if he's in the chat here. Is he jumping in here to say anything?
Not yet.
Or is he racing to get his helmet on? That's a little surprising to me, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a very quick lap, but it's a half second faster than anybody else. Now, Matt Reynolds just did a 28.6, just to kind of compare him today to him yesterday. That's about a tenth quicker, actually, than what he ran yesterday in the race.
Right.
I didn't pull up yesterday morning's results, but so he's at least going faster than what he did in the afternoon yesterday. And this is on lap 7, so plenty of tire left under him, it sounds like. That's adventurous.
Little agricultural racing there. We'll do another quick call to grid here. Stand by. Oops, wrong button. Attention to paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. GT1, 2, and 3. GTX, A Sedan, and Touring 1. Group 2 cars to grid. Oh! That is not the preferred line through turn 8. Let me see if I can get a car number here.
I think it is
Yep,
52.
5-2.
So it should be Matt Kopchak.
Yep. It is chilly this morning. Not a lot of temperature in the track, so I get how that can happen.
We're being reminded in the chat that yesterday the top 3 actually were in the 27s on their lap times.
Oh, on qualifying?
Yes.
Oh.
That would be Logan, Chris, and Travis all made it down in the 27s.
Maybe I should pull that up, too.
That wouldn't be a terrible idea. I'm getting there.
Oh, yeah. 127.825.
Yeah. No one's threatening that yet.
No.
Travis Wiley just did a 28.14. All the way from Mooresville, North Carolina. That's a tow.
Yeah.
That's a tow from Mooresville all the way out to Jennings, Oklahoma.
Well, and the question is, a lot of these are arrive and drive cars as well. So it's possible that he went to one of the Texas prep shops that come up here with a bunch of cars and said, I want to go race at Hallett. Can I rent your car? So,
yeah.
But if they did tow, that's a good tow.
Yeah. Very well could be.
We have several classes here in the SCCA where there is so much interest that prep shops have put together, a dozen cars, half a dozen cars, and they bring them to the racetrack and they rent them to different drivers. This is one of those classes where that typically happens. So,
yeah, it happens here quite a bit. Spec Ford, FE2, these type of spec classes where you just want to show up in the same car you're used to driving at every other place, and the fields are big. I think in a way it changes the economics, of course, of the sport. But I think, we got somebody off there at 9. That's clearly the number 23.
I can tell you for certain that's car number 23.
Thank you, Quentin Dorr, for showing us exactly who you are and checking in on the camera before pulling out of there, and also looking for a safe place to rejoin. That's also a smart thing to do. All the way from Waterloo. I'll sing it.
Maybe one final call to grid here as we get ready to wrap this session up. Attention the paddock, attention paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid, group 2 cars to the grid. GT cars 1, 2, and 3, and X, A sedan, touring 1 to the grid for your qualifying session. All right, checkered flag is going out soon from start stand. I just heard the call come in from race control, and there it is. Checkered flag is in the air, I believe. Nope, here it comes.
He's holding it.
He's thinking about it. There it is. He's like, well, that session went really fast. I should pull that checkered flag out.
Oh, 15 minutes? 20 minutes? How long was it? 20. 15. Yesterday was 20.
Yeah, today's sessions are 15 minutes. Might feel like 15 seconds for some. So, all right, let's run through the qualifying times, which doesn't necessarily mean that'll be the grid times. But for this particular session, Logan Stretch, Travis Wiley, and Joseph Federal were the fast 3 cars with the fast lap of 1:28.132. Also fast in this session, Matt Stretch, Matt Reynolds, Max Stallone, Christopher Schaefer, Jim Drago, and Miles Hewitt. And then Hayden Manis was your top 10 in this session. And I'm not good at melding 3 different sessions together, but it does look like Logan Stretch will remain your pole sitter.
Yeah, I'll at least give us the thanks to Brett Kowalski for reminding us about yesterday's times, but I'll give you those 3. Logan Stretch should be on pole. Yesterday he did a 27.826. Travis Wiley should be outside of row 1, 27.888, and Chris Haldeman 27.991. And then I think Kowalski's 28.195 or 28.12 that he did in the race should be 4th on the grid, and after that we'll have to wait for the grid sheets to come out.
Exactly. All right, let's take a little break here. When we come back, we'll have Group 2 qualifying. Stay with us, everybody. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
results for the best of the starting test comparisons. Group 2 cars, great Group 2 cars begin. GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX. A sedan is turn 1. Group 1 cars, grid if you want to qualify, now is the time.
Welcome back to beautiful Jennings, Oklahoma, Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. It is, well, a little more clouds this morning. The sun's peeking through here and there, and we are racing here in the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX Touring 1 and a sedan. And Lefty, this should be fun. It is chilly out on these slick tires.
It is. You know, this is not going to be the fastest out lap that you ever saw. These big cars with plenty of torque are probably going to be working those tires and trying to get a little bit of heat in them before they go at it. Look at that. They're going about the pace you'd expect at like a rain event. They're all just slowly working those tires. But they will get there. There's a good little group that's going to go out this morning. We're looking at some of the times between yesterday morning's qualifying and yesterday afternoon's race. And most of the quick times seem to be set in that qualifying in the morning. So it tells me that maybe they aren't going to go out this morning. But we also had a lot of folks that maybe didn't finish that race that probably want to go out and work their car. And I see a bunch of A sedan cars out this morning. A whole gaggle of them there.
Yeah, definitely. So the A sedan cars, I'm pulling up the rules, but I'm pretty certain the A sedan cars are on DOT base tires. I'm also pretty certain the Touring 1 tires are on a DOT base tire. The GT cars are all on slick tires.
Yeah. That is very true.
So.
I don't see a lot of our GTs. Got a couple of them out there this morning. I think a couple of GTXs. I think I see our Aston Martin out there, likely young. Probably DOT based, I would think. He's on that spec tire that comes out of the IMSA series or not. Look at all the A sedan cars. There's 4 or 5 of them out of the maybe 10 cars that are on the track. It says green. The flag is waving green, but still, I think everyone's with only 1.8 miles to work the tires. I suspect they're all going to work a little longer than that.
They are. It's greed adjacent.
Yes. Yeah, they're getting there. Yeah, you can tell no one testing the track limits here this morning yet on their first flyer. It looks like our Audi R8 Michael Staub also out there this morning. We've got our Pontiac Grand Prix and Monte Carlo GT2 silhouette bodied cars. Gaggle of A sedans, Philip Waters, Sam Daniels is out there, Tim Stevens is out there again, Andy Schneidermeyer. So we've got a good group of them.
Yeah, frankly, more cars than I thought we'd get because of the early time.
Yeah, it's close to about half of the eligible drivers, so they decided to go on out.
Yeah. All right, since these sessions are so short, let me do another quick call to grid, and we will get our break in early here. Let's do that. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Touring 2 and 3, STU and SMX. Group 3 cars to the grid. Let's take our break. We'll be right back. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everyone. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We are here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. qualifying for Sunday's races. Now, the qualifying time set for this, or the grid used for today's races, will be a combination of this qualifying session, yesterday's race session, and yesterday's qualifying session. Now, I was under the assumption yesterday, or today, that most of our times would come out of yesterday's race, but I have been corrected, Lefty. Some of those qualifying times yesterday were pretty racy.
Yes, some of them definitely were. The top times yesterday morning's qualifying belonged to a couple of our GT2 cars. Michael Quattlebaum a 17.4, Mark Kirby a 17.8, Mike McGinley 18.9. Now, 2 out of those 3 I don't believe have gone out. Mike McGinley has. Yesterday he did that 18.9. This morning so far a 20.2. Kind of gives you the delta. Now, he's still working. He just did a fastest sector on the lap that he's on right now. So we'll kind of keep an eye and see if anybody gets down there today. But those times yesterday were pretty quick. Continuing on down, we had Kaprowitz with a 19.2, Lou Gelati a 19.6. I don't think either of them have left the paddock this morning. Chris Edens yesterday did a 21.3 to his GT3 car. But as you remember, he had an issue in the race. He also is not out there this morning. I'm starting to worry that maybe we're not going to see him today.
Yeah, that could be the case, definitely.
Yeah, I would have figured if he got the car working, this would have been a great test session to go out and run it. The fact that he's not has me a little bit concerned for the lone GT3 car in the field.
So,
very cool GT3 car.
Yes, absolutely. So I did get time during the break to dig through the GCR, the rule book, and all of the A sedan touring cars are on the DOT approved test. Now, we shouldn't confuse those with street tires. These tires are very race specific, but they are a little stickier and they come to temperature faster than the slick tires. So that is good for these conditions. These are tires that you wouldn't want to drive very far on the street if you were to do it.
Legally, they have the DOT stamp. They've gone through the DOT certification process.
Right.
For folks that so these would be, as you can see, the A sedan cars are on those. And a lot of autocrossers that run what we call R comps in the autocross world are similar compounds to what these would be. Again, they're the DOT. It's the Hoosiers essentially, as opposed to the full Goodyear, Avon, whatever slick that might be running in our GT classes.
Right. Yeah, and they have maybe a tread, a single tire tread, which is usually just to be able to measure.
There's a groove.
Yeah, the groove is mostly just to measure wear more than anything else.
Yeah.
So 6 minutes to go here in this qualifying session. We'll do another call to grid here. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 2 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. Touring 2, 3, STU, SMX. Group 3 cars to the grid for your qualifying session.
Well, it's about 13 Group 2 cars I'd still like to see come to the grid, but it might be getting to be too late for them. As the 11 Group 2 are already out there. So we were talking about maybe no one's going to go faster. Well, Mike McGinley right now is topping this time chart for this session. He's done an 18.985.
Right.
I stress that because yesterday he did a 18.988. He has picked up 3 1,000ths over what he qualified at yesterday.
Right.
He was not faster in the race. He was a 19.1 in the race yesterday in his Corvette. He was 3rd in the race for those people track at home.
Who would go out now is essentially doing an installation lap or what we call a hardship lap, just to make sure that if they made changes that the car is not going to fall apart on the first lap of the race.
Yeah.
There's not really enough time to get out, do enough laps to get your tires up to speed and put any kind of real time in at this point.
Or just wanted a couple of beautiful laps around this wonderful 1.8-mile circuit here in the middle of Oklahoma.
That's true. That is true. You can see that's one of our A sedan cars, that late 80s, early 90s Camaro.
One of the popular platforms there in the A sedan ranks.
Absolutely. There's a couple of others, but that Camaro and the Mustang are the 2 most popular A sedan cars that we see out there typically.
Yeah, get a lot of 3rd-gen Camaros, a couple of 4th-gens, but a lot of the 3rd-gens. Then we get a lot of, I think it's the S197 Mustangs.
Right.
We see quite a few of.
Nice crop of Corvettes here this weekend, most of them in GT2. Then we've got that GT2 Monte Carlo which is always a fan favorite when they come out here. All of our NASCAR fans love seeing that car come out.
Yeah, got the two Monte Carlos and the Grand Prix.
Right.
That sort of vintage.
Yeah, the Grand Prix was the evil stepchild of the NASCAR family at the time. That was the, I think the only ones that ran the Grand Prix were Petty Racing. So, oh, maybe Joe Gibbs as well. Thank you, Jordan, our in-resident NASCAR expert.
NASCAR knows how to pronounce Oklahoma towns. I mean, what more do we need?
Exactly. So our fast lap right now, still coming from that 50 car, 1:18.985 with 3 minutes left to go in the session. We had a yellow at station 10. I didn't hear what for, but it's no longer there. So it's possibly that they have either a car or a piece of debris that's just enough off track where people have seen it and it's going to stay there till the end of the session. Attention in the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars, that would be Touring 2 and 3, Super Touring Under, and SMX. Group 3 cars to the grid.
Well, looking at a couple other times, Michael Staub second on our timesheets here, is all the way down to 20.3, and that is quicker than anything he did yesterday. I don't know that I want to guess of where he'll land in the order, but he's down in the 20.3s, may even put him up as high as the outside of row 3, possibly. Up for a couple spots. Yesterday morning, he did a 22.0. Yesterday afternoon in the race, so he's picked up quite a bit of time this morning.
If you want to check out the grid sheets and timing sheets from each session, once it's over and they get posted, sometimes that takes 20 minutes to a half hour or whatever, you can go to scca.com/supertour, scroll down and click on Hallett, and all of the timing and grid sheets and official results, once they go official, are all there for each race group yesterday and everything that's going on today. Usually things like qualifying are posted within a half hour or so of the end of the session. So if you are particularly interested in one group, maybe your favorite driver, maybe your husband or your son or your daughter out here, go check that out. Sun is peeking through the clouds. Clouds starting to break away here just a little bit.
Yeah, it seemed yesterday morning's first couple sessions were a lot of sunshine. Then it kind of came in a bit of overcast as we get closer to lunchtime. This morning, sun's beating down again. We'll see if we get to keep some of that and keep the track temps coming up here as the morning goes on.
But most importantly, no rain.
That's a good thing.
That is a good thing.
McGinley didn't go faster on the lap he just finished. I think that's him there. Did an 18.985 just a bit ago, just did a 19.0, but just set fastest first sector. Nope, take that back. He did not set fastest first sector, but that should be him there in that blue Corvette coming out of turn 2. Follow him around a little bit using the curves there at 3. Head up the hill here through 4. Great hill climb shot. And then we get this shot here kind of coming out of 4 going through 5. It's a little kink here, and then we get the new camera shot here down at the outside of 6. You can see the elevation change of this place, how crazy every corner is either downhill or off camber or both. Up this run here, kind of climbing a little bit of the hill, flick through 7 and then just touch the dirt. No, he's clean through 8, and then this again downhill off camber through 9 with the affectionate name that they no longer use for that corner. And then straight down to 10 here, the last corner. So quick little track, but a variety of corners for sure. And checker on the session.
Checker on the session, and Mr. McGinley drops down his best time on his final lap, a 1:18.680. But it's still not going to be fast enough to unseat the pole sitter.
And all of that pickup was in Sector 3. Sector 1, he was a couple tenths off. Sector 2, he was off. But Sector 3 nailed it, which is that turn 9 and 10, those two kind of slower turnarounds, especially that off camber. So great job there from McGinley. We'll see where he stacks up on the grid.
All right. We're going to do a final call to grid here, and then we'll take our break. When we come back, we'll have qualifying for group number 3. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars, Touring 2, Touring 3, Super Touring Under, and Spec MX-5 to the grid. We'll be back in just a few minutes, everybody. Stay with us.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
I'm not hearing you. Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are in group number 3 qualifying, touring 2 and 3, STU and SMX. Having ourselves a good time here.
Let's see what kind of field we get here for this qualifying session. Smattering of cars. A couple of SMX cars heading out.
All right, so another 50-minute session here. We're going to be doing our thing here. This is SMX. I believe we had a repeat winner yesterday. It was Justin Adiconis, right?
Adiconis was our winner, yep.
Yeah, because coming into yesterday, we had 10 races with 9 different winners. And I believe Justin Adiconis was one of those earlier winners. I'll have to go back and look. He was our winner yesterday. And then, of course, we have our Touring 2 and 3 and our STU cars in this class. We already have a car going slow on the right there with his hand out of the door, so he knows he's going slow. Maybe he's just trying to get his tires up to some temperature here early in this session.
Yeah, I think that was the T3, Camden Jones, who's in the ND Miata. You can see him there past the starter stand.
Weaving a little bit, which is the international symbol for I don't have any tire temperature.
Yep.
Not the largest SMX field that we've had at a Super Tour, but the quality of the field is really strong this weekend. Some really fantastic drivers here. And they put on a really good show for us yesterday. I have no doubt that they'll do it again today.
We talked about Adiconis getting his second win of the season. The other one with 2 wins, I believe, is Ethan Jacobs.
Yes. Yes.
Who is out there this morning, all the way from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. He's in the number 199.
Yep. And I'm not allowed to race in this class because my name isn't Cam or Camden. So we have 3 Camdens and a Cam here this weekend.
Oh, Camden Bielanski would roll off the tongue.
Oh, yes. Brian Casmer Bielanski. So I could just change the Casmer to Camden so I can fit in, right?
Sure. Well, Camden Jones, he's in a Miata, but he's not in an NC, so he's not in a Spec MX. He's in the T3 ND.
Got it.
He's at least got one qualification he could check the box for if he wanted to run the Spec MX.
This is, as I say, this is an interesting shot because it shows, the sun is still low enough in the sky where when you're coming up some of these hills, you might get that kind of a glare and might even have a hard time seeing a turn-in point or something or a braking point. Not a lot of braking point or turn-in point references in the first place here, but that could make things a little bit difficult. The sun should be high enough in the sky here in the next half hour or so where that won't be any more of an issue until maybe later this evening.
It's a good morning to have the nice dark tinted visor on your helmet.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah, look at that. You can kind of see that glare, just kind of the
Right
shine
there,
off
yep.
of the pavement. I'm sure drivers see that when they turn around. I don't know, that'd be what, turn 5 maybe?
Right.
I'm trying to think which ones might be the ones right in their eyes. Maybe 6.
Yeah, definitely going right into turn 10 coming out of the main straight, it would be in their eyes as well. And I know that because the sun is in my eyes and I'm pointing in that direction. But if the worst problem we have this weekend is a little bit of sun glare left, we're counting ourselves blessed, right?
Yep. Sunshine's a good thing. All right, so let's take a quick look at yesterday's times just to kind of reset things. Spec MX, yesterday morning, these guys are qualifying. Justin Adiconis at a 25.6. Jack Murchison did a 25.7. Corbin Collins at 25.8. The 25s are where they were at in the race yesterday. I don't think anybody cracked the 25 in Spec MX. No, I don't see. Just a couple low 26s. There's a lot of dirt kicked up again. It tags at a 1. But so far today in this session, Elio Meza is the quickest in the Spec MXs of a 26.3, although Camden Hibbett's on a pretty good one here. His quickest so far is a 26.8. In addition to Spec MX, we've got a T3 driver, Camden Jones. We talked about him in that Miata. And then we've got Alan Orban out there in his Neon, the red one we'll see buzzing around. So that's it. We've got our 6 Spec MXs, a T3, and an STU Neon.
Jeannie Hickman is rooting for Camden Hibbett in the chat. Linda Reich says good morning to all of us. Brian Straczynski is here, of course. Thank you, Brian, and welcome. Adam DeLong was here yesterday and has been here a couple times over the year. Everybody up and early with a cup of coffee, watching some racing from Hallett. Oh!
You can see that slide from the apex all the way out. It's just kind of slid all the way down towards that giant rut that's forming on the outside of one.
That was what I was talking about. Yeah, the drift was cool, but that rut, that's a car swallower there.
Yes, it is. All right, so Camden Hibbett now with his fan club here in the chat. Just turned quickest lap of the session, 25.8, and I'm looking at, he did a 26.1 in qualifying, and he was a 26.5 in the race. So I think that's going to help his cause a little bit. Might get him up into that range of the top 4 that we mentioned. There were 3 yesterday in qualifying that were in the 25s. This now makes 4 of them with Camden Hibbett.
Josh Smith in the chat, one of the guys from Mazda who's partially responsible for this Spec MX-5 class.
That is not a Mazda. Red car.
The one Mazda that's not the one that's not a Mazda. Let's do this. Let's take our break. We'll get that in now. We'll get a call to grid, and then we'll come back and do some more racing here. Stand by for that. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Group 4 cars to the grid.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoff Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit tracknightinamerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
All right, welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Hallett Motor Speedway. We are in Group 3 qualifying, Touring 2, Touring 3, STU, and SMX. Most of our cars out this morning are the SMX cars. Got a couple of the touring cars out there.
We do. We had our Porsche Cayman, Scott Sewell, that came out, did basically an installation lap and a half, and I think he may have even pulled back in, probably just testing things out, make sure it's all together, using the session kind of like a hardship lap. But that's why I was saying that's not a Mazda, as the engine was in the back and it wasn't a Neon either. So Scott out there showing
Kind
us,
of a game of which one of these is not like the other.
yeah.
I believe that's a Neon we're looking at that's coming in right now.
Yep, that's.
And once that Neon goes in, that might be all of the cars left are SMX cars.
Yep. Oh, no, we've got the one. It's still a Miata, but it's the
Right.
the T3 Camden Jones, and it's a Camden Jones out there out of Tyler, Texas, in his ND Miata, one I'm particularly partial to.
Why might that be, Lefty?
I might have one in my garage. I love that car.
Yeah. There's a reason why there's so many out there on our roadways.
Yes. I'm happy to keep them off the roads. We'll put them all on the racetrack.
There you go. There you go. Taking a look at our times for this session right now. Reminder that we're putting these times in with yesterday's times as well. Our fastest lap right now from the SMX car of Camden Hibbett, the 32 car with a 1:25.8. This Camden has fans in the chat. Maybe others as well, but this one in particular, the fans said hi.
I think that was Justin Mason and Cam Ibben that we were watching coming through 9 and up towards 10, and just watch them throw these cars around. They're just absolutely chucking them. Cam Ibben seems to be the one hitting the exit of 1. He doesn't this time, though. They just went by, but he was hitting that rut there at the exit of 1 several times through the session. Sending these little cars. It looks like a blast. Just the car is just kind of a little bit like controllably loose, and maybe that's the fast way. It's just a little bit of slide on corner entry.
What was it, Ricky Bobby that said loose is fast?
And he was right.
It's just a pastoral kind of setting here, Lefty. It is just a gorgeous little piece of America here. And they decided to plop a racetrack in the middle of it.
They should do it with all just, random places. Just put racetracks there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to compare a little bit with qualifying yesterday morning, so qualifying here and the race times in the afternoon. In Spec MX, Justin Ediconis. In the qualifying yesterday, he was the fastest of the Spec MXs, 25.6. Jack Persson did a 25.7. Corbin Collins, 25.8. But Cam even just did a 25.711, which might put him on the outside of the front row, I believe, because it was a 7.12 that Murchison was sitting on. So by 1/1000th, Cam might have just put himself on the front row for the race this afternoon. And I don't see Jack Murchison out this morning. I think he's just sitting back watching. But we've had him get into 25s. We saw Camden Hibbett get into the 25s from his 26 yesterday, so he might have moved up possibly into the third row. So yeah, it's a little bit of improvements from some of our drivers here this morning.
Well, he did it at the right time because we're really close to having the checkered flag come out here. Let me do another quick call to the grid. I Attention the paddock, Group 4 cars to the grid, Group 4 cars to the grid, Wings and Things to the grid, Formula Continental, Formula Atlantic, FE2, and anything else? I think that, P1 and P2 to the grid, NFX come to the grid right now. And just as I did that, Lefty.
Yes, good timing. You're talking about doing it at the right time. Camden Hibbett, as the session's starting to wind down, just cracked a 25.4, which puts 3/10 on the rest of the field, and that should be your pole sitter in Spec MX with the split start that they will get. He should be at the front of that field, although with this group, it does help to be at the front, but you know how crazy the racing will get. But that's a great lap. 25.4. Cam even then should be right behind him, because I think Justin Ediconis is still going to be on the outside of front row.
That was a fantastic lap. Put down at the exact right time. So,
cool.
All right, let's run through the times for this session. Again, they can combine with yesterday and today, so this will not necessarily be the order of the starting this afternoon. But Camden Hibbett was your fastest car today, and that should be good enough for the pole in the race. Cam Eben is in second. Then you got Elio Mesa in third, followed by Justin Mason, Ethan Jacobs, Will Lucas. Those are your SMX cars. Then Camden Jones was the T3 car out there. He had a lap of 1:36.5, followed by Scott Sewell in the T2 Porsche Cayman. One lap out there, not so quick. I think he was just going out to make sure everything was working in the car, a 1:41.4. So that's how they were in this session. We're going to take a break. When we come back, we've got qualifying for group number 4. Your SCCA Super Tour from Hallett. Stay with us, everybody.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We are back at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. My favorite group of cars hitting the track right now. Lefty, these are our wings and things.
We've got things with wings for sure. And let's see how many of them decide to come on out. I'll tell you, I think I just saw Darrell Wills come on out, and he was so fast yesterday. Took the lead in the race and just never looked back. He was flying. So let's see what he does here this morning with some more time at it. Be curious about Paul Riveras as well in his Pro Mazda there in FA, because he seemed to have some issues there in the middle part of that race. So he gets that all sorted out. He'll lead, I think, that red Pro Mazda, probably second, leaving our grid. So yeah, should be an interesting session. I see a couple of stickers out there this morning, so folks starting out today with fresh tires.
The target time, 1:14.196, Lefty. That was Darrell Willis's qualifying time yesterday. Let me go see if he was faster in the race. Stand by.
He was.
He was?
That
doesn't surprise me, because he was flying in that race. 1:14.186 in the race.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find everything here in front of me. Never so easy. All right, so yeah, the 13.0 in qualifying, and the 14.1 in the race.
All right, so we're still looking at, if you want to get on the pole here, you got to be at a 1:13.068 at the moment, so. Let's take a look and see how much of air temp we've gained here. Since we started, it was 45 degrees when we got here this morning. Right now, it is 50 degrees, so 5 degrees warmer. That will certainly help a little bit. So the engines...
Some of these cars, I think about particularly the original Mazdas, the original Formula Mazdas, they are a carbureted rotary.
Right.
And so you start dealing with morning temps in the 40s versus afternoon temps in the 60s. You might actually be looking to have to make carb changes and adjust your jetting a little bit between those two sessions.
Sure.
Or just, plan on going out rich for the race in the afternoon, but I wouldn't think that they would. These guys tend to try and tune them just right. So some additional challenges for those not running on fuel injection. We'll have the same issues in the FF rank should anybody be on carbs like the 2-strokes or the 4 Kent motors and the FFs.
Yeah, I don't imagine it's a vapor lock issue. I just imagine it's probably carbing for the best mixture that you're going to get with these temperatures. It's not quite cold enough, I think, to worry about vapor lock. Those of us who've spent time racing in the upper Midwest in the spring know all about vapor lock, though. It's always a not fun thing to deal with.
Yeah, well, as somebody who tunes their carbs every weekend at every place I go, it always makes for a challenge. And in those cold mornings versus the afternoons, it certainly is different. Or, for example, at a Pro Solo, you might run on Saturday afternoon, it might be 85 degrees, and Sunday morning, it might be 50, and you're like, I guess I have to guess at my jetting now.
Exactly.
We're kind of seeing some of that here.
Yep, same deal here, but we've got our first out laps were 1:36s. That was the cold tires, got to warm them up laps. Now a quick jump down to 1:21.6 for the second lap. So I'm sure there's some more time out there as these cars get a little bit more up to speed and everybody kind of figures out what's slippery and what's not slippery.
Right now, everything is slippery.
Exactly.
No one's pushing the limits there in one as we get the camera on the outside of the corner today. And we saw a lot of the dirt kick up yesterday, but today seems like at least his first couple laps, they're going to wait till they're warm before they start threatening the dirt there at track exit. And Paul Riveras on a bit of a flyer here. We'll see what it turns into when he comes across the stripe.
I like the term threatening the dirt. If today is anything like yesterday, the dirt should be scared.
Yes. Well, the Spec MX in the last session was certainly torturing that dirt pretty hard.
Exactly. So this camera is literally right above my head, Lefty.
No, this is the Brian's eye view. I like that.
This is the higher than Brian's eye by a floor, but
if you were just a little taller, this is what it would look like.
I've been saying that for 54 years, Lefty. If I were just a little taller, I'm not overweight. I'm just too short for my weight. That's what it is. We're at 10 minutes and 15 seconds left to go in the session. Let's take a break here. We'll do our call to grid. A Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid, Group 5 cars to the grid, E production, F production, H production, GT lights, B-Spec, STL, and T4. Group 5 cars to the grid. Let's take our break. When we come back, more qualifying action here from Hallett. Stay with us, everybody.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Ronos Polo Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to Formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We're here at Hallett. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, qualifying for Group 4. And we got some cars, Lefty, that are knocking on pole sitter door.
Getting down there, yeah. Paul Riveras is now quicker than he was, I think, in the race yesterday, but he's getting close to his qualifying time. He's at a 14.8. I think he was sitting on a 14.3 for qualifying. Whitney Strickland also seems to be kind of tickling closer to that 14.8 that he ran in the race yesterday. He's already ahead of what his qualifying pace was in the morning, but not quite the race pace. But he's back on it on this lap, too. So keep an eye on Whitney Strickland at number 181 on FP2. Darrell Wills has the pole so far based on yesterday morning's 13.0, and that's a big spin. Is that Wills?
Well, it's...
Maybe it's not. It's blue.
Whatever it is, it's powered by a Mazda, because I can see that on the side.
Well, that covers about 80% of this field. might be 100% of the field, actually.
That curb they just drove over sucked.
Yeah, unless we've got some of the old Cosworth Van Diemen's. The rest of this field should be Mazda. Speaking of Mazdas, there's one parked across the track. Looks like the 13 of Garrett Vilvin. Looking over her shoulder, looking out his mirrors, going, there's more coming. And it's a couple of more of one of the Mazda buddies, the CDLO, and slowed down. E2 there of Jack Donnellan.
Okay. So on that lap, we had 3 spins. 34, Justin Upchurch went around. 08, Jonathan Weisheit went around. And then we just saw, was it the 13 of Garrett Vilvin?
Mm-hmm.
So people are starting to try to make some speed on a cold track.
Yeah, perhaps the front tires are ready, but the rears weren't.
And we can add 47, Darrell Willis, to the band of merry men who's gone around on the last lap.
Okay. That's what I was thinking. Maybe the blue one there might have been Darrell. he's on it on his subsequent laps, so keep an eye on him.
Yep.
Again, he's trying to chase his lap time yesterday of a 13.0 that he did in qualifying to put himself on the pole. See if he can match that, or at least defend and keep anybody else from doing that. Paul Riveras in the FA Classified Pro Mazda, he's at a 14.6 now, but I think, again, he was at a 14.3 yesterday morning, if I have that right. Yes, he was.
So
The other one is actually Bill Johnson's, the one that was outside of front row. He's in an FC car. He did a 14.0 yesterday. I don't believe he's out there yet this morning. He finished second in the race, did a 14.7 of the race, and he might just be sitting on that.
So about a quarter of our field spun on that lap, all unrelated and all in different corners. So there's no rhyme or reason to it at the moment. So let's do this. Let's call the next group to grid so they can have some of the fun. Stand by. Attention to paddock, attention to paddock. Group 5 cars to the grid. E, F, and H production. GT lights, B spec, Super Touring light, and Touring 4. Group 5 to the grid. Right. That was an exciting lap. Let's see if we can be less exciting this lap, except for maybe Paul Riveras laying down a pole sometime. That'd be fun. Although he is not purple or green in any of the segments he's running at the moment, so this might not be that lap.
Might be catching up a little bit of traffic. This might be the biggest session we've seen this morning with 19 cars on track. And
Riveras.
Different speeds in this group as well.
Right, Riveras just put on his fastest lap of the session in Sector 2 with a 33.5. Trap speed for these cars in the 117 range for the Formula Atlantics and for FE2 when you've got your car hooked up well.
It's definitely quick. I think the trap might be there at the end of near the end of the Cimarron straight there, the second to the dog leg there. And it might be because these cars can carry so much speed through turn 1 that they're actually just carrying it all the way down, because they're not the strongest horsepower. They're not exactly GT1 cars, but FE2 it's momentum. Keeping an eye on Jared Voorhees as well. Yesterday a 15.6 in the race. Voorhees in qualifying a 16.0. He's at a 15.9, but he's on a personal best first sector. Like 15s would put him maybe about row 4 on the grid, roughly, maybe a row 3, depending on how things shake out. So he can crack into a low 15, maybe get up into the front 2 rows.
So that was one of those Formula Atlantic cars coming up on one of the slower Formula X Mazda cars. Really fast, had to make a quick move to the left there to get around him on that straightaway.
Somebody heading into the pits, either for a tire pressure check or with 2 minutes to go, probably just calling it a session. Another one of our Formula Mazdas doing the same. The first one might have been Paul Riveras, actually, in his Pro Mazda. For Jared Voorhees to finish this lap, that might be him. Yeah, look at that, 14.6 for Jared Voorhees. Forget the low 15s, right to the 14s. That's his quickest lap of the weekend. That might just get him up near the second row. Maybe he'll be on the third row. Like 14.6. Gonna be close. So either right outside of row 2 or inside of row 3. Good improvement.
Kenny Russo's last lap of 1:16.7. That's because he had an off at, I believe, turn 7. He was able to keep his foot in it, but that certainly slowed him down for that lap. Yeah, this red car coming in is really pretty racy at the moment, dicing and slicing around some cars.
Wondering if that's Voorhees.
Could be, yeah.
I think it is. I think he's also in one of the. He's in one of the old Pro Mazda bodies.
Right.
He should be in this pack around start finish.
Less than a minute in the session, so if you're going to lay down the hot one, right now is the time to do it. Paul Rivera still about a second off of the pole here.
scan down through the ranks here, see if anybody's gone quicker than anything they had done yesterday. Not seeing much improvement other than we mentioned Voorhees.
Yeah, and with the checkered flag about to come out, looking at Paul Riveras' lap, he's not gone even a personal best in any of the sectors, so it doesn't look like he's going to prove his time. You do have a personal best out of Darrell Willis in Sector 2, and he went, actually race best in Sector 2, personal best in Sector 1. He might be putting on a big lap right here, so let's see what he does.
Again, he'd be chasing that 13.0 he did yesterday morning. He'll be in the blue FE2 when it comes around. And he just crossed with a 13.8, so quick into the session. Not quite enough to catch his pole time from yesterday, but for him, that'll be just fine.
Yeah,
that'll do.
That's going to do it. So we'll go through the top 10 in this session before we head to break. Darrell Willis fast in this session with that 113.865 that we just talked about. Second fastest is Paul Riveras. Then you've got Jared Voorhees, Whitney Strickland, Brock Evans, Kenny Russo, Justin Upchurch, Mark McGahee, Scott Fouch, and Garrett Vilvin. That's your top 10 in this session. We'll mash them all together with yesterday's times to get our grid for the race today. We'll take a quick break. I'm going to call the grid, and then we'll be back for our next group in just a second. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 5 cars, EFH Production, GT Lights, B-Spec, STL, and Touring 4. Your cars should be on the grid for your qualifying session. We'll be back in just a minute. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
We're at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're ready for Group 5 qualifying, E production, F production, H production, GT lights, B spec, STL, and Touring 4. And we are going to do a couple more qualifying sessions in this morning, and then let's see, 3 more qualifying sessions, and then we get to our first race of the day. Spec Miata will be before lunch, and then everything else after lunch. I'm Brian Bielanski. Here with me this weekend is Larry Lefty MacLeod. Lefty!
I am here.
It is so good to have you here this weekend. Appreciate you filling in for 5G. Greg Ginsberg, who's doing his thing for DC region.
Yep, he loves his DC region races, and
that's right.
They love him, so that's why he's there. And you guys get me.
Oh, that was a tank slapper there this morning. Before we get to the race action, you know, he is at DC region, and for those of you tuning in from around the country and around the world, there's a lot of things going on in the SCCA this weekend outside of here at Hallett. And if you want to get involved, there's probably something going on near you that you can get involved with. SCCA.com is a place to go to learn about all of that. We've got some solo this weekend. We've got the Pine Mountain Hill Climb, which is a huge fan favorite, and that's going out in North Carolina. So plenty of things to do around the SCCA universe, the SCCA verse. That's how the cool kids would say it. And yeah, check it all out.
Yeah, down in Carolina, you got Pine Mountain with the hill climb. We've got the Tire Rack Solo National Tour happening at ZMAX Raceway, right just across the street from Charlotte Motor Speedway. And then there's a Pro Solo at Coast Landing out on the West Coast that'll be happening soon, West Coast time. I think the first car starts at about 8 o'clock Pacific. So, yeah, all kinds of things happening. And that's just the National Series events. There's tons of locals at probably every nook and cranny of the country this weekend.
Yeah, I'm bummed. Both of the West Coast Pro Solos fell on Super Tour weekend. So I wanted to go to Vegas, and I couldn't go to that one. And I was thinking about Crow's Landing, and I'm here this weekend. So I'm going to get to one of these times.
You definitely need to. Why don't you come to Maine in June?
Maine?
Maine. It's the weekend after Watkins Glen Super Tour.
Okay. In the state of Maine?
In Brunswick, Maine. Yes, I'll be there. In fact, and it's up there.
In June.
I hear it's beautiful in June. I mean, where else would you want to be in June but on the coast of Maine?
Can I talk to you about black flies?
I'm familiar.
I've got a story about Maine in June that didn't end well. Anyway,
having done some Adirondack mountain hiking in May in the past, I am very familiar with black flies.
All right, let's get to the racing action, or the qualifying action here in B-Spec. Right up front fast is Peter Davis, but these times are going to come down. These are the out lap times. So lap 2 will be a whole lot better and more indicative of what might be happening. But a lot of, in our early sessions here, Lefty, have been the last couple laps of the session have laid down some pretty fast times.
Yeah, we've seen quite a bit of that here this morning as everyone just kind of builds up to their pace. But we just saw it with the last session there. In the wings and things, we saw it in Spec MX in session before, where the qualifying, the pole time, in fact, was set right at the end of that session. So we'll see if that happens here. We get a big mix of classes in this group. There's 42 cars are registered for this race group here. That's a big group. It looks like about 27 on track so far this morning. E production, STL, H production, T4, B spec. I think I got everybody, but if not, there'll be more to come. There's lots of classes today.
So a couple of cars to look at this morning, keep an eye on. Eric Pearl is out there. He lost a transmission during yesterday's race, and they put a new one in last night. I was there when they put the last bolt in it. So they're going to hope that transmission gets them through today. Also want to keep an eye on Ken Kennard. He has got the Acura Integra. He is our reigning national champion in F production. He had some issues with his car. I asked him what was going on, and he said, would you like to list in alphabetical order, or would you like it in order of priority?
At least he has a sense of humor. We appreciate that.
There were some electrical gremlins, some braking issues. He worked on it all afternoon yesterday. He's hoping that car will be better sorted for today's races.
And speaking of long toes, Ken Kennard, I believe, hails from Sebring, Florida. I don't know if he still parks his car normally in Sebring, but from Sebring to Jennings, Oklahoma is a long way, and I'm sure that's not a drive. That is his Integra.
It is his Integra. I will tell you that it spent the last couple of weeks at Jesse Prater Motorsports in Topeka getting some work.
Much closer, yeah.
But eventually it's got to get back to Sebring. That might be what's happening after this race. But I think maybe he brought it out here for the work and then came out to do the Super Tour, and he's taking it home now. So And I know that because I watched the Jesse Prather. Well, let's check right here. There's a 75
That's
Bug
Jack
Eye.
Schultz in his H-Rod MG.
Yeah, MG, right.
Slowly coming down pit entry.
Well, that Mazda could give him a little push.
Promise it's not in slow motion, folks. That camera is live in real time.
Yes.
Just a bit of congestion going on there with Jack's car coasting in.
Anyway, if you want a good racing YouTuber to watch the Jesse Prather Motorsports YouTube channel. They put out a video about every week. Always good stuff. Really cool behind the scenes, go fast tips, and watching and learning how Jesse does his process. He's a guy who's put a lot of national championships on motors and cars. Watching his process is pretty fascinating. So
he's driven to a few as well. So
yeah, that too
he's
as
done
well.
it from behind the wheel as well as under the hood.
So anyway, Tyler Ladd is at the top of the leaderboard now with a 124.263. Right behind him, Cliff Iron, his Honda Civic Del Sol. Then you've got Bill Miller in the BMW 328, William Knight, Mazda MX-5, and Jack Anton in another Mazda. Those are your top 5 as we sit right now with about 8 minutes to go. Let's do a call to grid for the next qualifying session and take our break. Stand by. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Spec Racer Ford 3, Group 6 cars to the grid. Let's take our break. When we come back, more qualifying for Group number 5. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solar Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. Working 5 minutes to go in this qualifying session at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. This is the Green Country Grand Prix. And this is our production GT Lights, B-Spec T4 cars.
There's a very fast B-Spec going around out there right now. A Chris Taylor, who was quick, of course, yesterday in qualifying, quick in the race. He is quick again this morning. He's in a 32.7 for his little Mazda 2. There he is going through turn 7. Little green and yellow one. I believe that's quicker than anything he ran yesterday. Look at him just chucking that little Mazda 2 around there, turn 9. He's fast.
Derek Ambrose in the chat. Dang, Chris Taylor's on it. Yes, he is.
True statement, if there ever was one.
That's right.
Doesn't need a draft or anything, all by himself, too.
Yeah.
They were probably behind him at the start of the lap, but he's just that fast.
He knows how to drive that race car, I got to tell you. So we were watching Eric Prill. He is the fastest in this session in T4. Not quite sure where that lines up as far as qualifying, but the car seems to be operating at its good rate at the moment. Also, Ken Kennard, his car seems to be operating just fine at the moment. He is the 3rd fastest car in F production. So hopefully those 2 cars have been mechanically made sound again and will be in the hunt this afternoon.
Eric in qualifying yesterday morning was a 27.6, so that 26.4 he's done so far this morning is quicker than that. We know he didn't really enjoy his race either, so I'm guessing he's going to sit now on this morning's side.
There we go. There we go. Top 5 at the moment: Tyler Ladd, Cliff Ira, William Knight, Bill Miller, and Steven Simons.
And Kennard's another one enjoying this morning more than yesterday, as you already talked about his issues. Well, 26.4 in qualifying yesterday, 25.7 so far, and I say so far today because he's just went faster again through the first sector, as Chris Albin looks like he's going to pull down pit lane, and lots of folks may be calling it quits. Busy session still, 20-some cars still on track.
All right, well, earlier in the race, we saw car 7.5 going really slow into the pits, and it died right at the entrance of pit lane. They've been able to get it out of the way, so that's a good sign.
That's good because it looks like the train is happening.
Everyone's coming in, yeah.
Right now.
Let's hit another call to grid here real quick. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Spec Racer Ford 3 cars to the to the grid, or to the squid. If you like squid, you can go there too. Spec Racer Ford 3 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. It's too early for me to be punchy, Lefty.
It's never too early for calamari.
Oh, I love calamari. We're back to talking about food again. It happens every broadcast.
Always comes to that.
2 minutes 24 seconds until the food time for this group. Tyler Ladd, Cliff Ira, William Knight, Bill Miller, Steven Simons, your top 5. 6 through 10, Ken Kennard, Jack Anton, Camden Jones, Eric Pearl, Wade McBride. Of course, all different classes up there. We're not quite sure at the moment how they all fall into the grid for later, because we're mashing up the grids from yesterday and today, or the times from yesterday and today, to come up with our grid for this afternoon.
But there's some faster drivers. Talked about Ken Kennard. Steven Simons appears he's set his fastest lap of the weekend so far this morning. Jake Anton maybe did. He was 26.1 yesterday morning. He's 25.5 now. He was 26.0 in the afternoon. So, yeah, that's quickest lap for now for Jake Anton. So, Simons, Kennard, Anton all quicker this morning. Maybe even Camden Jones in his Spec Miata. So, yeah, a lot of folks going quicker.
Adam DeLong in the chat, the Grid Squid. If I ever open up a trackside food truck, Grid Squid will be on the menu.
That's perfect.
That will be on the menu.
Oh,
love it. Minute 18 to go in this session. Spec Racer Ford is up next. 2 more qualifying sessions before our first race of the day, which will be Spec Miata. We're going to hit that before lunch. And then right after lunch, 6 more races for y'all to buckle up and enjoy for the afternoon.
Cliff Ira.
I know, look at that.
3.8. He was 25.3 in qualifying yesterday, 25.6 the race yesterday. He just cracked a 23.8, 2 seconds quicker, and I'm guessing that might be enough for the outside of front row, because Tyler Ladd's 23.4 might be the quickest that he's done in any session. So it might be Ladd and Ira, your front two, an EP and an FP car. That Cliff waking up today.
That is too good. Too good. I am really surprised at how fast these qualifying cars have been today. I really thought they'd be relying on yesterday's times, but they are out there trying to make big improvements so they can be closer to the front for the start of today's race. Good stuff. All right, checkered flag will be coming out here in about 10 seconds, 10, 15 seconds.
Yeah, they're going to watch for me. Bill Miller.
There it is.
Yeah, there's a checkered flag bill yesterday morning at 24.5, but needed a bit during the race yesterday, and he's only down. He's at a 25.0 this morning. But I wonder if Bill's got that thing sorted out, attacking the 24s to try and give Tyler a run for his money in the race.
Well, even if he does, that qualifying time is a second and a half faster, and over the course of 27 laps, that is going to be a lot to overcome if he can't get a little bit more juice out of that 328 BMW. So, all right, we're done with this session. Here's your top 10 in this session. Like I said, keep in mind we're going to combine today's times with yesterday's to get the grid. But as it stands from this session, Tyler Ladd was your fast car, followed by Cliff Ira, William Knight, Bill Miller, Steven Simmons. That's your top 5. Then you've got Ken Kennard, Jake Anton, Camden Jones, Eric Pearl, and Wade McBride. There's your top 10. When we come back, we will have the qualifying for Spec Racer Ford 3. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Spec Racer Ford 3 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid for qualifying. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be right back at Hallett. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
We are back at the Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Group Number 6, Spec Racer Ford, Brian Bielanski, Lefty MacLeod, Lefty. A lot of cars going out for this qualifying session.
Yeah, going to be quite a few. We'll see if the Stevens family is out there, as Rich and Tyler had a pretty good race. Well, I should say Tyler and Rich had a really good race yesterday. Tyler just kept getting faster and faster. It just checked out in that race, while Rich had to do everything he could to hold off Peyton Long, not to be confused with Peyton Manning, for the second spot. But we'll see what they do here in this qualifying, if they can get anywhere down to where we've seen other sessions go faster today than yesterday. We'll see if they can here in this spec class.
Well, if Peyton Long is as nice as Peyton Manning is, and is as good at racing as Peyton Manning is at football, he's got a good future ahead of him. All right, for those who didn't hear yesterday's broadcast, I mistakenly called Peyton Long Peyton Manning. So that's the not so inside joke. When you do it on a live stream, it's no longer an inside joke.
And I'm just here to remind the folks today to do that, so that it becomes a running joke.
Thank you.
I don't know if Peyton Long agrees it'd be as funny as I think it is, but...
Brendan, when's Greg done with his race today? Can we come out here quick? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. All right, here comes our cars around for the first time. They're already, feel like they're pretty much at speed at this point in time.
In the chat, we've already got Russ Turner.
That's right.
One of the hot shoes of this class, not running this weekend. He's been a podium finisher in this class at the runoffs. He's been a national champion in FE2.
We've now gained 3 more degrees from our starting temperature of 45. We're at 53 degrees right now. 64 should be the high today, which is about the same as yesterday. And we had both Russ and Denny Stripling in the chat yesterday, so Richard Sontag is here rooting for Justin Mason in 515 Motorsports. Oh, that is a significant off there, and he is going to cycle back in, just barely missing whatever that blue car was.
Yeah, I'm curious who that blue car was there. That they may have avoided a disaster. That's good.
That was a Jesus take wheel moment.
Yeah, either Fox might have been that blue car with the giant number 9
and he's loose
on it.
again.
There's something going on with the 5. That's Hernan Palermo. If it was the 5, I don't know who that is going around turn 5.
I don't know, but you've got to do something significant to get to that portion of the racetrack.
Safe to say cold tires this morning?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, so the excitement has faded a little bit from that. We'll kind of catch our breath. If you're Hernan Palermo, you really were definitely catching your breath on that one.
All right, so they called that in as 116, which makes me think it was either 118 or 136, maybe.
There was a 116. Ben Pigeon.
Oh, no, yeah, there's a 116. Ben Pigeon, okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't see that. Sometimes when I pause, folks, I'm listening to the flag net to try to get the number of a car that we saw do something. That's when Lefty picks up the slack for me.
You don't leave too much slack.
Yeah, I try not to. Tyler Stevens, our fast car at the moment, is a 1:23.4. Looking at yesterday's qualifying times for this group, 1:21.6 was Tyler's fast lap yesterday in qualifying. Also pulling up yesterday's times for the races. The race fast time was a 1:21.6, so he's going after the What did I do wrong? I screwed it up. Ha, that's funny.
Well, the 21.6 that Tyler Stevens did in the race would have been good enough for fourth on the grid if that's
Right.
the only lap he had done, but he had done the 21.2
Got it.
in
Yep.
qualifying in the morning. So he has got the pace so far this weekend. The somewhat local from Bixby, Oklahoma,
Yeah.
son of Richard Stevens, who's quickest so far in the session today. Not yet down to where he was yesterday, but he's starting to get it.
Yep. Right now, Richard Stevens has the fast car.
It's
One-
Russ Turner keeping the crowd in control there. Calm down, guys. It's not the end.
Won't happen till the end. Well, yeah, he's very, very astute because, well, first of all, he's one of the faster drivers in this class,
Yes,
but
yes.
that has been the case for all of our. Oh, there's a big off.
Big off, yeah.
We can go back to that camera so we can see what happened there. Oh, he spun and brought it back together. I thought he was starting to point right towards that inside wall, but a good job for taking that one, not getting into too much trouble.
I think that might have been the 199 of Joe Maley. But yeah, it looked like he came back across the track, maybe checking the steering, make sure everything was still good, and try to stay out of the way of the oncoming fleet of Spec Fords. But good job there of avoiding disaster. Peyton Long now with the fastest time in the session, 21.8. Just about 2/10 slower than what he ran yesterday in qualifying, 21.6. Of course, the podium finisher from the race.
Right. That car that spun just before start finish was the 199 car of Joseph Malley out of Houston.
Oh, that's
Oh.
a big spin, and
Oh.
he's going to keep it on track left.
Oh.
Good job. That was close.
That was a very nice piece of driving by those two cars right behind that car.
Yes, be able to put on the binders and avoid them, and a decent job there of the spinning car to think, how do I spin out of their way, not into it? That was a good job. He may be in for a driver suit change here shortly.
All right, let's take our first break here, or our hour break of this session. Going to call the grid here. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid for your qualifying session. Group 7 cars, Formula 6, Formula F, Formula V. Group 7 cars to the grid. And now let's take our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be right back. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
We are back here at Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and just as we come back, Lefty, look who is at the top of the leaderboard.
Liam Flanagan just did a best lap for him for the weekend, 21.313, which when you nest that with all the other laps we've seen, I think it's outside of the front row for the race so far. Tyler Stevens still has the quickest lap of the weekend of 21.2, but there's a foursome out there, and that's maybe what we ought to talk about. Liam Flanagan is out there running with Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, and Rich Stevens. The four of them who right now possess the four fastest laps in the class of the weekend are together on track, and so they're essentially trading fastest sectors, but they're all running about the same pace. While it was a 21.3 for Liam, Tyler did a 21.3, Peyton Long did a 21.5, Rich Stevens did a 21.5. So they're all just together, and depending on how the accordion goes, that's who sets the quickest lap as they go by the timing tower.
And an example of how important the draft here is, most everybody's fast lap, and most everyone's running kind of by themselves, has been around a 104 mile an hour speed trap. Peyton Long's got a 106 mile an hour speed trap speed, 2 miles an hour faster than just about everybody else.
And all four of them in that shot you just saw there, all four were those four cars going into mid-in. So it looks like the foursome of Flanagan, Stevens, and Long are calling it quits, which means our front two rows, unless somebody else can go quicker right now, still stand as Tyler Stevens, and then I think Liam Flanagan went quicker, but not enough to catch Tyler, and then I think it's still Richard Stevens and Peyton Long, the same way they started the afternoon yesterday is how they'll start this afternoon, unless Grant Vogel, who just did 21.6 earlier, as he can get up in there, otherwise he'll still remain that 21.6 he ran yesterday.
Yeah, we may have to call that foursome the fearsome foursome here.
Yeah, they are fast.
They are really, really quick. Let's do another call to grid here. Attention in the paddock, Group 7 cars to the grid for our final qualifying session of the weekend. Formula 6, Formula F, Formula V, Group 7 cars to the grid. 2 minutes, 50 seconds left here. The cars who have been our quickest for the weekend in the pits, they're done for the day, or at least for this qualifying session. But that does open the door for the next group of cars. Grant Vogel, Hernan Palermo, Gary Glanger. They might have a little easier time now with some open track.
Well, Vogel's picked up a couple of hundredths over what he had done yesterday, but I think his position right now is still at 5th overall. Hernan Palermo was a 22.1 yesterday. He is down to 21.7, so I don't think he's going to move up, but that's a faster lap. But Gary Glanger right now, 7th in this session, is done a 21.777. Yesterday he was in the 22s. He might have jumped into that, possibly into row 4. I don't know if he's faster than Rob Pilsticker or Nils Macias, but those were the two on the row 4 yesterday. Gary Glanger may have just bumped one of those guys down.
And, as a quintessential spec class, the top 9 cars are within 0.8 of a second of each other.
Yeah.
And you can go all the way back, if you want to go back to 1.5 seconds from the lead, that's 17 cars. And you can go back to 2.2 seconds to 21 cars. So.
I see a few other times it may have been some improvements. For Joe Maley, what he had done in the race yesterday, he actually had some issues. 21.3 in the race. He's already down to a 22.3 in the race. So he's at a 21.8 today, quicker than he had done any time yesterday. So he may also be in a fight for the 4th row, as we've got lots of dirt kicking up there coming into 6th.
Here another spin for Ben Pigeon in that 116 car.
Yeah, a little bit of dirt at the crest of 8 as well, it looks like, for Ben. Might just clean the tires and set up for another one. That bright blue 99.
Well, if anybody's going to take a stab at the pole position here, they've got to do it on this lap. Checkered flag will be out in just a few seconds here. So anybody who is on a lap once the checker comes out, that lap will count. So if you're good to go, now is the time to get gone.
Well, speaking of getting it done, Hernan Palermo just ran a 21.550, and I'm pretty sure that's quicker than anything he did yesterday. I don't know that he was in the 21s at all. That might have been enough to crack himself all the way up just ahead of Grant Vogel for 5th on the grid.
And Peyton Long just did a 1:21.285, and that is going to be still just about 10 1/1000ths of a second just off the pole.
Wow, yeah,
that'll put him on the outside of front row.
Yeah, that group that had gone in, they must have decided to come back out, and Peyton taking advantage of it. Well, that's what he needed. He was stuck behind in the race, behind Rich Stevens, and that great battle for second. Peyton may have just helped himself by getting up onto the front row and being alongside Tyler, and now possibly at least a nose ahead of Rich when the race comes to start time this afternoon. So good job there for Peyton here at the end of the session.
Yeah, Peyton may have a score to settle after getting stuck behind Richard Stevens yesterday. He wants to get out in front early today and not get mired in that situation again. So that is a young man who's probably a bit motivated here.
Yes.
All right, the checkered flag is out. Here's how they finished in this session. Also, as we've been saying all morning, these are combined with yesterday's times. So this is not necessarily the starting order for the race, but here are the session times for this session. Peyton Long with a 1:21.285, your fast car, followed by Liam Flanagan, Tyler Stevens, Hernan Palermo, Richard Stevens, Grant Vogel, Gary Glanger, Joseph Malley, and Nils Maceus, and John Vogel. There's your top 10. Let's take a break. We're going to do a call to grid and take a break. We'll come back for a final qualifying session. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Let's get our last qualifying session grid to the grid. Formula F, Formula 6, Formula 5, Formula F, Formula 6, Formula V to the grid. We'll take a break here. We'll be right back. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everyone.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back for our final qualifying session of this race weekend. Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V, 15 minutes. Then we'll take a quick break and go racing with Spec Miata. We've got some pretty fast Formula Fs and a couple of really good Formula Vs here as well, Lefty.
We do, and we'll see if the Richardsons can stay close to each other, as Mark had a good run yesterday. Rich had some fast laps in the race, wasn't able to quite be as clean through in between those fast bursts of speed, but we'll see how he does here in qualifying. I'll also be curious if we see out there Cliff Johnson. Actually, I believe was our pole sitter yesterday, but I don't believe he took part in the race. So we'll see if Cliff gets out there this morning. I don't yet have a timing trip for all the cars, but we'll see if Cliff is out there.
And Timothy Freist came out for the race. He didn't come out for qualifying. I believe he had an issue early in the race and didn't get many laps in.
Yeah, I think it was almost first lap, but I did just see him in our camera shots. So Timothy is out there. That's good.
So hopefully whatever the issue was yesterday has been resolved. And that's the fun part about these two race weekends is, you know what, if the car doesn't work as well on Friday, you got all Saturday night, or Saturday, you got all evening to try to fix it and get back out.
I don't know if Tim would call it fun, but certainly the opportunity
How about the
there.
benefit? The benefit of one of these two race weekends. Yes.
Yeah, it can be very stressful when you got mechanical issues. You're chasing demons to keep a car running through a race weekend. Every session becomes an opportunity, but at the same time, late nights definitely happen outside the trailer.
I find that I scraped up more knuckles at 9 p.m. at the racetrack than I do at 9 a.m. at the racetrack. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's trying to wrench in the dark might have something to do with that.
Could be. As first flyers are starting, and I think it's a pair of Swifts. I want to say that might be Keith Hall, maybe the Piper and Nathan Down in the Swift, and then there's going to be a Steve Meyer maybe has his Swift out there, but that's definitely the Piper and the Swift there. Two Swifts, a Piper already went by, and then the ABS right there of Tim Freest.
Right. So at a distance, you can tell these cars apart by the smallest ones are the Formula 600s. The Formula Vs have the H-bar front suspension, and the Formula Vs have, or the Formula Fs have the wishbone, typically front suspension. So you just look at the front of the cars, and that's the easy way to tell them apart, at least by class. Telling them apart car to car in class, sometimes that's a little more challenging. I talked with
there's two yellow ones are Swifts, so because I know the Swift shape, it's a very distinct nose on those. Then the Piper of Keith Hall's the red one in the third one out there. I can't tell you which Swift is which. That I don't know, as I can't see the numbers on them.
Well, I caught up with Steve Meyer yesterday after the race, and I said, I told him, I always tell people, if you want your car to be talked about on the broadcast, make it yellow, because we'll know which one it is. I said, but the other part of that rule is make sure you don't have two yellow cars, because then that completely screws everything up in that process.
Well, like that's what's going on right now between Steve Meyer and Nathan Down. They're both out there in yellow Swifts.
Little Colorado contingent in those Formula Fs. Keith Hall is from Arvada, Colorado. Then you've got Nathan Down from Thornton, Colorado, and of course Steve Myers from Longmont, Colorado. So seems like those three guys, they're together a lot at the racetrack.
I think so. And I think we may have a transponder issue possibly with Steve Meyer. I'm pretty sure that's his Swift that's running their nose to tail with Nathan Down, but I don't see timing tripping for him yet. And Keith Hall will be in that red Piper Formula F, and then of course you've got the Mysterian and the Formula V of Michael Nitz and Graham Smith and his Lynx Formula V that are out there as well.
Well, and Graham Smith didn't make it out yesterday for the race, so that's good news for him to be out here this morning.
Yes, definitely to see him, and that's why I was also hoping to see Cliff Johnson, who didn't make the race. But I don't see him either, which has me a little bit worried that maybe we won't see him for the race this afternoon. He could be on his way back to Stillwell, Kansas, but fingers are crossed that maybe we'll see him later today.
Sure. Only two of our Formula Vs come out for this qualifying session, Michael Nitz and Graham Smith. Of course, Graham Smith needs to put down any time, which will be better than the no times from yesterday, so he'll get that in the way. Also, the stewards like you to get some laps on the racetrack before the race. If you have a lot of experience, they might let you start from the back, but definitely would love to see. They prefer to see you out there for a couple of laps sometime during the weekend before the race starts. He's getting that little thing taken care of. Well, there's Steve Meyer now on the timing lap, so whatever may have been the issue with the transponder, it seems to have resolved itself.
That's good. Also don't see out there in the Formula Vs, don't see Bill Lauer this morning. He did run yesterday's race, so he's got times to the board. We
Right.
don't see the Richardsons either, as they are maybe taking the morning off here and just kind of chilling in paddock, waiting for the race later on.
Yeah, they just said they want to go to the Waffle House for breakfast, and they have to work it off before they can squeeze themselves into the cars. How's that?
Well, I mean, could you recommend a breakfast place? I hear you got to tour the entire greater Jennings area this morning, even more than anticipated. Did you find any good breakfast places on your extra drive?
Not in the Jennings area, I will say, but back in Tulsa, there's some good spots. Yes, I missed my exit going to Hallett, folks. Don't ask me how. It's not shouldn't be a thing.
We know how. It's clear how. I mean, how old are you again?
Oh, wow. I was trying to work the buttons on the radio and I missed my exit.
Oh,
we got in trouble here.
One of
the Swifts.
Swifts, yeah.
Off there in the right. That's the other thing when you have a yellow car. We know when something happens to you too. But there he goes.
Moving again. That's good.
Car 96. So that's the Nathan Down car.
Yeah, he was our race winner yesterday afternoon. In fact, the overall winner of the race, and he was on the front row start. So hopefully everything's straight and square with that car. He'll probably come in to double check, make sure nothing got bent, as these little open wheel cars they don't really like ruts and dirt and things like that so much.
Yeah, he looked like he was going to duck into the pits, but I think oftentimes I always try to go a lap just to see how it feels before I go into the pits and have it checked. Because if you go if you go right in, you might not know what to tell people to look for.
Yep, especially a spin that happens right before
right there.
pit in,
Yep.
which is where that was. Yeah,
Absolutely, absolutely. So he'll know pretty quickly whether or not the toe is still good and everything, and we'll see whether he goes back into the pits here. Let's take our break and do a call to grid here while we've got a second. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. Spec Miatas, Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. Let's take our break. We'll be back in just a minute. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
All right, welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We are watching the qualifying session here on Sunday morning of our Things Without Wings. That's our F6, FF, and FVs. Got about 6 cars out there turning laps. And the twosome you see on screen there, that is Nathan Down. Oh, sorry, that is actually Steve Meyer in the yellow Swift, followed by Keith Hall in that red Piper. Those guys are turning about mid-25s. On these lap times yesterday, they were just a little quicker in the 25s. In fact, Steve Meyer was down to the 23s at one point yesterday. Nathan Down is also somewhere out on track, turning his quickest sectors and quickest trap speeds. He's moving pretty good. Yesterday, he was down in the 20s in the race. We'll see if he can get down to that, because again, we're talking about an aggregate time between either yesterday morning's qualifying, yesterday afternoon's race, or this morning's qualifying. Well, that will be the one that locks you in for your starting grid spot for this afternoon's longer races. So we've got those FFs out there. We've got a couple of FVs, Michael Nitz and Graham Smith, both out there lapping somewhere. Graham Smith happy to get laps in. He didn't get anything turned yesterday, so even the 44 he's turned so far is an improvement. And then Tim Priest is out there in his F6. He only got about 1 flying lap in the race yesterday before Mechanical Demons came back to bite him a little bit, but he's turned now about 5 laps this morning, so that's got to be good for him. Though his competition in class is yesterday's F6 leader, Jason Martin, who finished 2nd overall in the race. Jason in the race turned a 23.5. In qualifying, he was a 22.5. So that's sort of the benchmark of where Tim Priest would need to be to keep up with one of the fastest guys in the country, Jason Martin. But overall, on the grid for the afternoon race, it may depend on Cliff Johnson. Cliff set a 20.9 yesterday morning, but did not make the race yesterday afternoon. Hasn't shown up yet for practice or qualifying this morning. Nathan Down, who won the race in the afternoon yesterday, was on the front row. Yesterday, he's the quickest so far this morning. So it might be Nathan Down and Jason Martin, maybe the 2 quickest of the entire field of about 10 cars that we might see.
Right. Well, you summed that up very nicely.
Oh, thank you.
I can go home now. We got it all taken care of. We got 2.5 minutes to go. Let's make another call to grid here. Stand by. Attention in the paddock. Attention to the paddock. Group 1 cars. Spec Miatas to the grid for your race. To the grid for your race. Spec Miata, get yourselves to the grid. All right. About 2 minutes left here to go. This is the time, though, Lefty, where we saw some hot laps get dropped in the first 6 qualifying sessions. Could happen again here.
Yeah, and Nathan Down is the quickest thing out on the track right now as he's continuing to sector everywhere. Steve Meyer and Keith Hall kind of playing lead and follow here for a bunch of this session. Steve maybe starting to pull away just a little bit here towards the end of the session, a few extra car lengths. But taking a look at the FVs, we mentioned Michael Nitz and Graham Smith both out there turning laps. Michael's actually at a 31.9. And if I look at yesterday's V qualifying, in the morning, it was Mark Richardson turning a 32.8. And in the afternoon of the race, it was Rich Richardson turning a 32.7. We thought, okay, it might be all about the Richardsons until Michael Nitz goes and turns at 31.9. He might now be the fastest of that V group when it comes to the start, but both the Richardsons now behind him.
Yeah, and Graham Smith only came out for 2 laps, and he wasn't very fast on either of them, so maybe he wanted to try to do a little more wrenching on that car before the afternoon session. But at least he got those laps in, so he'll definitely get to start the race.
And that's good. Hopefully, whatever that little demon is in those Vs, those guys normally carry a lot of spares. They're not the most complicated of machines. It's relatively simple parts. Have been around for about 70 years. So let's hope Graham can do whatever it needs to be done to get that thing running reliably for the race.
The Vs are even older than me, Larry.
Wow. Did they miss their exit this morning? Oh, it's just too much fun.
And if you don't have the right part, there's a pretty good chance that someone else has the right part in the paddock, and they will share it with you.
Very true.
So notice how I just let that one go right by, and like me in an exit.
So glad you caught that one. I was good.
Oh, I caught it. I caught it. All right, checkered flag's going to go out here to the next car by, it looks like. And that is going to do it for our session here. Let's run down all the cars in the session. Nathan Down was your fast car with a 1:23.878. Steve Meyer was second fastest. Third quick, that was Keith Hall. Fourth fastest, Timothy Freist in the the only F6 car that was out there. Michael Nitz was your fastest car in Formula V. And then Graham Smith, who was able to get a couple laps in. Those were your 6 cars in the session. I'm going to do a call to grid. We're going to take another break before we get our racing action started. Stand by, everyone. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 1 cars to the grid for your race. Group 1, Spec Miata to the grid for your race. Stay with us, everybody. Racing action next. This is a Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
All right, here we are. Round number 12 of the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour is about to get underway. Our first race of the day, our last race of the weekend for Spec Miata, and we are about to get it on. Lefty, let's look at the starting order.
All right, so we've got about 23 cars out there. We're going to start on road number 12 in the Spec Miata field. David Gwynn will be on row 12, and row 11 on the outside could be John Valenta, on the inside, John Harms. On row number 10, on the outside, we're going to have Jason Hartwell lined up with Quentin Dorr on the inside. Row number 9 is going to be Connor Thomas, lined alongside John Buckner. On row 8, it's going to be Matthew Davis, alongside Matt Kopchak. On row 7, Vinny Mescalis, alongside Kate Manis. On row 6, on the outside, Miles Hewitt, lined up with E Street Racing's Jim Drago. On row number 5, on the outside, it'll be Chris Schaefer. On the inside, Mark Hurley. On row number 4, on the outside, Max Stallone will be lined up with Matt Reynolds on the inside. On the row number 3, on the outside, we're going to have Matt Stretch lined up with Joe Federer. Finally, our top 2 rows. On the outside, it's going to be Brett Kowalski. He'll be lined up alongside Chris Haldeman. Neither one of them participated this morning in the qualifying, but the top 2 did. On the outside of the front row, starting today's afternoon race here, or just before lunch race, Travis Wiley and your pole sitter, Logan Stretch.
All right, as we get ready to get this race started, Sean O'Brien in the chat rooting for Quentin Dorr, and John Valenta says they worked hard to make the race. I'm sure there's a story there. Not quite sure what it is, but we might find out that sometime here. See our cars there going into turn 7, trying to get a little bit of heat into the tires, doing that weavy back and forth thing. I've been told that doesn't really do a whole lot, but it makes you feel like you're doing something, right?
It does. It feels like you're race car driving.
Exactly. Lights are out on the pace car. We should be getting them lined up 2 by 2 here pretty quickly, hopefully.
If the fast guys do it, then everybody else should as well.
There you go. All right, already seeing some lining up. That pole sitting car's done a little rubbing up front. You can see the front bumper is not as wide as the rest of that car.
We'll see if Logan Stretch is able to bring the field around lined up. He'll be on the inside, Travis Wiley on the outside. Who wins the race to 1 and, more importantly, to turn 2?
That's right. Here we come onto the front straight. The first 6 rows lined up really nicely. The green flag is in the air. A bunch of Spec Miatas in anger heading down to turn 1 for the first time, side by side the first 3 rows. They go into one side by side. Do they come out without any issues? That is as pretty as you can do it, Mr. Lefty.
That was a good solid turn 1 there, but it's not sorted out. The front couple rows are still side by side. It looks like, actually, I think we got Travis Wiley now leading the pack.
Yep.
Chris Haldeman trying to get up in there. He's going to stay alongside both Kowalski behind and Stretch in front. So that threesome is kind of letting Travis Wiley have free reign out in front right now, but Haldeman really pushing the issue.
Yeah, those 3 cars behind Wiley decided we got to get single file and get caught up to that front car. It is a 35-minute race, 27 laps, I believe, is the number.
Yeah, there's way off the track right.
Came back on. That worked out better than it could have. So anyway, we're 27-lap races today and 35 minutes on time. Our stewards have decided that they're going to do everything they can to take the cars to the lap limit. So they have the discretion to kind of ignore the clock if the time of the day allows. So we're going to shoot for 27 laps in all these races today.
It is a long race to be out there on the track. It's relatively busy. This isn't doesn't have the back straight of Road Atlanta or any kind of long places. So really give yourself a rest. This place is a busy place, and yeah, as we were just reminded, it's bumpy around here as well. We saw a lot of bouncing through turn 9, and that can take a lot of energy out of a driver. So settled in a little bit. The birds have a bird's eye view of this big. Speaking of bouncing, let's see which yellow car that was. I don't think that was part of the front pack. Unless it was, that might have been Chris Haldeman.
Yeah, I think it might have been, because he's now backed up here into 5th place here, and looked like that could have been contact, not quite sure.
I think that was Matt Stretch and Joe Federer that just went on by him in the similarly, or at least one of them did, in the same livery as Logan Stretch has up near the front group.
Yeah, when you go off like that, it takes a corner or two to get the dust and the grass off those tires before they start to grip up again. So
Matt Reynolds looks like he may have ducked inside, possibly a federal there, but there's a lot of shaking still going on into that top 10. The front three are starting to settle a little bit with Travis White, Logan Stretch, and Brett Kowalski.
hearing on the flag net that there was some side-to-side contact with a position change. I'm not sure that was with the yellow car that went off or not, but might make sense that that was the situation they were talking to us about. But we now have a 3-car pack up front making their way onto the front straight here, and they are starting to break away just a tiny bit. They've got themselves worked up to let's take a look at what the gap is here at the line. They have a 2.8 second lead over Matt Stretch. So that's Wiley, Logan Stretch, and Chris Haldeman with about a 2.8 second lead over Matt Stretch and a whole bunch of cars behind him.
Yeah, I might have had them mixed up there between Haldeman and Kowalski. Kowalski in the yellow car. Haldeman now trying to move past Logan Stretch there for second place. So it was Brett Kowalski who did not participate this morning. He was the one that faded back, and look at that, already has made his way back around Matt Stretch for the 4th spot. So Kowalski now back on a bit of a recovery. He's having an adventurous morning so far.
Yes, and he's going to have to get those cars behind him to help him get to the back bumper of Haldeman. A little longer race today, so he's got some more time to get it done, but you do not want to let those 3 cars drive away.
You definitely do not. And I think maybe that's what Brett's thinking about right now is, oops, I may have had a wild ride in turn 1, but I can't let this race completely get away from me. And look at the gap. He's already put on Matt Stretch. And I think it's Matt Reynolds also in that group behind him. I suspect that Kowalski knows this place really well, and maybe knows that it's not the kind of place that the race is not over yet. It's 27 laps. It's not the heaviest draft track. There may be an opportunity with some good track knowledge to reel these guys back in. And when he does, he just might bring Matt with him.
There are our leaders across the line again. Let's see if that gap has widened. It is now widened just a tiny bit. Kowalski's now 3.1 seconds back from that front trio. And that's partially because he's working by himself. Doesn't have a drafting partner to help him get to the front. Matt Stretch would not be a bad drafting partner if Stretch can get caught up.
I'm sure Matt would love to catch up there with Logan as well in that front group. But right now, Kowalski is definitely the class of that second group, opening up another couple of car lengths over Matt Stretch and Matt Reynolds and Joe Federal. And I think that's Chris Schaefer is the other one in that next group. Dirt get picked up there. I'm not sure if that was Schaefer or possibly Max Stallone, one of the cars there, catching just a little bit of dirt there coming into the 6.
Just hearing that the Max Stallone car was the one that went off at turn 1 briefly and got back on.
Well, Kowalski just turned race best sector 2, which essentially is turn 2 down through, I think, into turn 6. So that's a good place to pick up some time. He's gained a little bit on Haldeman and Stretch there.
Yeah, we spent a lot of time talking about Brett Kowalski losing the draft. If Logan Stretch and Chris Haldeman aren't too careful, they're going to lose Travis Wiley's draft.
Yeah, Wiley moving pretty good right now. Just a race best 28.3, whereas Chris Haldeman at 29.0 as he and Logan Stretch continue to kind of jostle positions there for the 2nd and 3rd spots, which is probably exactly what Brett Kowalski wants sitting in 4th. He continues to open up a couple more car lengths between he and Matt Stretch, Matt Reynolds, Joe Federal, Chris Schaefer, the next group right behind him. Looks like Mark Hurley was able to get around Max Stallone for 9th and 10th. And then Hayden Manis right there with Max for 10th to 11th. The busy track.
Wiley, Stretch, Haldeman, Kowalski, your top 4. Stretch Oh, I heard an ooh.
Well, that's dirt kicking up, coming out of 9.
Oh, okay. All right. That was Kowalski, it looks like, getting a little off on 9, but not too bad. Able to keep his foot in it. But that did bring Matt Stretch a little bit closer to him. Just that little lift because he went off, and Matt Stretch was able to take that gap away. So Wiley, Logan Stretch, Haldeman up front. Then the second group is Kowalski, Stretch, and Reynolds.
More
big
offs.
off again.
That's Kowalski
by Brett
again.
Kowalski. He's going to lose some positions on that one.
Yeah.
The only question is how many. Well, there's one.
That's Matt Stretch. I think it's Matt Reynolds then in the silver and blue one right behind him.
And here he tries to fight on the outside. Matt Reynolds trying to take advantage as well. I gotta tell you, if I'm Matt Reynolds, I'm just gonna park my bumper on the back of Brett Kowalski, because if he can keep the car on the racetrack, he is fast.
He's very fast, but if you're close to his bumper, sometimes you might follow him off if he goes that route. That's the risk of being that tight. But also, Reynolds has a lot of track knowledge around here as well, as a lot of these guys do. Right. And I'm wondering if they are all calculating that tire wear for a 27-lap race, as we are now, as we've talked about early on yesterday and this morning, that these guys are on a gentleman's agreement to run one set of tires the entire weekend. Well, this long feature race today means you don't want to drive these things off in the first 5 laps. You'd like to have something for laps 22 to 27 come to the end of the race, and that might be a bit of Matt Reynolds' strategy here with this second pack.
Could be, but the other option is, and you look on the inside there, is Kowalski trying to take the look going into turn 11. Not close enough to make the move. I guess there's two theories to that, Lefty. One is, yeah, they might come back to you, or the second part is drive away as fast as you can, and then if your tires go off, you can not get reeled in. So if you're far enough out there.
I think that's what the Travis Wiley, Logan Stretch, Chris Haldeman group up front is exactly what they're doing. Let's lay down some qualifying times, and here they are into the 27s for Logan Stretch and for Chris Haldeman. I think they're trying to do exactly that. Let's get a 8-9 second gap, and then maybe we can fight our own fight when it comes to lap 20 beyond. Whereas Kowalski, Matt Reynolds, Matt Stretch don't have that luxury. If they want to win this race, they've got to get the pace on now.
You know, I really do enjoy this one set of tires for the weekend, because it adds a level of strategy into the racing that we don't normally see in sprint racing. And it's really fun to watch and consider the different options that these drivers may be considering in how to get to the front. You know, it doesn't matter whether you're leading on with 21 to go. It only matters whether you're leading with 0 to go. And here you see Kowalski trying to duck on the inside of Stretch again here, going into 9. Can he get it done? No. Stretch is able to stay out front.
Just barely there for Matt Stretch. This is quite a little group now going, and this might end up being some of our most exciting racing, because the front 3, I think, are just going to play nice until we get about somewhere near the end of the race. But this next pack of 5 or 6, they're going to make this exciting. Joe Federal and right on the back of Matt Reynolds. Federal with a similar paint scheme to Matt and Logan Stretch, so I'm thinking that they're all part of the same shop. So I'm sure if you are Federal, you'd like to get up there with Matt here with the 2 cars in between you guys. You need to dispatch up first.
Right. And they may be acting nice up front, but there's Kowalski with a little lockup going into that corner as he made the move on Stretch, but that's going to give Stretch the opportunity to fight back here, going up into turn 3 and towards turn 4, side by side. Can Kowalski hold on? He has proven that holding on has been difficult this race, but right now he's able to go side by side through another corner. Stretch will be on the outside, on the inside coming into this corner, which is right, and he is able to fight back and get back into 4th place.
He's exciting to watch as he makes that late on the brakes move into 2, and then ends side by side all the way through 3, 4, and even parts of 5 before Matt Stretch able to pull in front of him. But I suspect Kowalski is not done. I think he realizes he's faster in certain parts if he can minimize his mistakes. But it's those mistakes right now that Matt Stretch continues to capitalize on and hold that position in 4th place.
You know, as hard as they're fighting, Lefty, I don't know that they're holding back trying to save their tires for.
They are not.
To try to get those front cars when their tires go off. I think both packs are pretty much full on right now and just trying to see who's going to win the pack that they're in.
The only one in the packs that might be in the second pack, Matt Reynolds continues to just look content. He doesn't look like when the mistakes in front of him, like he's trying to dive in and take advantage of them. he looks like he's just being smooth. And even the car, look at that right there again.
Yep.
Dirt kicks up from Kowalski in front. Matt Reynolds just sort of lifts a little bit, lets it happen in front of him. Out in front, Travis Wiley's setting fast lap after fast lap in that black and purple entry. Halderman seems to just be content watching he and Logan stretch in front of him. So you may see Halderman kind of holding back on his tires a little bit. Remember, he didn't participate this morning either, so he may have a little more meat left on his. And then Matt Reynolds in that second pack might be trying to do the same thing.
The other option for Reynolds is with Stretch and Kowalski battling back and forth, there's nothing to say that they won't both have a little bit of a moment, and they could go back 6, 7, 8 positions in the blink of an eye if they come together and have to lift at any point here, and then Reynolds would be the benefactor of that situation.
Yeah, that's exactly it. If you see the fronts, if it looks dicey and you can tell there's an energy there where they're really pushing and you're seeing little mistakes, you know very quickly little mistakes turn into big ones. And Matt Reynolds being a veteran, you know, he's got himself a couple of gold medals. He knows how to win races.
That's right.
That certainly is one way. Wait for the guys in front of you to take themselves out.
Yep, misdemeanors become felonies very fast on the racetrack. Wiley, Stretch, Halderman, still the 3 cars out front. They've opened up a more than 10-second lead over this pack that we've been watching, and they're really not doing any racing amongst themselves. They're just trying to put down those laps and keep going. That's why we keep looking at this group here. That first red, white, and blue car is Matt Stretch. The yellow car behind him is Brett Kowalski, and then Matt Reynolds licking his chops right behind those two, looking for an opportunity if it ever comes, and it wants to make sure he's in a position to be there.
And he's doing a good job, even pulling ahead away a little bit from the Joe Federal and Chris Schaefer behind him is the group there of Kowalski, Stretch, and Reynolds. But up in the front, though, I'm looking at the pace that Travis Wiley, Logan Stretch, Chris Halderman are running. They are running qualifying pace, which to me is 2 parts very impressive. One is this is possibly the 4th session on these tires. The other is this is a fuel load ready for a 27-lap race, not a couple laps of qualifying. These guys are, I'm not kidding when they say Travis Wiley turned a 27.9, which would have been essentially the front row of the grid with that lap time here in this race. So he and Logan Stretch, Chris Halderman are doing everything they can to pull away from the pack behind. Right now, they've got about a 10-second gap. You can see how long that gap is. It's the entire straightaway there.
Well, and another reason why they're not really battling amongst each other is they're not really close enough. There's a car length or 2 between each of those cars, and they're not really close enough to be doing any dicing at the moment. Now, that could change as this race wears on.
But Travis Wiley is just fast right now. He's not letting Logan Stretch stick with him. He's making him work to stay near him.
Yep. But they're also far enough ahead of this other pack where they don't need to have the benefit of that really good draft. They could probably just stay like this for the next 17 laps and still be 10 seconds ahead of those cars behind them because they're still battling hard with Kowalski right there with Matt Stretch again. And give it up to Joseph Federal and Christopher Schaefer. Right there, too. They're not that far back. If any of those 3 cars has a hiccup, those other cars are ready to pounce as well. So,
yeah, absolutely. Those guys are just being smart right now. Just let the race come to them. Let the car settle into a groove, and let's see what happens. As you know, we're still only, about 10 laps into this 27-lap race.
That is absolutely the case here. Let's just take a look. We've been talking about the top 8. Let's look at the cars from 9 through 20 real quick. 9th place is Max Stallone. Mark Curley is in 10th. 11 through 15, you've got Hayden Manis, Vinny Meskelis, Matt Kopchak, Matthew Davis, Miles Hewitt. Oh, we got a big car off 77, and
it's John Buckner.
Doesn't look like he hit anything. That's good news. Although cars don't really like to go sideways like that. I'm not sure the alignment will be happy, but at least they didn't hit anything.
He went a long ways down there, enough for the turn marshals and the flaggers to kind of vacate the premises for a minute, just in case he went the wrong way. But he's back running in. You can see him there coming up the Cannonball Baker Straight.
Hashtag scatter drill for that corner crew there. Let's get back to the field here.
Run away.
Matt Kopchak is in 13th. Matthew Davis 14th. Miles Hewitt 15th. Now 16 through 20. Connor Davis, Jason Hartwell, Quentin Dorr, John Harns, and John Valenta is in 21st. David Wynn is running 22nd right now.
And interestingly, is Jim Drago looks like he did not take part in today's race.
That does appear to be the case. Yeah.
He was out there in qualifying this morning, so Not sure if something happened there to the Drago car.
There is your lead group right there coming through our screen and into our living rooms. That purple car up front, that is Travis Wiley. The red, white, and blue car, that is Logan Stretch. Chris Halderman is your pinkish car in the back, and he is trying like the dickens to keep caught up to those front two cars, because if he loses the draft, he'll start sliding backwards. Still got a big gap, though, of 10.9 seconds back to that second group. That red car in the middle, that is a slower car from going off earlier, so he is not part of the discussion here of these top 10 cars.
Yeah, but you talk about Halderman losing sight of that draft if he's not really careful on this next couple of sectors to try and stick with him. And I think Logan Stretch is sensing that Logan's pushing Travis Wiley there as they come off of turn 1 heading down to 2. So I think Logan knows if they can open up this gap a little bit, the two of them can start to pull away from Chris Halderman in third.
Yeah, and with 15 laps to go, if they can get another second and a half ahead, that draft will essentially be broken. And that is the loneliest feeling, to be that third place car in no man's land. No one helping you from the front, no one helping you from the back, and you just have to basically put down qualifying times and hope the pack behind you doesn't catch you, because they could do that. Although with 11 seconds lead, 11 and a half seconds lead, it's probably fine, but that is just, it's a lonely, lonely feeling.
Halderman's doing a good job of staying with him, watching sector times. He's essentially matching the sectors of Wiley and Stretch in front of him, so he hasn't lost sight of anything yet. He just has to be very careful to hit these marks and trying to get that back in. 1.0 seconds or so. Oh, and look at this now. As Logan Stretch sensing, Logan thinking, I don't want to give any draft to Halderman back here. I'd rather pull alongside Wiley and not give the draft. But all it does now, I think, it puts Wiley into a tough turn into 10. And I think that's what Chris Halderman wanted, and he may have just gained a couple of car lengths there through turn 10.
Yeah, that is basically Christmas in April for Halderman. That's going to allow him to close back up just a little bit here, probably enough to stick with the draft. He'd like to see that happen a couple of more times, because every time they go side by side is an opportunity for him to get caught up a little bit more, and that is a gift from the front two cars.
Well, timing and scoring, I'll tell you, it was about a half a second. It was about a 33.9 to a 33.4 sector time in sector 3, and you can see it on track. It was probably about 7 car lengths, and now Chris Halderman's right where he needed to be. That's why you got to be careful. Hit the marks when you sense that you're about to lose the draft. You have got to be so careful. Hit every single mark, because those guys in front of you, if they miss one, that's your opportunity, and that's what it was. Wiley had a little trouble in 9. Next thing you know, he's able to get by as blue flags are waving for some of the slower cars here as the front 3 leaders go on by.
So at 14 laps to go now, the front drivers start to catch up to these slower cars. So now lap traffic will be a situation for the rest of this race for all of the cars involved here. And that will be another little a layer of the onion here that we're going to peel off here as we get to the final half of this race. Let's do this real quick. Let's take our break. We don't have to make any calls to grid because lunch is next, but let's take our break. When we come back, hopefully we'll be green all the way to the finish. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back in about 2 minutes, everybody.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. And did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Brian Bielanski, Lefty MacLeod here, bringing you the race coverage. We've got another change for position, and for fourth place here now it is
Matt Stretch.
Matt Stretch ahead of Brett Kowalski. Let's try not to get my stretches mixed up. I knew it was a stretch, I just couldn't remember which stretch it was.
What do we say? Don't hurt yourself stretching.
There you go. Anyway, Stretch is now ahead of Kowalski as we keep going. Kowalski keeps having an issue keeping the car on the racetrack at the exit of turn 1, and at this last time by, Matt Stretch was able to take advantage of that. Up front, we still have Travis Wiley, Logan Stretch, and Chris Haldeman as your top 3. And here they go into turn 1 again. This has been the problem spot. Can he keep it on this time? This time he keeps all 4 on the pavement. We were talking during the break, and Kowalski didn't go out for the qualifying this morning, and it might be that he knew he was going to have some tire adventures here in this race by what happened last year. Now he's dropped all the way back. He's now dropped after several more positions, right? Oh no,
he keeps losing that spot to Matt Stretch.
Okay.
He seems to be a little bit cleaner generally around the track. Kowalski does look like maybe there's some raw speed there, but he continues to lose that raw speed at the exit of 1. Seems to be his favorite spot. And hitting that little Grand Canyon that's forming over there on the driver's right at the exit of 1. Yeah. But Matt Stretch, and I still say Matt Reynolds might be the best position of them because he's just been conservative and hanging out behind them. So, again, we'll continue to monitor that. Up in the front, Wiley and the other Stretch, Logan Stretch, and Chris Haldeman continue to fight through traffic. Haldeman seems to be the one that struggles there. The first 2 make it through, and then Haldeman struggles just a hair. So he's within the draft. You can see him right there, going past the starter stand.
The turn 8-9 camera shows the dip there. Really impressive with these cars. When you see the compression, suspension on these cars decompress and then recompress when they come back down, it's a really great camera angle for that.
Yeah, I like this one as well. Yeah, the look going back up through turn 2. You can see it coming down the hill and how there's just no grip. You lose all that pavement camber.
So this is why I thought Kowalski was going back. When the leaders went past this slower yellow car, I thought that was Kowalski from the pack in the back. So now I have figured out where I went amiss.
Yeah, I think Kowalski's is an NB. That one there is Kowalski, where the other one I think we saw was an NA. Pop-up versus not pop-ups.
I have found my way.
In the auto files. But these guys now, Matt Reynolds faded back a little bit. So again, they may, as they went through traffic, may have separated just a hair as Matt Stretch continues to hold the 4th position, with Kowalski haunting him in his mirrors.
10 laps to go here. That's kind of almost an eternity right now for these cars up front. Yeah. They're like, can this be over?
Yeah, it's a very busy track.
Yeah. There are the up front cars. Travis Wiley right behind him, Logan Stretch in that red, white, and blue car. And then Chris Haldeman, who's been hanging on right there at the end. He could also be doing the tire conservation game, just like we've been talking about Matt Reynolds. He might be just waiting for the right time here. And that might be the final 5 laps of this race. If he has a little bit better rubber under him, he might be able to make a move and a push towards the front.
Yeah, he just might. So we'll keep an eye on that, as now it looks like Logan Stratch is going to make a move for the lead, and I think he just did, getting around Travis Wiley. And this might be the first time since green flag that Wiley hasn't led the race.
That's right. But Wiley is fighting back here as they come into turn 4, staying too wide. Not giving up yet. Now he can do the over-under. That could be the classic move there, but he tucks in behind Stretch here as they come through 4 and towards us in turn 6 here. And Logan Stretch.
Yeah, but Haldeman just watching, and he's just loving this, because the more of the two fighting front, back to the tire can, the more they start to lose the tires under him.
That is the case right now. Haldeman, though, really trying to keep up with those 2 cars, and he's right back there within about a car length of the back bumper of Travis Wiley now. So I gotta tell you, though, if I'm Travis Wiley with 9 to go here, maybe it's time for me to just settle in here and follow for a bit. Maybe try to cool my tires off a little bit and be ready for a final push here with the last couple of laps. Because they're now far enough ahead of that second pack, 15.5 seconds. Unless they have some sort of issue amongst themselves or a mechanical, that second pack is done and dusted. They're not going to be part of the discussion here. So with 8 laps to go, it is these 3 cars. Oh, look at Stretch go a little bit wide there. Shades of Brett Kowalski trying to keep in front of Travis Wiley. And look at Wiley now being able to fight back just a little bit.
That's Logan Stretch going a little defensive, knowing he didn't have the exit speed of 1, catching all that dirt.
Very savvy racecraft there by Logan Stretch, but Travis Wiley is not going to give him a moment to rest.
I was thinking they would get about 20 laps in the books before they started fighting. And apparently they decided about lap 18 to start their fighting, as here we are in lap 19. And that the fighting has commenced, is both between Wiley and Stretch, and Haldeman just kind of watching, but I'm pretty sure he's going to pounce. Maybe he's waiting for the 5-lap calls before he dives his way into this fight.
With 8 to go, here's our top 10. Logan Stretch, Travis Wiley, Chris Haldeman, Matt Stretch, Brett Kowalski, Matt Reynolds, Joseph Federal, Christopher Schaefer, Max Stallone, and Hayden Manis. That is our top 10 right now. 8 to go here in Spec Miata.
Slow exit off the last corner there for Logan Stretch. Travis Wiley seeing it. He's maybe getting alongside going into 1. He's at least going to push Logan into
and look
a
at
tough
Haldeman
line.
trying to follow through possibly.
This is a good opportunity if you think you got to be in the front too. Haldeman, if he can get to the inside of Logan Stretch right here going into 2, might be a chance to then move his position up 1. It's tough to find 2 positions, but look at the front 2 occupying the track.
Yes. And now Haldeman's like, which one do I want to follow? Because he's now right there. He could make a move into 2nd here. You have to make sure when you're following behind and racing for the lead that you don't forget about the guy behind you, because you could easily lose both those positions.
Yeah, I think this is the kind of track where you can't really expect to pass 2 cars in 1 lap. So if you're Chris Haldeman, you're going to have to find a way around one of them in the next maybe 2 laps if you think you got a shot, because you see how hard it is to pass for the lead. To go from 3rd to 2nd, 2nd to 1st is a very tall order. Haldeman's going to have to do it, but look how close they are now. This is a sign they're fighting. They are less than a car length between them now going through 9. Look at the bumps through the apex at 9. The fight is on now with just around 7 to go.
Oh, look at that. A little bit of dust kicked up there. These 3 guys, they know that one of them is going to be on the top step of the podium and one of them is going to be on the bottom step of the podium, and there is 7 laps to make it all happen.
Yeah, that dirt kicked up by Haldeman. It might be the first time we've seen him do that this race, which tells me he really is pushing now, where the other guys may have been pushing earlier. But look at this again. Wiley pushing Logan Stretch into a tough entrance there into 1, trying to maybe make it up as he comes down into 2. This is some good close racing. That's how you have to pass around here. You've got to get 1 exit maybe to compromise for the guy in front of you to maybe pass him in the next one. This isn't exactly a just outbreak him kind of place.
Yeah, and that move by Logan Stretch, he took the not most optimal line through turn 1 and was able to hold on pretty strong. Yeah. Makes me think he might have the best set of tires of any of these 3 cars, because that is not easy to do and stay in front like he has, and he's actually opened up just a tiny gap with that as well.
Yeah, you may be right on that maybe sitting in second for a while there and just hitting his marks behind Travis Wiley, making Travis actually work the hardest up there. Might have been a good strategy for Logan. Haldeman could have done the same thing, but now he's got to get around Travis Wiley before he can get to Logan. But if Logan's got the best tires, that's going to be a very tough pass by any of these guys.
Yeah, I think Haldeman's been driving really hard this entire race just to keep up with these 2 up front. So I don't know that his tires are as strong as we might think they would have been. But there he is, right back on the back bumper of Travis Wiley here. Let's see what line Logan Stretch takes through turn 1 this time. If he can take that alternative line and stay in front, that is a really telling sign of how this next 6 laps might go.
He's defensive going past the starter stand just a little bit. Doesn't want to get compromised going into 1. But as you said, he made that work the last time. He seems to have a pretty decent exit going here as well.
That car is on rails, Lefty.
Yeah, that's well stuck.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
And we got traffic they're going to be coming up on here in the next couple of corners.
So Vinny Barada in the chat reminds us that Chris and Travis are teammates, and Logan Stretch is the odd man out here. So he needs to be really careful. Thank you for that tidbit, our associate producers in the chat. Logan Stretch has to be real careful here that the teammates don't gang up on him right here as we get to the last few laps. 5 to go. Now some slower cars going to be in the mix as well. That's also going to be part of the wild card here as we get into our final few laps here.
Well, those teammates, they have to decide amongst themselves who's going to be the second place car that gets the push to get by. I think both of them would love to say, no, I'll take it, you push me. A lot of lock up there for Wiley.
That's not going to help.
No, that's going to make that tire go thumpity thump there for a little bit. This might now mean that Haldeman might be able to make a move, but Wiley gathers it up pretty well down the back straight as they come out of turn 10 again with 5 to go.
Yeah, Wiley had to lock it up to make sure he didn't run right over Logan Stretch in front of him.
Yeah, he used a little bit of the chuck it sideways to take speed off method as well to keep out of the back trunk there, Logan Stretch.
And now about a car length difference, Logan Stretch not needing to defend in that corner like he has the last few laps. Yellow flag was out there at 1, so there must be something off the track that they're looking at, but was able to get through it without any issues. And here they come now, 2 cars slower in front of this pack. They'll need to negotiate that over the next 4 laps. That second pack that we were watching earlier, just to let you know, Matt Stretch, Brett Kowalski, Matt Reynolds, still the same between those 2 with Stretch and Kowalski pretty close to each other. But this battle up front has been fantastic. We've been watching for the last 5-6 laps or so. Oh, look at that car. That is Wiley, went off again, and look at who's taking advantage of Logan Stretch. He's just able to gap out even a little bit more now. It is a 4 car lengths lead going into turn 7 with 4 to go.
Yeah, and it looks like Haldeman's going to go ahead and push Travis Wiley a little bit up that back straight there and try to help stay a little bit closer to Logan Stretch. Logan now has more lap cars in front of him.
Well, and
lap car's going to move.
Well, what's really important, though, is when you've got a little bit of gap between first and second, getting the leader through the lap cars, a lot easier. Once you get the leader through, the lap traffic doesn't always think so much about second and third place, and it's always harder for second and third place to get through than it is for the leader when there's a gap like this.
Yep, and that lap car able to let them through as they come off a 10. Decent run, it looks like, for Wiley and Haldeman. But as you say, Logan Stretch, the car is stuck really well all the way around 1. He doesn't have that bit of a hitch slide like some of the others, like watching Kowalski, some of the others, where it doesn't seem to be bobbling around and threatening that dirt so much. He's very locked in going around turn 1, which does tell me, like you said, there's a lot of good tires still left in that car.
0.7 of a second, the gap between first and second at the line last time by. We've got 2 to go next time by. It is getting to be go time here. Wiley and Haldeman need to get it done because it looks as though Stretch is stretching out that lead. And if he comes by with a second plus here at the line this time, it could be lights out here with 2 to go.
Wiley's been quick on this part of the track, coming out of 6 up through 7, 8, 9. He did have a bit of a lockup we saw a couple laps ago, but if he can contain that, maybe he can close up just a little bit. Good run there for Logan Stretch coming around in the break-in zone and that off-camber tonight. But look at that, he catches dirt to Stretch coming off of there. That might be what Travis Wiley, Chris Haldeman need.
Yeah, it doesn't take a big mistake for Logan Stretch to be right back with everybody bumper to bumper here. The key for him is going to be just hit those marks lap after lap. He's far enough ahead where if he does that, I don't think there will be much of an issue here. 2 to go, the gap this time by 0.6 of a second. So they've been able to close up 1/10 of a second here, but they're going to have to close up a lot more than 1/10 of a second per lap if they're going to be there at the finish line.
Yeah, and the question still remains if Travis Wiley has enough tire to make a move, considering he led so many laps, nearly qualifying pace for so many laps, 17 laps here before Logan Stretch was able to make that one move. Does he have anything still under him? But they're definitely closer. It's visible now. They've gone from about 10 or 11 car lengths to maybe about 4 or so in the last lap and a half. So really good pickup of pace here for Wiley and Haldeman. This is the last chance they're going to get to try and make this move on Logan Stretch.
I think these 2 slower cars in front of this pack are going to be really critical to see how these 3 cars get through and past these slower cars. Oh, a wheel has come off a car. Well, that's going to make it easy for one of the slower cars. That car's lost a wheel, so that one's no longer an issue. The question will be, will that car be far enough off the track, not have to go full course yellow? I'm hoping that's the case. I would hate to have to end this under a full course yellow. 2 to go. It'll be white flag lap next time by.
As the other lap car gets out of the way.
Very nicely done. No issues for those lead drivers. When we come to the line this time by, white flag should be in the air, and it'll be 1.8 miles to find out whether it will be Logan Stretch, Travis Wiley, or Chris Haldeman on the top step of the podium here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Logan Stretch was on the pole. Wiley was on the outside, took the lead on the first lap, and then led about 17 before Logan Stretch took it back. And Logan now looking very strong, coming into turn 2 here on final lap.
Here they come into our view here. Logan Stretch has the lead, although Travis Wiley has caught back up for the most part. Still about a car length's difference between the two, maybe a half a car length's difference. This has not been decided, folks. Logan Stretch is now heavily under pressure from Travis Wiley as they come through turn 4 for the final time. Over the hill now, Travis Wiley takes a kind of peek inside. Another slower car in front of them that they're going to have to deal with here. That slower car will try to move over. Will it be a pick for...
Can't be.
Oh, Wiley
there's a yellow in that
Logan
area.
Stretch side
and,
by
no,
side.
There's
contact right there. Logan Stretch is still on the inside. Did not cause too much of an issue. Stretch on the inside here. Perfect position for Logan Stretch as Travis Wiley tries to make it happen. I don't think he's going to be able to do it now. Look at the gap between first and second place. Here they come going into 12 for the final time. Who is it going to be? Are they going to have any issues? Stretch is in the better spot. I'm sorry, Wiley's in the better line, but Stretch is defending. Here they come through the line. Still Logan Stretch out front. Checkered flag is in the air. At the end, it will be Logan Stretch, Travis Wiley, Chris Haldeman.
Woo! Wow, and that yellow car, the yellow flag that was for the car off to the right on that cannonball straight, that may have cost an opportunity there for Wiley to be able to take that win, but that's the way it goes. Congrats to Logan Stretch.
Wow. Very, very exciting final couple of laps here. Going back, that pack we watched a lot in the middle section of the race. Matt Stretch was able to hold on for 4th place. Brett Kowalski finished in 5th. Matt Reynolds finished 6th, not able to take advantage of his position there. And then we've got Max Stallone in 8th, Joseph Federal in 9th, and Hayden Manis in 10th. Woo!
Yeah. What a race. Good finish for both the Stretches. Logan obviously getting the win. Matt Stretch kind of taking that position that he was battling with Brett Kowalski for so long and be able to take that 4th. So good result there for the Stretch family.
All right, folks. So here's what's going to happen next. We're going to take about an hour break for lunch. We're going to come back and start racing at 12:30 Central Time. So that is about 50 minutes from now. So come back for 6 more races this afternoon. Hopefully they will all be as exciting as this one, and we'll bring it all to you here. Any final thoughts before we head to our break, Lefty?
if the races are half as good as that, we're in for an exciting afternoon with another 6 races to go. What a beautiful day. I just keep looking at that screen going, I kind of wish I was there with you guys. Look at the sun beating down. This is going to be a great afternoon of racing.
This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Get yourself something, a little rest, maybe even take a nap. I'm a little worn out after that one. We'll be back in about 50 minutes, folks. Stay with us, everyone. We're back here for the second race of the day. 6 to go. And that will be the conclusion of our weekend here at Hallett. But let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, Lefty. GT1, GT2, GT3, GTX, Touring 1, and A Sedan. They are up next, and we are ready for our starting lineup.
All right, so hopefully y'all enjoyed your lunch. It's time to put down the big boars. Let's got 24 cars taking the grid. Let's start on road number 12, a couple of GT2s there. Kevin Rich will be on the outside of his Mustang, on the inside Al Lamb in the Panos. On row 11 on the outside, it's going to be a couple of A Sedans here. Philip Waters in a Camaro lined up alongside Andy Schneidermeyer on the inside. On row number 10, we continue our A Sedan trend on the outside. Sam Daniels lined up with Tim Wright. On row number 9 on the outside, it's a GT2 entry here, Levi Lear, and one of those Monte Carlos alongside a Camaro and A Sedan, James Stevens. On row number 8 on the outside, it's another one of our Monte Carlos GT2, Boyd Lear. Those lined up alongside another A Sedan entry, Nathan Waldbaum. On row number 7 on the outside, it's going to be Michael Young and his Aston Martin out of GTX. And it says here Paul Evans and his panels on the inside, but I'm not sure that car is going to make the grid. We'll have to see. Row number 6 on the outside, the Pontiac Grand Prix of GT2 of Paul Ruth. Alongside, yes, it's a Ford Taurus, Renee Molina. On row number 5 on the outside, Chris Edens, if he got the car working, well, hopefully he did. He's out of GT3. He's the only entry this weekend if he makes it. On the inside of row 5 will be Michael Pettiford, your T1 race winner from Saturday. On row number 4 on the outside, Brian Carrick in a Camaro and GT2. On the inside, Stephen Burns, the T1 fastest qualifier. On row 3, it's GTX on the outside in the Audi, Michael Staub, Rob Kaprowitz on the inside, GT2. In our front 2 rows, it's all GT2. The outside is the Corvette of Lou Gelati. On the inside, Mike McGinley on row 2. And row number 1, Mark Kirby, your Saturday race winner, alongside your pole sitter for this afternoon's race, Michael Quattlebaum in the Corvette.
All right, we're getting ready for another 27 laps of awesome big bore action here. I'm going to tell a short story here once we get going about our Paul Evans. I'm not going to steal all of the thunder from Jim Llewellyn's story in SCCA.com, but we'll get to that in a second. Here comes our drivers onto the front straight here, looking nicely put together in our rows of 2x2. I think the starter will be happy enough to throw the green flag, and that is what has happened. Green flag is in the air, already a move from the second row, trying to get a little position here as they go into turn number 1, and there you go. Taking the point is one of those Corvettes, the Viper, pulling into second place as we get started here.
Yeah, a little better start here for Quattlebaum today than yesterday. Kirby yesterday in the Viper just kind of walked away from it. Today, though, Quattlebaum able to hold that position, going into 1. McGinley and then Gelati. McGinley had the good qualifying this morning. He's going to slide into 3rd in his Corvette. But in the background, I thought I had seen the yellow T1 Corvette going off. That was Michael Pettiford, but looking he's back on right now, side by side with his competition in T1, the Porsche GT4, Stephen Burns.
Yeah, Quattlebaum yesterday went through turn 1 on the first lap, tail end first. So definitely a better first corner for him today. Pulls out in front of Mark Kirby here, and he will get started. So far, so good on this opening lap. A little bit of side-by-side action for about 10th place there. But I believe that is Quattlebaum, Kirby, McGinley, and then the 4th place car, I believe, is Lou Gelati.
Yep, and I think 5th is Rob Kaprowitz in that Mustang. All GT2 cars lined up. A little bit of a gap now. Michael Staub, your GTX leader, there he is in the Audi, currently is 6th overall.
Well, here they come across the line, and they'll confirm it all for us. As I thought, it is Quattlebaum, Kirby, McGinley, Gelati, Robert Kaprowitz here in the Ford Mustang. That's your top 5 at the moment. Still looking good here as they come through turn 1 this time by. I want to do a quick update on our Paul Evans. He was in the panels yesterday that started on fire, and we had some people asking if he was okay in the chat. He is fine, and he talked with SCCA's Jim Llewellyn. You should go to SCCA.com and read the recap for yesterday. I'm just going to read one sentence and it'll wrap it up nicely for you. It's a nice little tease. Talking to R. Paul Evans, who's called a professional driver, but not for racing. He says, I drive wealthy folks around in bulletproof Cadillac Escalades. That should be enough of a tease. Wet your whistle to go read that story. He's okay.
It's a great read. You got to check out that story.
not going to be with us today, though. Capanos does not have a lot of its bits and pieces together.
Yeah, it's a little different than when he took the green flag yesterday afternoon at this point, but hopefully he gets that back together. A very cool car, and we happen to have a good shot of its demise on the Camry yesterday. I'm sure he didn't appreciate that, but maybe now he had a good laugh over it. But he's got some work to do to get that car running again.
Absolutely.
There's a good little battle going on at T1 between Burns and Pettiford as they're working through a little bit of a tight grouping there. Pettiford in the Corvette, Burns in that Club Sport Cayman. Pettiford has the advantage right now, just having jumped past him on the last lap. It's a really good battle going on. And of course, you got to see the other couple of Corvettes there of Gelati now making his way around McGinley. So a couple of different passes happening here in these opening laps.
So if we remember yesterday's opening laps, Mark Kirby just drove away in that Viper early.
Yeah.
And the only difference between yesterday and today is that he's got a partner in the drive away, and that is Michael Quattlebaum, who is the leader. Kirby's now back around Quattlebaum.
Yeah.
But they're already almost 6 seconds ahead of this third place car of Lou Gelati. So a very similar situation, except that it's 2 cars up front today instead of just 1.
Yeah, Kirby was so fast yesterday. Just no one ever saw him from the time he got to turn 2 and made that left turn. He just disappeared in the distance. Kirby was able to hold him off here for a couple laps, but it looks already like, Kirby was able to get around Quattlebaum. Quattlebaum held the lead for a little bit, but now Kirby is laying down sector by sector, faster and faster now in that Viper. He's got a couple of seconds lead now on Quattlebaum and the rest of the field. Sorry, on Quattlebaum.
Right. Yeah, even in that one lap after Kirby was able to get around him, he opened up 2 seconds on Quattlebaum. So that Viper, sometimes there's horses for courses, and the Viper really, really likes Hallett.
It definitely looks like it does. A lap or two just to get his tires warmed up and settled in, and he's really into that groove now. 18.1 his last time around. Yesterday in the race, his fastest lap was at 18.0. So, yeah.
Calls from the corner stations at 6. The Ford Mustang of Tim White is smoking around the racetrack, so they're going to keep a look on him to see whether that subsides or not.
Might be him right there.
I don't know
if we have more than.
Oh yeah, I see a little puff of smoke there out the back. Yeah. That's the powder blue Mustang. That's not an insignificant amount of smoke either.
No, that's definitely considering in a 27 lap race, that's a lot of oil to go through. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, well, that might be coming from the diff, from the rear diff.
Could be.
But yeah, it's not subsiding. They'll keep a close eye on that. I'll let you know if they ask him to come in or not. So
yeah, see if it's fluid down or if it's all burning itself off. That may decide his fate. Whether it's an early exit or a later exit. If he makes it to the end, that would be great, but it would be time to replace that diff or whatever it is that's causing the smoke.
Right, exactly. So top 5 right now: Kirby, Quattlebaum, Gelati, McGinley, and Capquitz. The Corvette coming through there, you see what looks like flashing lights, and our cameras often take regular lights and make them look like they're flashing. So I don't think he's flashing his lights. I just think it's the shutter on our cameras.
Yeah, he may have like an LED light or something. It's at the right frequency.
Just the right frequency. That's happened in a couple of our races this year. So
looks cool.
It does look cool. No question on that one. And our semis going across on the road there. I saw that part of the interstate today, which I normally wouldn't have.
Beautiful stretch of highway.
Beautiful stretch of highway.
At 6:30 in the morning, that's exactly what you want to spend 10 extra miles on.
Let's just say the words that were flowing through my mouth when I missed the exit were not broadcast worthy. Kirby, Quattlebaum, Gelati, still the same cars up front. Looking to see if there's any kind of battles through the field here. taking a look at A Sedan. It's a 2.6 second lead Sam Daniels has over James Stevens. Tim White, that smoking car we were talking about, that's a third place car right now in A Sedan. GT3 is the only car was Chris Edens, and it does not appear that he has joined us for this session, so I think those mechanical problems got the best of him. GTX, Michael Staub is 29 seconds ahead of Michael Young in second place. And then our T1 field, that's probably our closest battle on the racetrack right now. Michael Petterford in the Corvette and Stephen Burns in the Porsche. Let's see if we can find that. Is that it right there that we just saw? I believe that is the T1 battle right there.
Yeah, that's the, actually I think those are the two Corvettes. I think that was Gelati and McGinley that went by. It should be the yellow Corvette and the Club Sport Porsche should be what we're looking for.
There it is, right there. So that is your battle for lead in T1. And at the moment, the best battle on the racetrack. So the yellow car is the Corvette. That's Michael Petterford. And then the white with the blue nose hood is the Porsche Club Sport car.
And then in the front of that group is, I think, Brian Carrick in a Camaro out of GT2. So the two T1 cars kind of tucking in behind the GT2 car down the straightaways, but haven't quite made their way on by. But they're all for position in the race, but the two T1s are battling in class.
It looks as though even in some of these areas, the GT2 car is slowing. Well, and there you go. There's a pass right there. Let's hope they both get by, because if they won't, this will be Petterford's chance to make a little bit of room here. Hopefully that slower GT2 car will make way.
The Porsche's got, well, it's not that much slower. Again, that's track position. That is, they're all on the same lap. But sometimes you realize that it's a class battle you're interrupting, and sometimes you yield and let the one by. But that's one of those GT2 TA2 Trans Am type cars that's in between there. They've got pretty good straight line speed. They don't corner too badly either, but the Porsche may be a little lacking in the horsepower department to try and get a run.
Right. And to be clear, like you said, there's no requirement for that Porsche to get out of the way. It just is. It could be a courtesy move if they choose to do so. But look at the advantage that Michael Petterford has been able to take with this move around there. He's been able to open up. I'm going to guess it's going to be a 3-second lead here.
Yep, and he's actually trying to catch up with Rene Molina, who's driving another GT2 car, the Ford Taurus, out in front of him. As it looks like maybe an opportunity here. Again, the Porsche has got that quicker corner entry speed, but the corner exit seems to be the strength there of the GT2 Camaro.
Yeah, those Porsches brake exceedingly well, and there he's going to take advantage of that braking advantage getting into turn 2 there. And now he's got some room to make up to get back up to the rear bumper of Michael Petterford. So now the question is, will the car in front of Petterford now slow him down enough to let Stephen Burns catch up? So,
well, that's the interesting thing is, again, they're in the order that they had their fastest laps of the weekend. So in theory, that Taurus has turned faster laps than the T1s, but I think the T1s are consistently able to hit their lap times. Maybe the GT2s, it's obviously a lot harder to drive that car around this track, but maybe it wears its tires a little bit faster, and maybe these aren't the conditions ideal for it. Beautiful day, though.
Right. Well, in that GT2 car, without having really long straightaways, that would be its real advantage. So
I kind of figure the track temps are probably about the highest that they've been all weekend, because yesterday afternoon it was mostly overcast, so we didn't quite get the sun beaten down all afternoon, but today that sun looks bright and shiny and beautiful.
And we are up to 60 degrees right now.
Nice.
So still a little early in the afternoon here. We'll probably get a little warmer before all is said and done.
Looks a little breezy as well, as the trees all waving in the background, waving and saying hi.
I understand.
The T1 battles back together.
Yep, there they are. Now we'll see if both cars can negotiate the car right there in front of them together this time, so that they don't get that big gap between the two of them.
Yep, and that's Rene Molina out of Mission, Texas, in that Ford Taurus. GT2 is quite the collection of different things, and that's in front of them was third gen Camaro A sedan. Have a little bit of a smoke going on. That's not the Mustang we saw earlier.
No, that is Philip Waters in the 177 car.
Look at that, is Stephen Burns able to get right on past Molina and Pettiford, use the Ford Taurus as a bit of a pick there for Burns. Great move.
Yeah, there is an art to working your way through lap traffic or slower cars, and not even lap traffic. It's just a car in front that happens to start, got a little better qualifying lap, but is overall a little bit slower. So there is an art to making that happen, especially when you've got two cars in class going around a different class car. Sometimes there's also a little luck involved.
Yep, look at that straight line speed though of that Taurus, getting to turn one a little faster than Pettiford. Pettiford having to kind of hold a little bit, able to brake a little bit later, keep his line. Now he's got to work and catch back up to Burns. Pettiford, another one that made the Jim Llewellyn story summary from yesterday. Interesting guy. Obviously he does a lot of driving and coaching and instructing. He's won a lot of races here in Hallett. He's been very successful in T1. He wants to keep that success streak alive today.
Right. Well, that silver Camaro looks like the smoking has kind of subsided, which either means it's not an issue or there's nothing left to smoke. No, I still see some smoke.
Just a bit, still coming out.
Yeah.
As our T1 battle gets through, or is getting through.
Getting through, yeah. Keeping a look up front while we follow this battle. Kirby now has a 1.3 second lead over Michael Quattlebaum. The duo has a 9-second lead over Lou Gelati in third place in GT2. Fourth place in GT2 is Mike Ginley. Then we get our first GTX car, Michael Staub in fifth. That's our top five right now. We've talked about this a bit. There's a lot of speed differential here. Our leader, Mark Kirby, hits the trap speed at 122 miles per hour, and our fastest car in A sedan hits the trap at 90 miles per hour. So,
well, our two leaders, the GT2 rivals and race leaders, Mark Kirby and Michael Quattlebaum, are now basically nose to tail. You can see him right now going around the Aston Martin of Michael Young, already putting Michael Young a lap down in his GTX car, but there you can see the red Viper and the black and blue Corvette of Quattlebaum coming down that front straight.
It looks like Kirby was able to get around just a little bit easier. Now Quattlebaum's going to have a little bit of work to do to get caught back up.
Kirby seemed to be the faster starter. Maybe he was just kind of holding back for the opening lap, but once he got around Quattlebaum, we thought maybe he's going to walk away. But Quattlebaum has definitely responded, put in some good laps here. If he can work through the traffic cleanly, this race is far from over. And with big cars like this, there's always attrition, as well as just cars get tired. There is a speed differential sometimes in some longer races. So if you're Quattlebaum, you might be thinking, let's just stay in this thing for the long run, save our tires under us, keep the engine cool, and just maybe have a run at Kirby before it's said and done.
Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 3 cars to the grid, Group 3 cars to the grid. Touring 1, Touring 3, STU and SMX. Group 3 cars to the grid. And right like that, Mr. Quattlebaum right back near the back bumper of Mark Kirby. So they're pretty evenly matched. It looks like they might make their speed in a little bit different areas, Lefty, but they do seem to be pretty evenly matched lap to lap.
Yeah, they really do. And it kind of opens up a little bit on the straightaways. Maybe the big motor in the Viper able to kind of pull, but that Corvette showing it can be nimble. It's got a good set of brakes on it. Corvettes always have great brakes on them. And he may be pushing this time, this Quattlebaum, to try and stay on the back of Kirby. This is the closest they've been since the opening lap, or since their pass on lap 3.
And I am a diehard bow tie fan, but that V10 Viper, when it comes by, just sounds awesome.
They are a pretty cool motor.
Yeah.
They're going to catch up to that A sedan Camaro. One of the A sedan Camaros. It's the smoking one in this case. Let's hope there's only one, but Camaro gets to turn 9. We'll see if he yields and lets the leaders through.
No changes up front. Oh, now look at Kirby trying to make the move. It looked like Quattlebaum made the move. It looked like Kirby got just a little loose coming over that hill with the decompression on the bump there, and Quattlebaum took advantage.
Yep, and with the lap car trying to stay out of the way, there's a good opportunity there as they both had slowed down for Quattlebaum to duck inside, and now we're back to a new leader in this race. Again, it's Michael Quattlebaum.
Yep. And there's nothing that lap car, that slower car, could really do in that situation. He did a pretty decent job of staying out of the way. It just sometimes you hit him at the right spot, and sometimes you don't.
Yeah. Yeah, you could tell he had his intention of staying outside as long as he could, but even his car, as most ace sedans, kind of slid and slide and checked outside a little bit, and that may have caused Kirby to sort of check up and wait to see what was going to happen. But again, we're only approaching the halfway point of this race, so if you're Mark Kirby, you know that there's a lot of time left in this thing.
Oh yeah. There's no urgency to get it done right away, but the urgency is just to make sure don't let him drive away. Other than the difference between Quattlebaum taking the lead here, second, third, fourth, and fifth, no changes. Gelati, McGinley, Staub, still your top 5, 6 through 10.
Look at this.
There comes the pass coming back.
Wow, getting the dig out of 6 to get that run. There's that extra horsepower, I think. Maybe the better gearing even of the Viper, able to make that move. Struggling through the corners a little bit. His brakes definitely are not as crisp, it seems, as the Corvettes. But can Quattlebaum respond here on the back straight? He's going to make a run at it, but I don't think he's going to get there.
Yeah, I think that would have been a little more courageous than needed.
The other one to watch is the battle for third, Gelati, McGinley. McGinley taking a couple of tenths out of Gelati. They're only a couple of car lengths apart, so we'll keep an eye on that to see if McGinley's able to get around Gelati there for third. Not yet this time around. And that's the battle there. The blue Corvette is McGinley, Gelati in the classic black with that flame orange, yellow out front.
Yep. That would be a battle for the last step on the podium.
Oh, late on the brakes for McGinley, I think.
It's not a battle at the moment. McGinley had a little bit of an issue, whether he just missed the braking point or had a little brake fade. But whatever the situation is, that's allowed Gelati to open up a 10-car length lead here as we get a little bit deeper into this session.
More traffic now for our leaders. Oh, no, what is that?
Big lockup.
Wow. Massive amount of lockup. This dude does not have ABS?
Well, I don't know that is any of this current crop of GT2 cars that we get over here from the FIA. It would definitely be, and there is the pass. Is that, no, I was just saying that was a slower car. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an old school Viper, so I don't imagine it's got ABS on it.
Yeah. Yeah, thing definitely didn't there as he came across 8. Now, that was a pretty big lockup. Now I'm wondering if he's going to feel that the next time he tries to hit those brakes. We also know Quattlebaum saw it. He knows exactly what went on and may try to push the issue a little bit to test those coming later in the race.
Well, and I think this is one of those situations where maybe when they came up over that hill, he hit the brakes before the car had settled, and that's what helped the lockup, and then he couldn't unlock it fast enough.
Yeah.
Kirby, Quattlebaum, Gelati, McGinley, and Staub, your top 5. Taking a peek back at that T1 battle.
There it is again. More lockup.
Oh, wow. And a couple of cars off. Stephen Burns has now opened up a 5-second lead over Michael Pettiford. That Porsche, once he got around the Corvette, was able to take advantage of it. So we'll stick here with this battle at the front. It is by far the best battle on the racetrack right now. We're not missing much further back. Just taking a little zip through all of the stuff here.
The Ace Sedan.
Well, Ace Sedan's actually pretty close, yeah. Maybe we can pick that up for a couple of laps. So we're looking for the Sam Daniels, the 151 Corvette, Jordan. If we can find that. And right behind him should be a silver Camaro, I believe, and the number 92 car. If we can find those. Both are Camaros.
Might be it right there. A couple of third-gen Camaros.
Yeah, let's see if we can catch the number as they come through our screen here. Yeah, can't catch the number, but yeah, I think that's exactly it. That second car was the 92 car.
Yeah, that's James Stevens is the second runner there. Sam Daniels, the lead car. this is for position. In fact, this is for the lead in a sedan. And with the 5 cars on track, these two are about 20 seconds ahead of anybody else. They're having a pretty good little scrap out here.
Yep.
Talk about a class where you got to save some tire for the end. A sedan is definitely one of them.
Well, and the leaders are coming through not far behind them either, so the leaders are going to try to make their way through this pack as well. So let's follow that A sedan battle for about a lap here, and then we're going to have to take our break here in this race. But we'll pick these up for just a lap here. Here they come over the hill. The front car, Sam Daniels. The second car, James Stevens. Last time across line, a 1.3 second gap between the two. That looks like be about to close. And there is your leaders right there working through some more slower cars. Bit of an adventure for them.
Yeah, that was one of the TA2, GT2 class Camaros that they're next to now, coming through 4. And again, Quattlebaum seems to be a little better at pouncing at those opportunities to stay with Kirby. Kirby seems to struggle a little bit more when he comes up with him. Maybe he's just more patient, waiting for those lap cars to clear. And that's just opportunity for Quattlebaum. But it's interesting to watch how the ebb and flow of these two battling it out every time they come up. And now they are going to come up onto those A sedan battle that we were just talking about.
Yeah, and there's a couple of corners and then a little bit of a short shoot, which was a nice spot for these two leaders to try to move through here. That'll be a good location for them to get this done. Ooh, that was a little dicey there.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which way James Stevens was going to allow those leaders to go on by, and I don't think they were sure either. But
yeah, I don't know that Sam David. Oh,
and I think that might have been Daniels, the leader in A sedan.
Oh, that would be so unfortunate. He's got himself whipped back around and he's back on the racetrack. But that was Sam Daniels. He has now lost a lot of time to James Stevens, who's now your racer. That was a 10-second situation, is now the difference between first and second place. Ooh. Didn't affect our leaders, though. They've gotten through just fine. So let's do this. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll hopefully be green flag all the way to the end. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back in about 2 minutes, everyone. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
We are back at Hallett. This is our second race of the day. Big bore cars, GT1, GT2, GT3, A sedan, GTX, Touring 1. I think that's all of them. Michael Quattlebaum right now is your race leader in the Chevy Corvette, followed by that big old V10 Viper of Mark Kirby, 1.3 seconds back. And then from them, it's all the way back to Lou Gelati, 11 seconds So, kind of like yesterday, the front car, and this time the only difference is it's 2 cars.
Yeah. Yeah.
2 cars out front.
Quattlebaum able to, he looked like he was kind of waiting for an opportunity to get on by. He was able to take one, and now Quattlebaum leads this race. But look at the lockup. That's about the 4th time now we've seen Mark Kirby in the Viper lock it up coming across that crest at turn 8. And that car, I'm sure, has a D-shaped tire on that right front by now. Oh, look at that.
Look
Even
at the
here,
big lockup.
even into 10.
Yeah, this is really good news for Michael Quattlebaum.
For Kirby, that's tough. And at this point, you can barely even think about touching those brakes before it's going to find a lockup. Look how tender he needs to be, just tapping the brakes going into 1. Even at the high speed braking, where you think it'd be a little less likely to get it, he's still getting it. That's a tough break. He'll be just milking that car at this point to keep it from locking up.
Yeah, there is. There's got to be like 75 different flat spots on that front right tire.
Or one really big one.
He gets on the radio to his crew chief. I got a vibration. Crew chief replies back, "You think?" Michael Quattlebaum taking advantage of that situation, 2.8 seconds ahead. It's a lot easier, too, for him now to go through slower cars because it's just one car that's got to negotiate and get through. I mean, the Viper's visibly slower around the racetrack.
Yeah, it's clear that he's nursing that car now. He knows at this point, just get it home, finish this race, keep some daylight between you and third place runner Lou Gelati, and take what you have given to you.
And I don't know that that's a done deal either. The trap speed for Kirby last time by, 108 miles per hour. Kirby 104, or Gelati was 114 in the trap, and Quattlebaum 120 miles per hour through the trap. So he's definitely had to change the way he's driving that car.
Yep, and there you can see right now,
there's
that's Gelati
right there,
who just picked up about 6 or 7 seconds on Kirby on the last lap alone. Kirby just struggling all get out with those brakes. He's basically having to lift and then slowly glide them in. He can't really hit the brakes where he wants to, and Gelati is about to just dine on him like a shark on the chum, just ready to go after this.
Yeah. The good news for Kirby is that it is 36 seconds back to Michael Staub in 3rd place, but even Staub's not in his class. So I think he'll be able to hold on to stay on the podium, but Gelati's going to make the move here into 2nd place with absolutely no contest from Kirby. Kirby was just a sitting duck there, knew there was nothing he could do.
Yeah.
You know, that was kind of like a kill the wabbit moment for Gelati. Oh, and now Gelati gets a little crazy there.
Making it interesting.
Does anybody want to finish on the podium in this group? My Lord.
Using all of the track and track extensions as well. Oh, look at this. Kirby's going to bring it in.
That's unfortunate. Maybe he's got a tire he can put on that, and I think he can get it changed in time to get out there before the 3rd place car of Robert Kapkowitz, who's now going to be, he's got 35 seconds to change that tire if that's the plan. And I'm looking to see if there's anybody down here on pit lane with equipment to do something like that. And it looks like he's turning to go back into the paddock. And if he makes that left turn there, his day is done. He is back in the paddock. His day is done.
That is tough for the Kansan to come out here and have a really great Saturday, but Sunday with that lockup repeating, something is not right. He's thinking, oh, well, it was a good run while I had it.
Well, the American Sedan battle, side by side, I'm hearing from our producers. Yep, there it is, going into turn 1. Look at that. On the inside, Sam Daniels. On the outside, James Stevens. Daniels is going to make the move.
Yeah, remember Sam Daniels had the big spin in 10 about 6-7 laps ago. This is a great recovery for him.
And now James Stevens trying to fight back and get back in control of this race. Sam Daniels has got the point at the moment.
Sedan racing is always fun to watch.
Yeah, it is fun.
Big motors, little tires.
Well, and this is another one of those classes where the entry costs to get in. It's a pretty reasonable way to go racing.
Yeah.
You know, these V8 motors, you can, you know, buy crate motors everywhere. The parts are very, very ample for. Oh, look at this big slide for Daniels. It is one of the more affordable ways to go racing.
In fact, it was a car of this same generation that just won the runoffs last fall, if I got that right. Danny Richardson piloting to his championship in a third-gen Camaro.
Yep. I'm really,
I had that right.
Really kind of glad that that Kirby went into the pits, because if I had to pull out my slide rule to figure out pit lane deltas, that would have been ugly.
Nope, not needed today.
Exactly.
But this battle of Daniels and Stevens, Daniels the advantage right now, but Stevens, they had a good fight before the spin. And let's see if there's anything left in the tires or in the tank for Stevens to make a run back at Daniels. This is the lead in A sedan.
Well, you got to think, because Daniels was able to catch back up, that there's definitely better tires under his car at the moment. The question is, how much did he burn up catching Stevens? And are they basically on equal footing now, or is there still a little life left in those tires? Daniels looked like he was pulling away a little bit, but now Stevens seems to have stabilized that gap just for the moment.
Well, Sam Daniels, last couple laps, he turned his race best on lap 20 at 27.2, then he backed it up with a couple more laps in the 28s. He's really moving around out there. James Stevens, his best lap recently has been a 28.5 the last time around, but he was also more in the 29s before this. So the average lap really now the advantage going to Sam Daniels. But Stevens is saying, I think I got a run here. I think I can do this with 2 laps to go. May have saved just enough.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid, Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 3 cars to the grid. Turn 2, Turn 3, STU, SMX. Group 3 cars to the grid. Group 4, sorry for the heart attack.
I think that's Rob Kaprowitz in the GT2 Mustang right behind our A sedan battle. But he knows that's not really his race. He's got no one around him. He doesn't want to push the issue by any means.
All right, white flag has been given to Michael Quattlebaum. He's trying to bring that car home, but we're going to stay with this A sedan battle right now because it's an 8-second lead up front, but not an 8-second lead here in A sedan.
They should still get about a lap and a half because they went by before the white flag came out. The leader is behind them, assuming Quattlebaum doesn't catch them. I don't think he will.
No, I think they've already been passed by him a while back.
Yeah. And Stephen Burns, our T1 leader, isn't far behind this battle, but again, he's in front of the overall race leader, Quattlebaum. In fact, Quattlebaum's right behind. That's our T1 leader right in front of him.
And now that GT2 car gets past the first car. This may be really good news for Sam Daniels.
Yeah, a little bit of a pick move here to keep James Stevens a little bit further at bay.
Well, and James Stevens not quick enough to stay with that GT2 car because he could have taken advantage of that situation for himself there, but he wasn't able to do that. So it looks like he both got through pretty cleanly. We'll see the gap at the line here this time by. It'll be right around 1.3 seconds if my eyes won't. Exactly, 1.374 seconds for Daniels to Stevens here. Quattlebaum has taken the checkered flag and the win here. Still up in question, this A sedan race.
And your T1 winner was Stephen Burns, who came in right behind Quattlebaum. But this A sedan race isn't going anywhere yet. Stevens is right there on the back. He seems to be better on the brakes going into 2 than the A sedan leader Daniels.
That's Daniels in the silver and black car, or the white, silver, and blue car. Stevens right behind him in the blue one. There they go through turn 5, coming into our living rooms here in turn 6. Stevens needs to get a lot closer than he is now if he's going to make one final move into the final corner here. Oh, Daniels gets a little wide, might have opened the door a tiny bit, seemed to keep the foot in it.
Let's watch turn 9. They always get a little bit slidey going into 9. Who can get the better exit?
Looks like, oh, there's a big tank slapper there. That's a huge moment. Can Stevens take advantage? Not even side by side. Daniels keeps his foot in it and stays ahead, but they're really close here. Stevens may try to duck under here going into 11. Who's going to come out on the front straight first? Daniels or Stevens? It's Daniels at the moment. Now Stevens gets a little loose, and that's going to give it to Sam Daniels for the win.
Oh, that was a lot of fun. Those guys really chucking those cars around. 27 laps. That's a long run in an A sedan car.
Absolutely. They're going to get out in victory lane, and they're going to high-five and hug each other because that was as good as it can get there, folks.
It's A sedan. They'll be crack open a case of Natty Light here pretty soon.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, here's our finishing order in A sedan. Sam Daniels, James Stevens, Philip Waters. In GT2, Michael Quattlebaum, Lou Gelati, and Robert Kapkowitz. Then we go to GT3. We didn't have any cars in GT3 today. GTX, Michael Staub took the win, or Michael Staub, I should say. Michael Young was second. And in Touring 1, Stephen Burns takes the win over Michael Petterford. That's the way it worked out here in Group number 2. Group 3 is next. Stay with us, everybody. We'll be back. We are at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
Mazda's been very supportive of racers within the SCCA and all the other grassroots organizations for many, many years. Really, their support for racing and our type of racing is unmatched from any other manufacturer. They've been a great partner for many, many years.
Mazda, hands down, is the best company to work with for sports car racing. Factory support is second to none. It just feels right. You feel connected.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit Group 3, Touring 2, Touring 3, STU, and SMX, our third race of the day. We've got 5 more after this one, 4 more after this one. I don't know how many, but still a few more races. Let's get to our starting lineup for this one, though. Take it away, Lefty.
All right, we're going to do a split start in this group. Our Tourings and STUs will be out in the front, but our SMXs will get the second start. Let's start with them on the 6th row in SMX in the 11th spot, Brian Heitman. On the 5th row on the outside, it's going to be Will Lucas lined up alongside Justin Mason. On the 4th row, it's going to be Camden Gruber alongside Ethan Jacobs. Row 3, Ilio Meza on the outside and Corbin Collins on the inside. Row number 2 is going to be Cam Eben and Jack Murchison. Row number 1, yesterday's pole sitter, Justin Adakanis. And on the inside of the pole for SMX, he did this morning, Camden Hibbett. That flying lap is going to lead the SMX group. But before them, our lead pack on row number 5 in a T2 Pontiac Solstice, Kun Sheng Yi. Row number 4 on the outside is STU Alan Orbit in the Neon alongside the Supra. Hopefully we'll see him out there. Peter Federland out of STU. Don't know that I see him on the grid yet. On row number 3 on the outside out of T3, Camden Jones in a Miata. He'll be lined up alongside Michael Pettiford. Seeing a lot of him today. He'll be in the yellow Solstice out of T3. T2 on the outside of row 2, Scott Sewell in a Cayman alongside STU's Patrick Lipsinick. Hopefully he's got the Subaru fixed if he made the grid. I don't know that he did. But row number 1, it's on the outside in a Mustang out of STU, David Fiorelli. And on the inside, our pole sitter. And wow, was he fast yesterday. Let's see if he can repeat. The BMW M2 out of T2 of Charlie Peter.
I do not see the Subaru. Did we get Dahlonega right today?
I didn't try.
Oh, okay. Will Lucas from Dahlonega, Georgia.
I'll wait till 5G screws that up next week. But Charlie Peter was really fast yesterday in that BMW. Yes. He just disappeared, lapped almost the entire field. There are a few less cars out there today with some attrition, but I suspect he could be just as fast today. We'll see if Fiorelli and STU can at least stick with him. But yes, you got the other T2 car, be Scott Sewell in the Cayman. You can see him there with the red with the black hood. See if he can keep Charlie Peter honest early on. But the SMX race, I think, is going to be a fantastic race. We've got a lot of speed back there. That could be fun to watch.
All right, here comes our first group coming through. They are lined up perfectly at the moment. 2 by 2, 6 rows here, or 3 rows, I should say, 4 rows. They're going to come out here onto the front straight. I'm pretty certain our starter will be really happy with what he sees here. Green flag is in the air. This race is underway. First of 27 laps here. Already got to a bit of a single file order here as they come through the first time. Oh, that was really close to side by side, but it looked like they kept it clean there.
Yeah, it looked like the STU Mustang of Fiorelli went ahead and let Sewell go on by in the Caymans, and the T2s could battle in front of him. And then behind them, the 2 T3s, Pettiford in that Solstice, Camden Jones and that Miata, they're having that side by side. But now we've got our Spec MX ready to start. Look how tight that pack is.
That's right, 3 wide in the 3rd or 4th row there as they come down towards the line side by side up front. This should be a character builder moment as they come through turn 1. Let's see who's got it.
Oh boy.
Oh, wow, there's a lot of argy-bargy going on there. No issues to the best I can tell. Everybody kept it pointing in the proper direction. Still side by side going into turn 2. Side by side through 3. 3 wide on the grass in the 3rd row. I can't hold my breath any longer, Lefty. Oh, there's a car finally going wide.
Yeah, the battle for 4th right there got a little bit feisty, but I think they're starting to sort this out, or it just turned into the battle for 6th now, I think.
Wow, lots of action going on the opening lap of this race. Now they're somewhat single file. Still side by side there.
We'll see what timing and scoring says about who the lead is, but I thought the Camden Hibbett might be in the one that's out in front. Look at them, still side by side, back for 6th and 7th.
I came to an SMX-5 race and a rallycross race broke out.
Cars are built pretty rough and pretty tough. These are pretty sturdy chassis. They can handle all sorts of bouncing. They can also apparently do a whole lot of side-by-side racing as we continue back there. Looking at the top 4, and then you get the battle for 5th still side-by-side.
We have had side-by-side action in every corner of this first lap.
All right, so Camden Hibbett is the lead of the Spec MXs. Justin Atacanis, you're sitting in second. He was your winner yesterday. Elio Meza, Jack Murchison, and that is a whole lot of dirt. And there's cars coming out of it, but I can't tell which ones.
Now there's a pass for the lead. That is Atacanis trying to get around Hibbert, and it looks like he has.
Great move there, getting the draft out, breaking him, taking that line into one. Good move there for Justin.
Now we should keep in mind this class is required to use the same set of tires starting Saturday morning all the way through Sunday afternoon. So whoever managed their tires best throughout the weekend is going to have an advantage here when we get to the end. Oh, a big 4 off there towards the back. That is the, I want to say, 24 car of Camden Gruber, I believe.
Yeah, I think it is. He's in that Planet Miata entry, and now he's side by side, which is probably Ethan Jacobs, maybe?
Wow, the action is absolutely fast and furious. I actually hear cheering downstairs below us.
They're still side by side, coming out of 9 up towards 10. Gruber is not yielding at all.
Wow.
I don't know if that's, I'm not sure who that is, if it's Jacobs or even Justin Mason that maybe he's alongside.
Just so you know that we're not ignoring action up front, the gap between first, second, and third up front is 5 seconds, 5 seconds, and 5 seconds. So it's Charlie Peters, Scott Sewell, and David Fiorelli up front. That is your gap there. So we're not really missing anything up front by following this battle here. We will get back to them here in a few minutes. A long race ahead, so we'll have plenty of time to show all the classes here.
So yeah, that red fronted car there that was alongside of Camden Gruber was Justin Mason, as Ethan Jacobs had slipped by earlier on the previous lap. So Ethan Jacobs now up to 7th, but at the front, I think it's Atacanis, but then it might be somewhere either Hibbett or Meza. I'm not sure who is in second. Murchison Collins somewhere in that mix as well. There's been a lot of movement, almost corner to corner.
The only question now is, has Camden Gruber showed enough steely resolve for a Hans Gruber reference here at this point?
Are we doing a Die Hard?
We might be. Yeah, Die Harder forever at the moment. There we go. Right up front, Atacanis, Hibbett, Meza, Murchison, Collins, Eben. That's your top 6 in Spec MX-5.
And the Solstice there, kind of yielding a little bit. I think that's Kun Cheng Yi from that T2 car. But yeah, the Solstice did a good job getting out of the way of this group, but it looks like Atacanis able to open up just a couple extra car lengths now on the Meza, Ibbett, and Murchison behind.
Just a little bit of a lead might be enough, and those 5 cars behind them, they're just going to have to go in line to try to stay caught up.
And the birds don't care. They're going to go out there and still continue to forage.
Yeah, they're looking for dinner. Well, if they're not careful, they're going to get Miata for dinner.
Well, that might have just been a pass for 4th.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, which would be Corbin Collins and Jack Murchison, I think.
Right.
Again, it's hard to spot those, but there was definitely a move down the inside of 2.
All right, so since this is kind of settled down just a bit, let's try to pick up our leaders here if we can. Give them a little bit of love. Charlie Peter in the T2 car, that's the BMW M2.
He's the easy one to find. He's the one all by himself doing lightning laps around this place.
I got a chance to stop by and look at that car last night. It is absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm not a BMW fan per se, but that car is well prepared and well put together.
And then there's Scott Sewell in the Porsche Cayman, also in T2. He's about 13 seconds back. He's got a couple seconds ahead of the STU leader, David Fiorelli, in that black Mustang. In the Michael Pettiford, your T3 leader, just ahead of his rival, Camden Jones. Pettiford in the Solstice, Camden in the Mazda.
Yeah, our top 5 cars overall, Charlie Peters, Scott Sewell, David Fiorelli, Michael Pettiford, Camden Jones. Still about a 25-second gap back to the SMX field.
Boy. Yeah, as a couple of SMXs are going to the outside of Alan Orban in the STU Neon, who's trying to do a little bit of yielding to try and stay offline, but that is quite a pack that just went on through, and they're swapping positions in front of him. 3 wide, looks like a tail sliding coming out of 2.
Well, and he's in an unenvious spot because he's got to still stay on the racetrack while he's trying to stay out of the way, so.
The track is only so wide.
Right. You can be as respectful as possible, but at some point in time, you know, you've paid for that real estate also. But all things considered, he's done a really good job of letting the faster cars through.
According to timing and scoring, last time across the stripe, Atacanas continued to lead. Elio Meza was up second, Camden Hibbett to third. I think that's maybe how the order they're in right now. And there's a couple of extra car lengths then to the group behind them. Murchison.
Holy drift, Batman.
Yeah, they are chucking these things around.
Yeah, coming off that bump at 8 is really an adventure.
Starting to settle down, at least top 4.
Yeah, settle down. I got to go look at my heart rate right now. Is bumping here.
Yeah, Cam Eben, Ethan Jones, Corbin Collins, Cam McGruber, I think, are kind of lined up a little bit further back. But that front 4, Atacanas, Meza, Ibbett, and Murchison, all just each about 3 car lengths between them.
We've had some bigger fields here in SMX through the Super Tour this year, but this is maybe one of the more talented groups of 10 or 12 drivers that we've had put together here.
Yeah, I would say pretty much all of them capable of winning this race if they have the, you know, if the tires in the right condition and they've got the right track position, they could do this. Atacanas, of course, has been the most successful so far the weekend, having had gotten the win yesterday. But we've seen that pace. Camden Hibbett in the qualifying this morning was really fast. And look at Meza here; he seems to be nearly on Atacanas' pace.
And even with all that side-by-side action in the opening 3 or 4 laps, it was fairly clean. I don't remember seeing a whole lot of actual side-by-side contact. They all basically kept their foot in it. It was really something to watch.
Yeah, not much real anything door-to-door between them. Lots of contact with dirts. They were definitely playing in the dirt as kids are known to do.
It was chaos, but controlled chaos, I believe. At least that's what it ended up. It may have not been controlled chaos, but because no one hit anybody, we can call it controlled chaos.
Yeah. Now there's a little battle opening up for third as the second place runner, Elio Meza, gets a lot of dirt at the exit of 1. Camden Hibbett and Jack Murchison, 3rd and 4th. They are basically bump drafting. You can see them there, the big green trim hood there on the front of the Hibbett car, Murchison right behind. I think they're trying to work together to stay with Meza and then all the way to Atacanas, but Atacanas just has got some great pace right now.
Patrick Lipsinick in the chat. Unfortunately, we'd rather have him in the Subaru on the racetrack, but he said the car's broke. Hopefully he can get that put back together and come out and join us again soon.
The car was spectacularly fast before it broke yesterday. When he got into that race, all of a sudden he was lightning through the field, and then the field went on by as the car gave up the ghost. But hopefully Patrick gets it ready for the next weekend.
Well, there is an old adage in motorsports: the cars are the fastest just before they break loose.
Yes.
So that may have been the case here. So Patrick, get that thing put back together and come back out with us. 20 laps to go. Let's do a call to grid here. Stand by. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid. Group 4 cars. This time it's time for Group 4. FA, FC, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. Group 4 cars to the grid for your race.
Call it the grid. If you think it's yours, it probably is.
Exactly. 20 to go here. Taking a look at our leaders of this race. Not a lot of action up front as far as class battles, or really no one's really close in the top 5 here, but we'll talk about him here for a second. Charlie Peter is your leader in the BMW. He is in the 66 car. Second place in T2 is Scott Sewell. Wait for a second to get the gap back to him. We'll talk about that in a second. David Fiorelli. The gap between first and second T2 is 25 seconds, almost 26. Third place car is STU David Fiorelli. He is in the Mustang. Then your 2 cars in T3 are Michael Pettiford and Camden Jones. That is the Pontiac Solstice of Pettiford, and Camden Jones in the T3 Mazda. That is a, what is that, 6 second gap between the 2 T3 cars. So no real close battles there. That's why we keep watching this Spec MX-5 race at the moment.
Yeah, and they're not disappointing at all. The leader, obviously, Adacanis, is having a great race, but behind him, it's starting to develop a little bit. Meza, we thought maybe was pulling away from Hibbett and Murchison. That has reversed, as now it looks like Murchison is caught up to Meza, and now Hibbett may be falling into the clutches of Cam Eben behind, but then you got Ethan Jacobs and Corbin Collins also, so you got that whole foursome all sort of bunched up back there. If anything, maybe it's 2x2s as they continue to run in that top six, but there's still some battles to happen, but it's not for the lead, as right now Justin Adacanis is the class of this field this weekend.
Richard Sontag in the chat is rooting for Justin Mason in 515 Motorsports. Thomas Garlington in the chat cheering for Justin from UNC Charlotte. I'm not sure if that's Adacanis or Justin Mason. Thomas, let us know which Justin you're talking about there. But a lot of folks tuning in for this Spec MX-5 battle.
It's all the Justins.
All the Justins. They both went to UNC for all I know.
We're going to cover them both just in case.
That's true. That's true.
My favorite Justin of all.
Exactly. My favorite Justin is whichever Justin I'm talking about now. How's that? 18
for Justin.
That's right. Justice for Justin.
Just in case.
Let's see here.
At least
Caitlin
someone's a
Peter.
Charlie Peter fan, at least.
I was going to say, it's Caitlin Peter. So Caitlin Peter better be a Charlie Peter fan, because if she's rooting for a Justin, they're going to have some problems at home.
Charlie's having a pretty good run here again, just like yesterday. He's already probably around a 30-second gap, maybe 35 by the time this lap is over, the way things are going. Charlie is fast today. Brian Stasinski, just in time. That's the other important Justin.
There you go. There you go.
Glad to see all the dads and their dad jokes are making their way to the chat.
Of course. Of course. All right, so Justin Adacanis is a UNC Charlotte 49er. That's what we just found out. So,
nice.
Being a Packers fan, I can't say go 49ers in good conscience, but we'll say go UNC Charlotte in this particular case. Let's run through the field right now. In E2, we've got Charlie Peter in first, followed by Scott Sewell, and Kunsheng Ye is in third. In T3, Michael Pettiford and Camden Jones. In STU, we've got David Fiorelli and Alan Orban. And then we're right back up to Spec MX-5. Justin Adacanis with a 2-second lead, 2.6-second lead over Jack Murchison. Then you've got Elio Mesa, Camden Hibbett, Cam Eben, Corbin Collins, Ethan Jacobs. Camden Gruber is in 8th. Justin Mason in 9th. Will Lucas in 10th. Brian Heitman is in 11th.
We're going to keep an eye on the T3 battle. Camden Jones has been chipping away at Michael Pettiford. They're still about 3 seconds apart, but it is closing last couple of laps every time by almost 0.8 the last time by.
And that T3 battle looks like it's about to be caught up by the Spec MX-5 field. So there's the first, that's the 2 cars in T3 right there. And then the Spec MX-5 field is bearing down on them. So they're going to all try to get through there as easy as possible and hopefully not take too much of an effort out of the T3 battle. So we'll keep and watch this here.
I don't know if that's our T3 battle. That might be
okay.
Kunsheng Yi and the other Solstice that's in the field. Pettiford's is the bright yellow one.
Okay.
And then in front of that car is the SMX leader, of course, that's Adacanis, and then the overall race leader, Charlie Peter, is putting laps on the field. You can see him popping out right there in that BMW, where, you know, if you blink, you miss it.
Yeah, that car backed out really, really respectfully to let the entire SMX-5 field basically drive by. The only one here that might get caught out is that Planet Miata Spec MX-5 car, which I believe is Camden Gruber.
Well, looking at lap times, Michael Pettiford may have responded doing a 25.8 last time around.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody might have gotten on the radio and said, "Hey, Mike, Camden Jones is coming for you." Michael said, "Got it."
Yeah. Use that skiddy pedal. Okay, I'll do that.
Yeah. And there's Michael Pettiford in that yellow Solstice, and then there right behind is the white with the black trim, Camden Jones and D Miata. And that is a fight. That is the T3 lead right there.
Yeah. Let's stay with this for a lap or two. 15 laps to go here The other thing is they're close enough where Pettiford can look in the rearview mirror and kind of make that decision on his own too.
That might have been what triggered Pettiford to respond. If it wasn't a radio call, it was a mirror check to say, wait, that's not a Spec MX-5. That looks a little more like Camden.
And it's getting bigger every lap.
Yeah.
And right now, Camden Group which is the T3 Camden?
Camden Jones?
Camden Jones just needs to keep his head down and do basically one qualifying lap after another, and then hope that Pettiford has an issue or starts to slow down or loses some tires maybe. Lots of laps left in this race, Lefty.
Yeah, well, Pettiford, as I was talking about, the battle was getting close. Pettiford was running consistent mid to high 27s, 27.5, 27.9. In the last 2 laps, Pettiford 25.8, 25.8. That's a response right there. Whereas Camden Jones has essentially been consistent, running 26 point somethings the last 7-8 laps. So he was closing in, but Pettiford kind of went, oh, wait, we got to fix this problem here. We'll see if he's got the tire left under him to continue that trend as he ducks underneath the knee on the STU car Ballon Orbit.
We are at halfway here in the SMX race. Our leader is Justin Atacanis, Ilio Mesa second, Jack Murchison third, Cam Eben is in fourth, Ethan Jacobs fifth, Camden Hibbett is sixth. Let's do a call to grid and take our break here, and then we'll come back and go, hopefully green, all the way to the finish line. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 4 cars to the grid, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. Group 4 cars to the grid. And now we'll take our break. Are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you. Or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoff Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Did you know that SCCA members save $20 on every Track Night in America they sign up for? That's right. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack, now hosting 150 events at more than 30 tracks across the country, is the easiest and most affordable way to get you and your friends on track in your street cars all season long. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more and get yourself on track.
Welcome back to Hallett Motor Racing Circuit in the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Okay, it's time to call out the associate producers, folks. There are 253 of you watching, and only 82 have smashed the like button. That means at least 150 of you need to go smash the like button right now, and if you haven't subscribed, do so. All right, there's my pitch for the day. 11 laps to go. Lefty, what did we miss while we were in break?
We've had a couple of movements, spots here in SMX. While Anacondas continues to do what he's doing out front, Cam even a lap or so ago was able to take over the second spot, but behind him it's getting a little bit feisty. Elio Meza, who had been second for a while, now has dropped to fourth. Jack Murchison has taken over that third spot. Ethan Jacobs, Camden Hibbett are not far behind either. So 3, 4, 5, and 6 all sort of running together and kicking dirt as they continue to do at the exit of 1. One thing that hasn't changed is Charlie Peter continuing to motor around this place, really clicking one after another, 21s or 22-second laps, so no one else is doing anything faster than about a 25. Charlie is on another level right now.
This has been battle on right from the green flag. The first 3 laps, when we're done, go back and watch the first 3 laps if you weren't here with the start. It was absolutely cray-cray. But it is now a little bit more settled down, but that battle for second place still strong here. And they're still close enough where they could get themselves a little organized and catch up with Justin Anacondas, who is having a pretty easy drive of it right now. There's a pass for second place again.
That's actually the battle for third. The second place runner
okay.
can't even. It's got to put some daylight. But now the battle for 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all running together. And that's Ethan Jacobs, Jack Murchison, Ilya Meza, Camden Hibbett. Meza, again, had been running second so strong for so long, and he's the one that's lost a lot of position. I think he's the one with the green front on his car. If I have that right, I could have it wrong. Maybe that's Hibbett's car.
Yep.
We'll see what they are across the timing stripe here.
So this time by a 4.2 seconds lead for Anacondas, and then Eben's got a 2.5-second lead over Ethan Jacobs. So that was Jacobs making the move into third.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if Meza, after all that running in second, trying to keep up with Anacondas, may have run his tires off the car. He's gone from second to sixth in about the last 4 laps. He really can't do anything in front of him despite all the fighting. And there's the fighting. That's a path for the 5th spot there. I think that was, might have been Murchison and Hibbett maybe for the 4th spot even.
Yeah, that might have been a bit of a love tap there as they came through there. That one car made a bit of a unusual move there. It would suggest that they might have had a little bit of encroachment. Now they're past now.
That's a dive right into there, and I think that might have been Hibbett who already got around Murchison. Now might be Hibbett maybe trying to get inside of Jacobs for third. Oh, it is getting spicy.
Jacobs a 2-time winner out here, so he knows how to drive these cars. He is not going to make it easy for anyone to get around him. Peeking back up front as we continue to watch this SMX group, T2 leader Charlie Peter, he has got a lead over Scott Sewell in T2. That lead has been stretched out now to waiting for Sewell to cross line. I'll get you the exact number. 3rd place is David Fiorelli, the STU leader. In 4th place, you've got Michael Pettiford, and then 5th place is Camden Jones.
Got one of the MX-5s. They've gone off there going into 10. That's a catch a number on that one. Will Lucas, it looks like 134 car from town I cannot pronounce out of Georgia.
That would be Dahlonega. And I was waiting for Scott Sewell to come across the line. Charlie Peter has opened up a 53.9 second lead, almost 54 seconds over the 2nd place car in T2. What a great drive for Charlie Peter.
Yeah, the only people on the track that he has not lapped yet are David Fiorelli and Scott Sewell, the T2 competitor there and the leader in STU in that Mustang.
Yeah, that BMW has been hooked up all weekend.
And he's got his sights right now on Michael Pettiford.
Right.
I guess technically Pettiford's the only other car on the lead lap, but that's about to change. And there it changed as Pettiford now goes a lap down. Still in a battle, of course, with Camden Jones, about 4 seconds behind him. Jones had run a couple of good laps again. Pettiford seems to have a bit more of the yo-yo going on with his lap times, and that's changing that lead a little bit, but still it's Pettiford of the Yellow Solstice about 4 seconds up on Camden Jones in that white Mazda.
Yeah, Pettiford's had a very, very good run today. And with 8 laps to go, a lot of these cars are kind of in cruise mode in the moment. That's not the case in Spec MX-5.
No, the only one that even can think about it might be Justin Adaconis, and even he now he's just thinking about getting himself a snack at the end of this race, maybe.
Yeah, he's the one who's in the best spot, no question.
And Cam Even, you can see. So the first car through there, that was Justin. Cam Even is this black one, the second one, and then you got the battle of 3 and 4, and that's Ethan Jacobs, Camden Hibbett. And I'm wondering if that's Ilio Meza that just slowed drastically, as he's been slowing lap after lap, and I'm thinking that car...
Yeah, he's pulling off. That's the 27 car of Ilio Meza. You're absolutely right, Larry.
Yeah, there was something weird, the way his pace fell off, and he kept giving up spots, and now it looks like the car is done for the day.
Yeah. That's unfortunate, because he was really strong in the middle section of this race. Putting on a really nice show, yeah.
As the rest of the pack now continues to come around and continues to fight. So what that means with Meza out of this, it puts now Jack Murchison down to 7th, Camden Gruber up to 6th, Corbin Collins 5th, Camden Hibbett 4th in the battle with Ethan Jacobs for 3rd. We'll see if there's any changes there as Hibbett and Jacobs continue to battle.
So these 3 cars, where are they? There they are. That is your battle for 3rd place.
Remember, Camden Hibbett, based on his strength of his lap this morning, was your pole sitter in SMX. Show you how strong this whole field is. The pole sitter right now in the battle for 3rd. It's just everybody's so tight in this field, but Adaconis is managing this race in the front. He's just been so fast.
That is the best battle right now for podium position in Spec MX-5. Very, very equally matched cars, very equally matched driver talent here.
Well, this one on camera now, I think that's the Corbin Collins, Camden Gruber, and Jack Richardson battle, 5th, 6th, and 7th going on right there. And that's the closest battle probably out there, as well as the 3-4 battle of Jacobs and Hibbett. Yeah, there's the Jacobs Hibbett first. Then you got that neon STU. And then you got this 3-way battle for this 5th, 6th, 7th.
Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group of cars to the grid, Group 4 cars. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, FE2, FX, P1, and P2. Group 4 cars to the grid.
Battle continuing here. This again is the 5th, 6th, and 7th. Corbin Collins, Camden Gruber, and Jack Murchison in Spec MX. Oh, there's a rear bumper cover coming off the lead car there. Corbin Collins in that group of 3. It's the right rear, looks a little flappy. We get a shot as he comes down the straightaway here towards turn 10. But alongside him, he's going to have I think that's Camden Gruber.
Yep.
Yeah, look at that.
Oh yeah, you can see it really good there on the right side of that silver car that was up front. Now it's going to be, well, actually held on to stay up front.
He did. Later on the brakes, holds that position.
Well, he had some extra braking power from the parachute coming off the back right side of that car.
The air brakes deployed.
Exactly. Here he comes. He's actually opened up a little bit of a, 3-car length lead there? 2-car length lead?
Yep, a couple of them there. As Murchison and Gruber are battling behind them. Gruber, I think, falls down a spot.
Well, while I should not suggest that bump drafting is something that ever happens in this class, the idea that that rear bumper cover might be askew wouldn't exactly surprise me.
Yep, I might want to try rivets to hold that on the next time. I don't know.
Exactly.
We'll see. But it hasn't gone anywhere yet. It's still a great battle going on.
No. Atacanis now has a 4.1 second lead as we stretch into the final 4 laps of this race over Cam Eben. And he now has a 2 second lead over Ethan Jacobs. So Ethan Jacobs and Camden Hibbett still fairly close to each other. No, actually 6 seconds back to Camden Hibbett. Things are starting to spread out just a little bit here. Guys are still driving really, really hard.
Yes, they are. Every spot matters. Yes, we've got that Mustang STU going by, and now we get to go on board. I believe this is with Corbin Collins, who's in the middle of that battle, and we get the camera out the back as well.
Yeah, the rear camera might be the more fun camera to watch here, with those 2 cars pressuring him here.
But also we get a chance to see what we talked about earlier today, some of the lack of reference points around this track. Everything's up a hill or down a hill. Really get a chance to see that and how bouncy it is around here. Oh, I want to watch the line in front, but I also want to watch that green hood coming in behind him of Murchison.
Exactly. Now, we can stick with him for a little bit here. Here they come around. This is going to be coming up towards turn 10, 11 here. That's the entrance to pit lane on the left. Now he's got the left-hander onto the front straight here. You can see here speed going onto the front straight, 51 miles per hour. Be interesting to see where he's at when he gets to the braking zone in turn 2. Got about a 2-car length lead behind him, up above 100 miles per hour here before he hits the brakes, and then he comes down a couple of gears to make the left-hander here through 2. That's the big rut that we've seen them hit bunches and bunches of times all day long. Up over the top of the hill now, down with the run towards turn 3, or turn 2, I should say. Hard on the binders. This might be the slowest corner on the racetrack at 35 miles per hour. Really important to get a good exit out of here, because you got to motor up this big hill. It is big when you're in a car out there. Very blind corner. You're going the turn-ins on faith here.
Oh, this looks like an absolute blast.
This is way too much fun.
It's so busy, but he's working so hard to hold off Murchison for that 5th spot. Camden Gruber in the 7th spot now. The number 24 car's faded just a little bit. He's now about a 1.5 seconds behind this battle. In the rear, you can kind of see a little bit of a fade of that last Spec MX-5. So it looks like it's kind of a 2-car battle now as they go through turn 9 for Corbin Collins, who we're on board with, and Jack Murchison trying to chase him down.
All right, we're going to go back to track action here and try to pick up our leader, Charlie Peter, as he starts to begin his final lap of the race here. He's working his second to last lap. Next time by, the white flag will be in the air. There is that battle we've just been watching as come through. This should be him right there, I believe.
It is, yep, and he's right behind the SU leader, David Fiorelli, who's almost going to go a lap down here as the white flag comes out.
There you go. So Fiorelli's going to get 2 more laps here. Well, no, not necessarily. He'll probably end up...
He'll get one.
Get 1 lap, because I'm pretty certain that Peter will get around him here.
He just did. It looks like going into 1. Yeah, there's the BMW. And Scott Sewell, the second place car, actually is just in front of. There you can see that Cayman just in front of Peter. Peter is about 15 car lengths of lapping the entire
field. Yep. Oh. Just an absolutely stellar run for Charlie Peter. Actually, 2 stellar runs for Charlie Peter. This will be back-to-back wins, unless something tragic or at least cataclysmic car-wise happens.
Still got to get it done, but wow,
that's right.
What a dominating display here in T2 for Charlie Peter in that M2.
Coast. And if I'm Sewell, I almost want him to pass me because I want this thing to be over.
Yeah. run one less lap if you can do it, or maybe
That's right.
maybe you're just enjoying your
Yeah.
Sunday here in Oklahoma and want to do one more round of 1.8 miles.
Yeah, he's going to stay in front. If he doesn't let him by here, he's going to have to do one more full lap here.
He's going to get his extra lap.
He's going to get his extra lap. There is a checkered flag out for Charlie Peter.
And your STU winner, David Fiorelli, in the Mustang. And let's see
right.
where our T3 battle is, and then our SMX leaders. There goes Justin Adaconis in the lead, and I think third and fourth, Jacobs and Hibbett are starting to catch even for second.
Just a little bit. That green car, that white green car that just went out of our view, here he is right there. There is Justin Adaconis. That is your SMX race leader. Then there is your second place car coming through. That is Cam Eben, followed by Ethan Jacobs and Camden Hibbett. Ooh, he's going to want to keep it on the racetrack here. Those positions are not completely safe until the checkered flag comes out. That is second, third, and fourth coming through our screen right now. One final time. There is fourth, fifth, and sixth. There is your race leader, Justin Adaconis, around turn 11 for the final time. Here he comes across the line. That is Justin Adaconis with the win. Coming across the line in second place is going to be Cam Eben, followed by Ethan Jacobs and Camden Hibbett. Here comes fourth, fifth, and sixth.
Yeah, it looks like Corbin
Hibbett,
Collins lost that spot.
Yep.
Yeah, Murchison's going to take the fifth there, but what a win for Justin Adaconis and Spec MX. Dominant both days. Great job there, but Charlie Peters, kind of the story of this whole group here. Dominating, lapping almost the entire field there in T2.
Absolutely. Let's run through it real quick. Charlie Peters, your race winner, and your T2 race winner. T2 second place will be Scott Sewell. STU race winner is going to be David Fiorelli. Michael Petterford will win T3. Camden Jones third in T3. Now Spec MX-5. Justin Adaconis is your winner. The podium, Cam Eben, Ethan Jacobs. Then from there we go to 4th through 10th, Camden Hibbett, Jack Murchison, Corbin Collins, Camden Gruber, Justin Mason, Will Lucas, and Brian Heitman in 10th. And then Elio Mesa, he's the one who had to slow down and pull out with, but I believe he definitely got enough laps in to be considered a finisher. He will finish 11th. That's going to do it for race number 3. Race group 4 is next. Stay with us, everybody. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, part support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
We're back. Race number 4 is next. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula X, FE2, Prototype 1, Prototype 2. Pace lap is underway. Let's take a look at our starting grid. Take it away, Lefty.
All right, Wings and Things. We've got a variety of classes here. 21 drivers could make the grid if they all make it. Let's start on row 11 with the FA of Hans Peter. We didn't see him yesterday. Hopefully he'll get out there today. Row 10, it's going to be an FX on the outside in the Formula Mazda. Michael Lauer lined up alongside an FC and a Van Diemen on the inside there. That should be right. Hey, there it is. Robert Henson on row number 9 on the outside at FX. Shannon Edwards on the inside. It's going to be FA of Paul Crabtree. Row number 8. It's going to be our P2 entry. Jack Donnellan lined up alongside a Formula Mazda and FX of Mark McGahee. On row number 7, it's going to be FC's out in a Van Diemen, Eric Presby, alongside FX Formula Mazda, Brad Yake. On row 6, FE2 now on the outside. And that's going to be, the name right here, Jonathan Weisheidt on the inside, and Garrett Vilvan and an FX Formula Mazda. On row number 5, it's another FE2 on the outside, Roy Hillenberg, alongside an FA and a Swift, Scott Pouch. On row number 4, it's another FE2, all lined up on that side of the grid here. Justin Upchurch, he'll be lined up alongside another one of our FXs in Formula Mazda, Brock Evans. On row number 3, Whitney Strickland takes his FE2 on the outside alongside another FE2 car, Kenny Russo. And we get to row 2, where it's all FAs. Jared Voorhees on the outside might be actually an FE2 there for Jared Voorhees. And on the inside, it's Paul Rivera's in the fastest of the FAs, one of the Pro Mazdas. And on row number 1, it's going to be Bill Johnson, hopefully on the outside of the FC car. And on the inside, it's our pole sitter and yesterday's race winner and an FE2, Darrell Wills.
Another 27-lap race ahead of us. Big field of Wings and Things here. Great to see. Only one prototype, that's okay. Darrell Willis put on a great race yesterday. He would love to repeat that.
Yeah, he kind of waited a lap or two, took the lead, kind of walked away a little bit yesterday. Darrell, very, very fast in that FE2 car. We'll see who makes today's race.
Is the field there? Might mention our pace car driver, I believe this weekend, is SCCA Hall of Famer and multiple national champion Kent Prather. Here they come down for what should be the green flag. Look at that. That's a perfectly lined up 3 wide in the 3rd row. I hope that works in the end here. Look at all those cars going in. Big lock up there. Oh, couple cars taken out there. 2 taken out at least. Another one may have left on the inside. I think it's just 2 as they get down. Now the question is there any damage? Can those cars continue? At least one of them looks like it might be able to. That car is back on the racetrack, looking like most of the wheels are pointing in the right direction. There's at least one, though, that hasn't come back on the track yet.
Yeah, the Formula C was one of those. That's a Formula Mazda down in the corner. I'm not sure which one that is.
And that front right wheel might be a little askew. He's trying to pull backwards to kind of be out of the way. It looks like he's decided he's done, but that's not. Oh, well.
He's still moving. We think it might be the 53 of McGahee, but wait.
Let's see what happens with that, how far he gets. He might go right to pit lane, but here we go up front. I believe that is Darrell Wills, your first car, that blue one with Bill Johnson right next to him. We will get the whole rundown here. Ooh, possible move. That might be Paul Rivera's.
I think that is Rivera's.
Atlanta car in second. We'll know in a second here. Across the line the first time. Your leader is Darrell Wills. It is Paul Rivera's in second, but not by much. Then there's your 3rd and 4th place cars of Kenny Russo and Jarrett Voorhees. Followed by Whitney Strickland, Brock Evans, Bill Johnson, Justin Upchurch, Scott Fouch, and Jonathan Weisheidt. That's the line first time through, but there's an attempted move, but no. Any contact? Not sure, but it was awful close.
The fight is on. 2 different cars, but both powered by Mazdas. Rivera's in the Pro Mazda, the older Pro Mazdas, classified now in FA, and they're going to be coming up on that car that was off in turn 1. We think that's McGahee. He's going to have to slip out of the way here and let Wills and Rivera's through.
Yeah, that car definitely has a front wing on the right side is at the very least damaged, but it is slow and not good. But he's doing a nice job. Hopefully all these cars can get around him and not have too many issues. It's very obvious that this car is underpaced, so he'll let them all by and try to limp to pit lane here. And there is Wills and Riveras through again with Russo, Voorhees, and Strickland right behind him. Willis and Riveras starting to pull away just a little bit from, now it's Jared Voorhees in second place. Kenny Russo is dropped to fourth. So it's Wills, Riveras, Voorhees, Russo, Strickland at the moment.
Yeah, good move there for Voorhees in his Pro Mazda to slip up in a second, but we may have a pass for the lead coming as it looks like Riveras is challenging.
Oh, look at how loose Riveras got trying to put the power down coming out of 3.
Was able to hold on to it for the moment, but Riveras is looking racy here, like he wants to duck inside somewhere. Defensive lines for Wills. And then I call the FE2s behind there, Kenny Russo, Whitney Strickland in the similarly matched cars. Then you got Brock Evans, I think, in a Coleman Mazda, that white one, right behind the back of, I think that's Strickland in the red FE2.
With all of that battling up front, all that battling up front, Jared Voorhees is starting to kind of close the gap in on the leaders here. That would be 2 Atlantics trying to hunt down a FE2 car.
Yeah, well, again, a run off in the final corner for Riveras. He didn't quite get enough to stick it to the inside of 1 on Wills the last time, but he may have it this time. I think there's more downforce the FE2 than on the FA.
There might be more downforce, but the FE2 being a lighter car definitely can brake much deeper into turn 1, and that's part of the advantage there. That Formula Atlantic's got the speed, but it's probably got another 200 or 300 pounds of weight on it. And there, as you can see, up the hill, the power really helps going up the hill. And there's a pass for the lead. Riveras around Wills. Let's see how long it sticks, though. And if it does stick, Will's going to have to keep his eyes out for Voorhees, who would like to get back behind his class competitor to keep that as a potential battle for the lead here in FA.
Yeah, a couple of different cars there for sure. Is obviously what Riveras is driving isn't your typical traditional Toyota power plant Swift or anything like that. It is one of those Pro Mazdas, and I think it may be similar for Voorhees. If Voorhees is in something that's also not your traditional Atlantic, but everything's kind of in the catch-all of FA these days.
Right.
Wills being the only one in something that's very specific, the FE2, just like Kenny Russo, just like Whitney Strickland back there, 4th and 5th. Yes, there they are.
Right, and of course, Kenny Russo is really hoping that Jared Voorhees gets around Darrell Wills, because he would love to catch up and make it a battle for the lead in FE2 as well.
He would definitely like that. Wills, though, maybe just needs to get into his groove, get his tires warmed up, and we might see him start to pick up that pace. We've seen him in qualifying yesterday run down around a 13.0. We even saw, I think, in the race yesterday, if I got this right, Wills a 14.1. Well, so far today, he's only been managing a 15.7. So Wills, I think there's still some time in the bank that he's just got to pick up that pace and get the tires warmed up a little bit. These FE2 tires are not exactly fast on. They take a little bit.
Jared Voorhees continuing to press Darrell Wills here as we get into 23 laps to go. But Riveras is starting to pull away just a little bit at the line this time by, I'm going to guess, about 2 seconds. 2.4 is the actual number. Riveras to Wills, and then just about 0.6 of a second back from Wills to Voorhees.
Riveras laid down a 13.6, way quicker than he ran in yesterday's race. He looks like, and he had some issues later in that race as well. No such issues today. He's got the pace going right now from the lead.
No such issues at this point, but still 22 laps to go, which if you're the leader is an eternity.
Yes, in Formula Car racing, it definitely is. A battle going on here, though. Looks like Brock Evans in the white Formula Mazda on the back of Whitney Strickland. As those two now come into turn 6, they are going to have speed in different places. That Formula Mazda actually has decent straight line speed. A little heavier, but once it gets going, it's got a pretty good power plant back there with that rotary.
And that Formula Mazda's got to be a 25-year-old race car, too.
Well, and most of those are older than the drivers that drive them these days.
Absolutely the case. Absolutely the case.
But they're so durable. They built them so
Right.
strong back in the 80s, and there's still quite a few of them around. And obviously here at Hallett, there's a whole lot of them this weekend.
Yeah, and you can still find them relatively inexpensive.
Yeah.
Does look like Strickland's pulled out just a little bit of a gap now. Let's take a look at our battles in Formula Atlantic. It's Rivera's Voorhees and Scott Fouch, who's a ways back in 3rd place. In Formula Continental, you got Bill Johnson, Robert Henson, and Eric Presby. The gap between 1st and 2nd, 29 seconds between Johnson and Henson. FE2, Darrell Wills up front. Kenny Russo's 6 seconds back and would really love the opportunity to catch up there, and is hoping for that battle for Formula Atlantic to work its way around, so that might be able to happen. Whitney Strickland is in 3rd in FE2. FX, Brock Evans is your leader right now, but he's got a 23-second lead over Brad Yates in the 124 car. And then we've got Garrett Vilvin in 3rd. And finally in P2, our one lone P2 car, Jack Donnellan.
Yeah, I think Strickland and Evans have now kind of put their battle aside and taken it now to Russo there for the 4th spot. So that yellow FE2 car now under pressure from the red Whitney Strickland and then the white of Brock Evans in the front of the Mazda. There they are going through turn 2 with, I think that's Bill Johnson right behind them in his FC. Yeah, so Russo a little slower than he had been the last time by.
A nice little race, though, going on. That little 3-car battle. Up front, Rivera stretched his lead to 3.5 seconds over Darrell Wills. Garrett Voorhees still right there, trying to find a way to get past. He is about 2 seconds back from Wills at this point, too. So there is Rivera's that just went by. Here is Wills. No, yeah. Rivera's, Wills, and then Voorhees. There we go.
And I was going to say Wills looked like he was putting down personal best, and he did, but then so did Paul Rivera's, who just set fastest lap of the race at 13.5, and then subsequently went quickest Sector 1 with highest trap speed at 118.2 miles an hour. Rivera's has definitely got the pace going here in this race.
Right, they both put down personal best, but their personal bests were about a second difference from each other.
Yeah. All right, so we've got another battle going on. Those are a couple of FX cars, a couple of those Formula Mazdas. Brad Yates, Garrett Vilvin. Now, Vilvin, we've talked about him a couple times so far in the last 2 days. He's had some, we'll call it adventures in that, I don't know what car, it's like more of a gray and purple, I think, that he's in that number 13, Brad Yates in the number 124. But pace is there. They're having a really good race. The race for second is Brock Evans as part of that Whitney Strickland, Kenny Russo battle going on up a little further ahead. But these two, Yates and Vilvin, duking it out pretty good here, trying to keep up with Roy Hillenberg in the FE2 car up in front of them, but they've also got Jack Donnellan in that P2 behind them. So quite a variety here, but those two Formula Mazdas stand out as their own little battle.
Yeah, we usually talk about you in one of two times. If you're running up front or having an adventure, one is much better to be talked about. Today, just keeping it straight, doing a good job here at the moment. 18 laps to go in this race. Let's do a call to grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock. paddock attends the paddock. E production, F production, H production, GT lights, B spec, STL, T4, Group 5 to the grid. Group 5 cars to the grid for your race. All the production cars, GT lights, B spec, STL, T4. Your race is next. Head to the grid. Here we go. This is, I believe, this is the Voorhees. No, this is the Russo-Strickland-Evans battle that we were just looking at.
A little gap now forming between the Russo-Strickland and the FE2s. Currently running 4th, 5th in the race to the Brock Evans, Bill Johnson now. There's the white Formula Mazda of Brock Evans, Bill Johnson, that red Van Diemen behind him at a FC. So now these two battles have sort of split into two different groups here as they start a new lap.
Kind of watching these 4 cars here, because up front, Paul Rivera's putting on a clinic, now stretching his lead to 7.4 seconds, and then the gap between Willis and Voorhees is now another 6 seconds. So these, the four cars here, 2 little battles, definitely the most fun to watch at the moment on the racetrack.
Yeah, Rivera's, just as a note, has done the fastest lap of the race, 12.7. Fastest lap of the weekend by anybody in this entire session group. So that's Rivera's really getting it on here, moving pretty well. But this is a good little battle as we look here in at Kenny Russo, Whitney Strickland, 2nd and 3rd, and FE2. Definitely starting to heat up between the yellow and the red FE2s there.
That might be the fastest lap of the weekend of any car at this racetrack.
I think it is.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's moving.
I love these cars. My favorite race group out here.
Yeah, a big fan of the things with wings and things without wings. Anything where you can see the tires and basically a driver and 4 tires, I'm all about it.
What's interesting with Rivera's, Lefty, is that when he's setting a fast lap, he's not doing it by a 1/10 or 2/10. He's lopping off a second a lap each time when he goes faster. So,
Wills is starting to get there now into the 13s, but knowing Rivera's is already running 12s,
right?
That's moving really quick for Rivera's. That might have just been him going through the shot there. Yeah, I think that's him putting the lap down on a few cars behind him. That's Wills there in the 2nd place spot. That's the gap between them.
And that is not insignificant.
No.
And without an issue, I think it's probably insurmountable. Somebody can put a big wheel off there. This is not a class that you typically see a lot of wheels going off. These cars really like pavement.
Yeah, you see a lot of that in the spec unibody cars, the Spec Miatas, the SMXs, even some of the T cars, and occasionally even some of the GTs, but not as much. Here in the open wheel stuff, you start to bend things. You start to bend control arms, and bend tie rods, or if they've got wings, you tend to break end plates or clip wings in those dirt. You don't really like to drag tires off too often. It can damage things quickly.
Right. Yeah, there are definitely cars that love pavement.
Yeah, that and the ground clearance on a Formula car is typically measured in millimeters or fractions of an inch, and those are runs forming at the outside of 6 or the exit of 1, or I think are a little deeper than an inch these days.
Yeah. Probably the Formula car with the most clearance is a Formula V, and I had an off in one of those once that I felt for about a month. And I did not hit anything with the front or the rear of the car, let's just say that. It was a heck of a bump. Note to self, don't do that again there.
Yeah, pavement good, dirt not.
Yes, absolutely. Rivera's, Wills, Voorhees, your top 3 right now. Then you've got Russo, Strickland, Evans, Johnson, Fouch, Upchurch, and Weisheit. That's your top 10. From there, we've got Roy Hillenberg, Brad Yank, Garrett Vilvin, Jack Donnellan, and Paul Crabtree. That is 10 through 15. And rounding out the rest of the field at the moment is Robert Henson, Eric Presby, Michael Lauer, and Mark McGahee. Except that Mark McGahee didn't. He might have gone out for the first lap, but he did not complete. Oh, that might have been that car that got into the little incident here in the first lap. So I think it was Lauer and McGahee who came together. Lauer's 2 laps down. and McGahee has never really completed that first race lap. So that's where they stand when we come up to the halfway point. Let me do another call to grid, and then we'll take our break. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Race group number 5 to the grid. Production cars, GT Lights, B-Spec, STL, and T4. Group 5 cars to the grid. Let's take our break. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solar Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco's trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
It's the 2024 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, the premier amateur road racing series bringing together top SCCA road racers from around the country. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest tracks in North America, showcasing each of our 28 car classes. From production to GT cars, prototype to formula cars, the Hoosier SCCA Super Tour packs a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event.
We are back at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, round number 12, race number 4, or 5, or whatever we're at now. I'm losing control. I think I like it. Race number 4. Having a good time here, folks.
Yes, yes, we are.
Lefty's here in this weekend for Greg Ginsburg, who's off playing at Stomach Point Raceway, doing his thing. So, Jordan Worth has been our producer this weekend, our director this weekend. Our producer this weekend has been the one and the only Brendan Kazmarek, our fearless leader. Without those guys, none of this happens. Without those guys, you and me are just doing radio, Larry.
We're just talking to ourselves.
That's right.
Somebody's got to get those businesses out there to the world.
Yeah. Speaking of the guy talking to himself, that's got to be Paul Riveras.
Yeah.
He is now, when we can have a whole intro before the second place car comes across the line, 16 seconds the gap between Riveras and Darrell Wills. He is just driving away as we get to 10 laps to go.
Yeah, he's having a pretty good run out there at this point. Happy to not see anybody in his mirrors or anybody around him, just at some cars as he approaches them. But the battles behind have kind of continued to heat up a little bit. Kenny Russo, Whitney Strickland for the second and third in FE2 are still having a really good fight there between the yellow and the red one. Further down earlier, we were talking about Garrett Vilvin battling with Brad Yake. Well, Vilvin had some issues there. He's dropped down a little bit. Yake now still still running alongside or close to Hillenberg and a few others, but there you can see the white Mazda. I think that was Yake that followed back, or perhaps that was Brock Evans, who may have fallen behind Bill Johnson now. So it looks like Wills is second, Jarrett Voorhees third overall, Kenny Russo, Whitney Strickland fourth, fifth, and then Bill Johnson, Brock Evans sixth, seventh.
You know, I was talking about Rivera's lead over Wills, but really that's an unimportant gap. The real important gap is the gaps between Rivera's and Voorhees, which is even bigger. And Wills, who is the leader in FE2 with a pretty ginormous gap over Kenny Russo as well. So when I said it the last time, I'm like, well, that really makes it sound like Wills is having a bad race, when just the absolute opposite. He's having a fantastic race. So I wanted to clear that up.
Yeah, that's for sure. He shouldn't be keeping up with Rivera's. And right now, Rivera's, by the way, is setting purples in sectors 1 and 3. So let's see what his lap time is. But yes, Wills is actually having a very good race right now. In fact, he can kind of do a little bit of cruise control as he's got about 16 seconds on Kenny Russo, Whitney Strickland, currently second and third in his class. Those two are having a nice little fun race, just a couple tenths, a couple of car lengths separating those two drivers.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Wills is only 20 seconds behind that Formula One car, that's pretty spectacular in and of itself. So,
and Rivera's did set a fastest lap of the race. Didn't do all 3 sectors and trap in the same lap, but he did do 2 sectors and the trap speed 112.344.
Yeah,
the time there for Paul Rivera's.
Goodness, wow.
Oh, we've got something spicing up here through 9. I think it's a lapped car moving aside there in the yellow Florida Mazda, letting. I think that's Kenny Russo, Whitney Strickland coming through in the yellow and red Formula FE2s. And then Bill Johnson in the red Formula Continental there behind them. As my own personal assistant has joined me in the nature of a 17-pound Boston Terrier who just wanted some attention, but that's okay. She likes race cars too.
Yes, you have your in-house associate producer.
Just need to get her to go get me a cup of coffee.
Oh, that'd be hardcore. Rivera's, Wills, Voorhees, Russo, Strickland. That's your top 5. 2 Formula Atlanta cars, 3 FE2 cars.
Oh boy!
Oh, that's a big moment.
I think I know who that is. I think that's Bill Johnson, if I got that right. In the FC, the Van Diemen.
That is a big off.
Yes, it is. He's trying to get back on. I think he may have finally done it.
Well, I wonder if something broke, but it looks like he's kind of getting back up to speed.
He's getting there. He's still shaking a lot of dirt, though. I think coming out of the radiator inlets and things. There's a lot of dust coming off of that car still.
Yep, that was car number 14. That was Robert Henson, actually, I believe. Oh, no, 4-2.
Yeah, Johnson. Remember, Johnson finished second in yesterday afternoon's race and started this race on the front row. I mean, he's got speed, but I think he may have gotten caught up a little bit too close to the back of the FE2s and might have lost some aero in the front end and just sent him a little wide coming through the corner. That leaves our 2 FE2 entries of Russo and Strickland now to have their own battle. Just a couple lap cars around them, but otherwise the 2 of them by themselves.
Take a look at all of the different classes real quick here. FA is Rivera's, Voorhees, Fouch, your top 3 there. FC, Johnson, Presby, Henson, your top 3 there. FE2, Wills, Russo, and Strickland is your top 3. FX is Evans, Yake, and Bilvin. And then your only car in P2 is Jack Donnellan. That's how they look at this moment. Let's do a call to grid for our next race. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Group 5, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Lights, B Spec, STL, and Touring 4. Group 5 cars to the grid. We've got many of the usual suspects back in the chat this morning. I saw Nicole Cooper earlier, and Jeremy, Glenn Reich is here, Adam DeLong, Brian Straczynski, and Erwin. I had mentioned earlier, we haven't seen Erwin this weekend. He joined us for a brief moment, a hot second. He is in where? Netherlands? He is from the Netherlands. Joins us regularly on the Super Tour.
Very cool.
There you go. Thank
With
you.
this battle going on here in FE2 between Russo and Strickland, I haven't seen Strickland try to actually challenge Russo at all. He seems more content just to stay behind him for a while, but with 5 laps to go, if he wants that spot, he's going to have to start really challenging and pushing Russo onto different lines to tuck underneath somewhere.
Yeah, this could be one of those classic, I know where I want to make the move, and I know when I want to make the move, and I'm just going to wait for it to happen.
Maybe.
He's proved that he can stick right there with him, so...
Yeah. Yeah, no, they have not been separated by more than about 3 car lengths.
Yep.
The entire 22 laps so far.
You know, and conventional wisdom is that the second place car is always, often, not using tires up as much, kind of conserving, gets a little bit of, we don't really worry about fuel consumption here, but you get a little bit of that advantage. Just a little bit easier to run in second place, which means the front guy is pushing a little harder every lap. Sometimes that works.
See if he's got a move in him here to get past Kenny on these last couple of laps. He's not quite close enough to do much now, but I'm also wondering now if Kenny's starting to feel like there may be a move coming and he may just start to respond. Their last time around, their laps were in the mid-15s. They've been down into the 14s so far today for each of them. But if they start clipping personal bests, which Whitney Strickland just did in Sector 1, maybe that's a sign that the pressure's heating up and we might be seeing moves coming.
Well, we've got 3 to go, 4 to go for these cars. And both Russo and Strickland come from Texas, so my suspicion is they've been here before.
Very likely.
And they've probably raced together, so they're probably pretty good at knowing each other's moves as well.
For any sort of language and any kind of move that would make it indicate that Strickland's about to set something up, he's staying a little closer, I would say, on this lap than he had been.
Right. But I haven't seen him, you know, kind of duck a nose out just to kind of show him that he's there, or to take a look at where he might get a little bit of an advantage. It's just been really content to sit there right behind that muffler, or at least tailpipe. I suspect they might have mufflers on these cars.
They might, although the Mazda in them isn't the loudest engine in the world.
That is true. That is true.
They're not the rotaries.
They're not the rotaries.
Pro Mazdas in the form of the Mazdas that are elsewhere on track.
Yeah.
Those uncorked rotaries have a very distinct noise.
Yes. Yes. I have a hard time hearing the ding on the elevator, and I think it's the same pitch as a Mazda rotary, and that is why. Up front still, Riveras, Wills, Voorhees. Bill Johnson, still your lead car in FC, despite that very adventurous off-road excursion. Dean Farabach is here in the chat, sorry.
As the FX groups kind of split themselves out a little bit. We saw Brock Evans earlier challenging the FE2s. There's Brock there, kind of faded back a little bit from there, but still leading in the FX, driving one of the former Mazdas. The others are Brad Yake, Garrett Vilvin, and Michael Lauer. Currently a couple laps down. I don't know if Michael Lauer is still out there. Look at this.
Little bit of traffic, but they shouldn't have too much problem dispatching that car on the main straight there. And they didn't.
Able to get around on that. Might have been Vilvin that they just got by. That's good.
Right.
But I'm wondering if that was a good opportunity there for a pass.
Now they're coming up on that prototype 2 car.
continuing as the shadow behind Russo so far.
Depending on where the leader is, they might get the white flag next time by, but it looked like they had cycled ahead where the leader might be just behind him. This might be 3 to go. No, white flag is in the air, so we will definitely have about a lap and a half to go for that battle. Paul Riveras, on the other hand, he is just driving it home nice and easy. Darrell Wills, pretty much the same thing for the lead in FE2, but here is the battle for second place in FE2.
They're going to come up on that very large P2 car, which probably puts a big hole in the air. And if you're Kenny Russo, you're thinking, I could use some of that draft.
Yep. All right, we're on the final lap for this battle for the second spot on the podium in FE2. Who is going to take it? Will it be Russo or will it be Strickland? Will the P2 car get out of the way and just let him by? He doesn't have to, but that would be the courteous thing to do.
Actually, he might. Actually, I think he is a lap down from them, so he should see blue flag, and he is going to let them go down the inside of 2.
Ooh, well, that was really tight there. I think it didn't really hold up Strickland too much, but Strickland's going to have to catch up quick here. I think he just got pinched enough where that may be an issue for Strickland. But it looks like Strickland's been able to catch up. Let's see if he can put himself in a position on the final few corners to make a move. He's not quite close enough right now. I think there was just enough traffic there, just enough of an issue getting around the P2 car where I don't know if Strickland tries to stick a nose in, but I don't think he was close enough there.
No, but I wonder if that just caught Russo a little bit off guard, but no, Russo able to continue his line on exit. And again,
Strickland looks inside again.
Might be too little too late there for Strickland.
Oh, yeah. He tried to put the brakes on and realized he'd basically overcooked the corner and went wide. Made it a little easier for Russo than probably he wanted to. Kenny Russo with the second place finish. Whitney Strickland was second. Paul Riveras took the win, of course, in Formula Atlantic and overall. Jared Voorhees finishes second in Formula Atlantic. Brock Evans took the checkered flag to win in FX. Your third place car in Formula Atlantic was Scott Fauch. Your FC race winner, Bill Johnson. Second place in Formula X FX, Brad Yake. And then Garrett Vilvin, third place in Formula X. So good run for Vilvin there. Let's see, second place in FC was Eric Presby. And Robert Hansen, 10 laps down. Yep, he will be considered a finisher. He will be your third place car in Formula Continental. That is going to do it for Group 4. We'll be back with Group 5 in just a few minutes. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
We're not supposed to be out here. Outside expectations. Built for the outdoors. With the capability to climb this high, we're not supposed to be out here. Which is exactly why we are. The off-road ready Mazda CX-50. We're looking for outsiders.
We are back here for the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, Group 5, E and F and H production, GTL, B-Spec, STL, T4. Let's get our starting lineup from lefty.
All right, so this big giant group of 42 cars are registered for it. We'll see how many of them make the actual grid here, but let's go through first the B-Specs. They'll get their own starts. In row 5, by himself in the Honda Fit, it's going to be Chuck Davis. In row 4 on the inside, or the outside, should be Gary Phillips. And the inside in the Yaris should be Joe Gersh. On row 3 on the outside in a Honda, it's going to be Ken Carter. On the inside, another Honda, Andrew Jansen. On row 2, it's going to be the Yaris of John Phillips on the outside, and Joe McLugan in a Mazda 2 on the inside. And the front row B-Spec all Mazdas, Stephanie Anderson on the outside, and your Mazda B-Spec pole sitter, Chris Taylor in his Mazda 2. The rest of our field will start ahead of them, in fact, and let's go through the top 10 rows in that group. On the outside is going to be our GTL lead car there. That's Roy Lopshire in the Tercel. He'll be lined up alongside F Productions' Perry Simons in a Miata. In row 9, it's going to be a T4 car, Ethan Barker on the outside in a Mazda, and it's going to be the F production of Wade McBride on the inside. On row 8, it'll be Jesse Prather, the fastest of the H-Prod cars, in his Mazda 2, lined up alongside STL's in a Miata, Corbin Collins. On row 7, it's John Collins in a BMW out of E production, and Eric Prill, hopefully with the transmission working, in a T4 car there for him in a Mazda. On row 6, it's going to be the Solstice out of T4, Garrett Mays, and on the inside, Mark Cephalo in another T4 Mazda Miata. All right, 5 rows here. On the 5th row, Camden Jones in E-Production in that Miata. On the inside, STL and another Mazda, Jay Ganton. Row 4, on the outside, F Production, the second quickest F Production car, make that third quickest, it's Ken Kennard, and lined up alongside Steven Simons in another Mazda on the inside of F Production. Row 3, Ben Jacobs on the outside in E-Production, and another E-Production, Brian Heitman on the inside in yet another Mazda. Row 2, it's the fastest STL car, William Knight in a Mazda, alongside the 328 BMW of Bill Miller out of E-Production. And our front row, this morning he was fast. He's the fastest F Production car. There it is, the little dull soul of Cliff Ira. And then the blazing fast BMW Z3 out of E-Production, your pole sitter, Tyler Ladd.
This is our biggest race group of the weekend, almost 40 cars. Well, it could be 42. 42 are registered, but I don't think we had 40 here yesterday. So we'll see how many actually go out today, but it would be fantastic if it was 42. If it is 42, it's 3 short of the max on this track. So that's pretty darn cool.
Definitely
Cars
be a
starting
big
to
field.
try to catch up to get to those groups of 2x2, really strung out on the back here. Starting to come together. First 5, 6, 7, 8 rows look really nice. Here they come towards the checker, towards the green flag, and it is in the air, and we are racing here. 5th race of the day. Our production cars. There's a bird getting out of the way. Here they come into turn 1 side by side for about 6 rows from about 5th back. They all try to get through turn 1. So far, so good. Here comes some of the slower cars of the production cars up front.
It looks like the 328 BMW Bill Miller, the other E-Prod car, jumping up into the 2nd overall spot to chase down Tyler in that Z3 BMW. Also EP out in front. So Cliff Ira willing to run his own race. Let the 2 EP guys get out if they want. But it's a huge field as that crowd there behind. Still too wide in a lot of these spots.
We should have our B-Spec cars getting down towards probably turn 3 or 4 at the moment, as they have gotten the green flag here to get their race started as well. 12 B-Spec cars here today. I checked with my B-Spec spies, one of the bigger B-Spec fields, the biggest B-Spec field since New Orleans. And there it is, Chris Taylor out front. He absolutely loves Hallett. Won yesterday. This is one of, I think he'd probably consider this his home track. They're out of Texas. They come up here with a bunch of cars. And he absolutely loves Hallett, so certainly looks like it right now.
Yeah, he's already got about 15 car lengths on the rest of the field there behind, which should contain, in some order, Stephanie Anderson, Joe McLugan, John Phillips.
So I think the black car is McLugan. Anderson would be the third place car there.
Yeah.
And then Whatever car made the smoke, I think that's the one in the back. The dust, I should
wonder.
say.
Yeah, well, let's wait and see what they are when they come across the stripe.
I were a betting man.
We'll kind of get an eye on this. There's lots of spinning going on there in the beast back at the back. Some car may have an issue.
Oh,
and speaking of spins.
Oh, that might be the Eric Prill car.
Well, the transmission found reverse, so for him, I guess temporarily that's a good thing. Consider where he was at this time yesterday.
Yeah.
And now he's going to find himself at the back of that entire field. Yes, I believe that was Peter Zeckert going on by in that GTL Datsun.
Yeah, we'll know more on that as they come across the line. They'll be coming across for the second time here. This is the production class and your STL cars and your T4 cars. That was the whole first group.
All right, so back we're here with the beast back. I was wondering where John Phillips went because he should have started this thing on the second row. We think Phillips might have been that spinning beast back that was in the back of the pack. I'm not sure if he's continued or not.
All right, here comes the pack across the line for lap number 2. Tyler Ladd still up front with Bill Miller and Cliff Ira right behind him.
Got a car off there in 1 or in 10. What is it? Is that the 325 of John Collins? I think it might be. E-Prod car, maybe carrying damage. He might have been the one who was in contact down there in turn 2 when we saw Prill spun around. A lot of activity when you've got 40 cars on the track. I guess these things happen. Or 37 at least as timing calls it.
We just got the word for the Eric Prill car was the one that we saw spin earlier. That happened with a bit of suggestion from the car behind him. So there was some contact there. I believe it was a 26 car, and then I think it was also the 26 car that pulled off or drove off on the exit of 11 and then came back on.
I think you're right. That 26 car is the BMW 325 IS production John Collins. That car may be limping, a little bit of damage to the front end, possibly from the contact with T4 car of Eric Prill, but everybody seems to have resumed, so we're back underway. Green everywhere and fast everywhere, and the fast continues at the front with Tyler Ladd setting quickest sectors and everything in his Z3 BMW at E-Prod. Bill Miller doing what he can to chase him down, and then your FP leader Cliff Ira out there doing his speedy things like he always does.
All right, so at the line, Eric Prill was about 25 seconds back from Mark Cefalo after that spin. So we'll keep an eye on him as he tries to come back up through the field here. He was able to get going pretty quickly, still at the back of the pack. So we'll see how that works out for him. Looking at the B-Spec field already, Chris Taylor with a 5.3 second lead over Joe McLugan. There he is there in the green and yellow car. McLugan right here in the black and yellow car. And that's Kent Carter, who has now moved into third place. He's gotten around Stephanie Anderson. So Kent Carter will cross the line in third place here, but he is still going to be a ways back as he tries to get back into the discussion for a possible race win here. Carter there he is, the orange and black car getting around that Datsun, I think it's a Datsun B210 that he just went around there, and then Stephanie Anderson.
Yeah, I think that's the 510 of Paul Evans
510.
there, actually.
Yep. There you go.
That Paul Evans, who was trying to run a Panos in GT2 earlier and had a thermal incident yesterday. He's back out here in his H-Prod Datsun.
Yes. All right, Stephanie Anderson has gotten around there. Actually, I think Stephanie Anderson's fall back to 5th now. I think Andrew Jansen and Gary Phillips may have gotten around her there as well. We'll know more when they come across the line here. There's McLugan. There's Kent Carter. Kent Carter ran up front most of yesterday, then fell back. I don't believe he ended up on the podium, but he's certainly trying to do that today.
Dirt kicking up there, coming out of 6 again.
It's funny, you see that big, huge dirt, and it ends up being nothing. And then at times you just did a tiny bit of dirt, and the car goes off 60 feet off the track. Sometimes there's just no rhyme or reason. Tyler Ladd has opened up a 5-second lead over the second place car in E-Production of Bill Miller. 2 BMWs, one's a Z3, one's a 328i. Then you've got your Cliff Ira in your F production lead is in 3rd place. Your STL race leader is William Knight. He is in 4th place. Then another couple of E-Production cars in 5th and 6th, Brian Heitman and Ben Jacobs. Followed by the 2nd place car in F production, Stephen Simons. Then you've got your 2nd place car in STL, Jake Anton. Followed by Ken Kennard and Camden Jones. That's the top 10 right now.
Yesterday's GTL winner, by Lopshire and that Tercel, does not appear to have taken the green today. Not sure if he had an issue or needed to get on the road, but Roy not out there. So Peter Zeckert, the only GTL car still running. He's in the old Datsun B210, that little yellow or orange one we see once in a while.
All right, after that spin on the first lap, Eric Pearls moved past 2 of the other T4 cars. He's into 4th place now. Sometimes when you're not happy, you drive a little bit harder.
He's got a ways to go now. He's about 13 seconds down from Ethan Barker. But we'll see if Pearl can get up to there or if Ethan can hang on to that podium. Long ways to go here. 22 laps left.
Yep. Now it's nose down, drive fast. And Joe McLugan's taking a little bit of time out of Chris Taylor. Now that gap's only 3.7 seconds. Let's check it where they are at the line. Now it's 2.9 seconds. So McLugan is catching very slowly, but there's a lot of time left in this race. He is catching Chris Taylor at the moment. Now, I know this is the cliche of motorsports, but catching Chris Taylor is one thing, passing Chris Taylor is another.
I've heard that before, and it applies almost every time.
I don't claim to have made that up, but it works in a lot of situations. There's that little MG midget.
That's Jack Schultz, who had the issues, was it, I forget, it was this morning or the afternoon, where the car had stalled at pit entry, and they had to clear him out. Well, appears the car's running fine now.
Yep. And I believe there's the leader right there. That is Tyler Ladd.
Yep.
In the BMW, making his way through those B-Spec cars. Nice and clean, no issues there. Another really pretty race car.
Bill Miller keeping him honest, keeping Tyler Ladd honest here. Those two leading overall and leading the E-Prod. About 3.5 seconds between them. There's the open top Z3, and then right in the back of this train, there's the 328. Well, Bill Miller.
.21 laps to go here. Tyler Ladd, Bill Miller, Cliff Ira, Brian Heitman, and William Knight. That's your top 5 on the track.
It's about to get intense here. This traffic coming around.
Look at all of this.
Look at this.
Woo!
Dare you to call who's in the lead in any one of those battles.
Looks like my commute home in LA.
One of those, I think, is Ken Kennard. There's a lockup from Kennard going into 1. Trying to stay on the inside of the B-Spec car.
Yeah, Ken Kennard in that Acura, your reigning F production national champion, has had issues. It looks like from a mechanical standpoint they've been sorted, but now he is mired in this multi-class schmozzle here.
And remember, his fight is with Cliff Ira, who we talked all about this morning when Cliff laid down that lap that just sort of stunned us, and now he's doing it well here as well in the race. Kennard would love to catch up to Cliff and get there with his rival. Those guys, obviously Ken won last year. I think Cliff might have been up there on the podium as well. These guys are national contenders, and right now the advantage going to Ira, and Kennard just stuck in this pack.
It's this little bit of a blue flagger's dream here. If you're a corner worker, you'll love this kind of action. And if you want to be a corner worker, go to SCCA.com, find your local region. We would love to have you come out and volunteer at any of our races anywhere in the country. Wow, look at that.
Yep. Couple B-Specs lined up.
Keep an eye on the B-Specs, folks. When they're making their turns, you can take a look at that right at the rear wheel. Sometimes you're going to see a little bit of daylight. They like to lift that wheel.
especially
Even
these
with
long, sustained, off-camber corners. Oh yeah, like turn 9, I'm sure
absolutely
you'll see there.
really prominent here.
Oh, that's a
there's
big
car.
slide, and there's a waving yellow for that one. He might still be
Hopefully
off.
They didn't come back onto the racetrack. So they're still waving. Now they're standing yellow, so.
If you want to hold that yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, with the wind we've got today, the standing yellow can look a lot like a waving yellow.
Yeah, volunteer. Maybe you could be holding the blue or the yellow in one of these cases. Oh, and that's the 75. That's Jack Schultz. We talked about it earlier. That car looks like 7 laps, and it's going to call it a day right there at the entry to 4. Kennard, who was running second in F-Prod, we're trying to find him. He may have pulled off somewhere. Oh, there he is.
Oh no, there he is.
He's still in this thing.
Oh, but now he's coming into the pits.
Yeah.
That might have been the car that went off. Okay.
So for Kennard, maybe the things he found last night wasn't all of them. So glad to see he's got the car going. Unfortunately, it's going to call it quits here with about 8 laps done out of our 27 scheduled. Which that promotes then Steven Simons in F-Prod up to second spot in that class. And eventually, I think timing will show Wade McBride will probably step it, and there he goes up into the 3rd spot so far in this field.
So unlike yesterday when Chris Taylor kind of drove away in that B-Spec class, he's only been able to make up a 4-second lead over Joe McLugan. Tough to make that gap, but it's not as big as yesterday. I think a lot of traffic early has had a lot to do with that.
McLugan's been able to benefit by the battle behind him of Kent Carter and Andrew Jansen, who continue to fight it out, and they've fallen back a little bit. They're having their own good fight, but McLugan now doing what he can to try and keep the hamsters well fed here for the next 18 laps, try and make a run at Chris Taylor.
Yeah, that battle for 3rd place in B-Spec may be one of the better battles on the racetrack right now.
Oh, the camera shot there. There is Chris Taylor in that green and yellow.
And there's
Mazda
McLugan.
2. There's McLugan, yep, in his Mazda. And then about 10, 12 seconds back, we'll find the Honda battle of Kent Carter and Andrew Jansen. Here they come, side by side.
And Jansen looks like he's about to make a move.
I think they're the 2 in line. That might have been another car they're going around, I think, in front of it. I think that might have been...
Oh, yeah.
Was that Prather's H-Prod car?
Yeah, I think that was Prather's H-Prod car, which looks a lot like a B-Spec car.
It does. The B-Spec car with like twice the horsepower.
Twice the horsepower, it's really sticky tires.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so now there's a Mazda between those 2 B-Spec cars. Yep, so there's Prather. The Mazda's gotten around the 2 B-Specs. Now these next 2 cars, that orange and black car, that is the Kent Carter car with Andrew Jansen right behind him. So that's a Mazda, 2 Honda Fits. Go Honda Fits, yay. That's my solo car, folks. That's why I'm the Honda Fit guy here.
It's a good little battle there, but now the advantage is Carter's able to pull away here through turns 4 and 5.
Now, and I believe all of these cars are prepped by Chris Taylor down out of the Houston, Texas area.
Okay.
So
the Mazdas as well as those.
As well, yeah. I know Kent Carter's car is. I'm pretty certain that Joe McLugan's Mazda 2 is as well.
Okay.
But I think the top 4 cars, the top 3 definitely, and I'm not quite sure if Andrew Jansen is renting a car this weekend because he comes out of Hawley, Minnesota. That's a long tow down here.
It is definitely a long tow.
So. Looking back up front, Tyler Ladd now a 14-second lead over Ben Miller in the BMW 328i. Both BMWs. Your F production car, Cliff Ira, is your 3rd place overall, 1st in F production. William Knight hanging in there with that STL car in 4th place. Then you've got Ben Jacobs, your third place car in E production. Steven Simon is now your second place car in F production. Camden Jones is your fourth place car in E production. Jake Anton is your second place car in STL. Mark Cephalo, your T4 leader. I know Nicole was in the chat here. Everyone in the chat's talking about the crazy traffic in this race group.
Yes.
In T4, it's Mark Cephalo, Garrett Mays, and Ethan Barker. Eric Pearl's made his way to fourth place, but he's got a long way to go to get on the podium here.
Not totally out of reach for him, as he's about 14 seconds behind Ethan Barker, but he's going a second a lap faster, and there's 15 laps to go. So
yeah,
it's possible we could see. It depends how much tires underneath both of those Mazdas, but Pearl definitely familiar with running Mazdas around this track.
Yes.
This one's prepped a little differently than his production car was.
Yep. Well, he's already made it more laps than yesterday, so lost a transmission on that car yesterday. Worked all afternoon to get it replaced. Also the vice president of road racing for SCCA, so
he's seen a race or two.
He's seen a race or two, yeah. Usually he's here helping run the show. Not this weekend though. Here for fun. Go back and look at B-Spec to see if there's any change there. Yeah. Joe McClugan not able to make up much ground. It's basically been 3.8 seconds for the last several laps. So,
but the battle now for fifth is starting to heat up a little bit. Stephanie Anderson's caught back up to Gary Phillips and Joe Gersh.
Okay.
So those three, I think, are now coming around through turn 2, if I got that right, and having a good little battle between all three of them as they were coming around 1 a few seconds ago. They'll be coming up here through 5 any second. That's our 2 Honda Fits.
Yeah, there's third and fourth.
And then the battle, right there it is.
There it is. And right in front of him is Mark Webber, SCCA Hall of Famer. 63 plus starts at the runoffs over a 50-year career. Pretty impressive there. There is your B-Spec 5th, 6th, and 7th, I believe. Yep, 5th, 6th, and 7th right there. Let's do this. Let's do a call to grid and take our break, and then hopefully we'll follow all of this action right to the checkered flag. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 6 cars to the grid. Group 6 cars. Spec Racer Ford 3. Spec Racer Ford 3 cars to the grid. We'll take our break. When we come back, more of this production and B-Spec race. We'll do that next. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everyone.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoff Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trial Nationals, and National Tour and Track Night in America. Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit BravoTrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA offers plenty to feed your motorsports obsession. Ask someone trackside about how to get involved or visit SCCA.com for more information. We're back at Hallett. Lots to talk about here. Just heard from the flag net that the number 12 car just got pushed off trying to make a move around the number 60 car, the 12 car, Eric Prill. He's going to have a lifetime of stories in one race here. A bit of an adventure as he tries to get back up to a podium position. That happened about a lap and a half ago. Also, in the chat, the Daily Racer, who I don't know who that is, but Stephanie Anderson has a tendency to come alive late in the big time late in the race. Ask me how I know. I bet you that's someone she's driven right around at some point in time.
Yeah, well, there she is, right there behind.
Yep.
I believe that's the second place H-Prod car, Ralph Lindo, that she's trailing right there as Ralph and the H-Prod car going on by. But Stephanie now chasing down. I think that's Joe Gersh then in the Honda. That should be, is that Honda or is that Gary Phillips? No, that's the Yaris, I think, of Joe Gersh right in front of her.
Up front, Tyler Ladd having an easy Sunday stroll through the hills of eastern Oklahoma. 17-second lead over the second-place car, Bill Miller. Cliff Ira is your leader in F production. He is a good bit ahead of Steven Simons. Then you've got your STL leader, William Knight. He's been just quietly having a good race there, not bothering anybody, keeping out of everybody's way. Ben Jacobs, your third-place car in E-Production, is in fifth place. Looking at T4, Mark Cephalo is your T4 race leader. Nicole is in the chat. He's been here all weekend as well. Garrett Mays is here in second place. Ethan Barker is in third at the moment.
Dirt coming out of 9.
Wow, there's just so much traffic everywhere you look. It's like a beehive of production cars.
Or a beehive of Spec B.
Well, there you go. That is true. Good point.
And one F-Prod car, Cliff Ira going around them.
Cliff Ira with that Honda Del Sol. That's another very fast race car.
Daily Racer has identified himself in the chat.
Uh-oh, who was it?
Blair
oh, it's Blair
Bear.
Diffenbaugh, of course. Yep. He lit a fire under me in a big way at Road Atlanta last year, in the cold and the rain. We drove to the podium together. Yep. Many of these classes, as we've talked about this weekend, are like a big family. Biska's one of them as well. Most of them like each other. Now look at me starting to light the flames here.
I'm not going to name names of who is only tolerated versus actually liked. But
I could name them, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to.
They're a good bunch.
Yes, absolutely. Tyler Ladd, Bill Miller, Cliff Ira, William Knight, Ben Jacobs. That's your top 5 right now. In B-Spec, your top 5 is Chris Taylor, Joe McClugan, Kent Carter, Andrew Jasson, Joseph Gurch, trying to be in the top 5, Stephanie Anderson.
Can we get a camera on Chris Taylor and Joe McClugan? Because it was almost 4 seconds. It's down to 1 second now between them. Yeah, there's McClugan now just behind that red Miata, the production car, but just about a second back from Chris Taylor. Chris Taylor, first one coming down here into turn 2. I don't know if
that's become a thing.
Yes, I think it might be Mark Webber's car between them,
yep,
but
it is.
Webber's going to go to the inside of Taylor. McClugan isn't far back.
No, McClugan is definitely either making up some space or maybe the tires are starting to go off on the Chris Taylor car.
Taylor turned a 36 on his last time compared to a 34.5 with McClugan, so that's a big chunk of that time.
It could also be just he hit traffic wrong. Let me look at the lap charts here.
Yeah.
Yeah, that 36 was a 1-lap moment. He's been hitting 33s and 34s for most of the time, so maybe he just caught traffic at the wrong time there. That's good news, though, for Joe McLugan. That's brought him back into the discussion, definitely.
Sure has, and you can see them now coming in at 9 together. And I tell you, that Chris Taylor car, a little squirrely under braking coming in there, much smoother for McLugan.
Now McLugan is less than a half a second back, definitely.
For sure. With 9 to go, this is just starting to get good.
Yeah, this is game on, folks.
We thought the battle behind them in the 2 Honda Fits of Carter and Jansen was the best B-Spec battle, but no, McLugan said, I can do this. I'm there.
It is just, with all of these cars and all of these classes, so hard to keep track of the individual class battles. Thank you for the production, for our associate producer, for keeping us honest here. Chris Taylor now making his way around. I'm trying to figure out which of the B-Spec cars that is, but anyway, both of them, both Taylor and McLugan made their way around that car just fine. And I think right behind him is Eric Prill in the 12 car. He's still trying to catch the 3rd place car in T4. After that second incident, that's going to make it really difficult here with 8 laps to go, but he'll keep trying.
That's the Bill Miller running 2nd overall in this field. He's going to catch all 3 of them, Prill as well as the 2 leaders in B-Spec.
8 laps to go here. Let's do a call to the grid here for our next group. Stand by for that. Attention to the paddock, Group 6 to the grid. Spec Racer Ford 3 to the grid. Group 6 cars to the grid. Now you see Prill has gotten his way around McLugan. Now next he wants to get his way around Chris Taylor.
Looking at that last shot we had, it looked like the 147 of Bill Miller got a little dirt coming out of 9 and was going slow. I don't know if he was planning on heading into the pits like he broke something. Love to get an idea because he was running 2nd at E-Prod. He may have just pulled in and ended his race. Wow, he was 2nd quickest in this entire field, 2nd in EP. That's going to bump everybody up a spot, including what may end up being Ben Jacobs to the 2nd spot right now in E-Prod. Camden Jones might be next in line to be possibly on a podium. So big development there in E-Prod.
Definitely, and he's pulled himself behind the wall, so his day is officially over.
That's unfortunate. He was moving pretty good. Like something must have just happened there under braking going into 9.
Joe McLugan, a little bit of a bigger gap after Eric Brill went through getting past them, but he's starting to close that gap up again on Chris Taylor. It was 1 second or so at the line, a little bit closer now. But now there's no traffic for either of these cars to deal with in front. Definitely. The car behind him, I believe, is Cliff Ira, maybe.
It is.
So he'll come through. Hopefully he can come through in an easy spot as well. There is that gap with Taylor and McLugan. Oh, look at McLugan's right there on the rear bumper as they come down towards turn 10. Now it becomes a question is when do you make the move here? Can he just sit back and wait?
No,
or do you want to get it out of the way and just keep driving by if he can make it happen?
This place is so tough to pass. If you get any opportunity, you have to take it. This may be his best, as close as he's been. He's right on the bumper now, Chris Taylor, as they head to 1. Yes, it's still a light tap of the brakes, even for a B-Spec car going through 1. Taylor's got good speed. He's really throwing that car around. That car moves around a lot more than McLugan's car does.
And they're both
driving style.
Yeah, I don't know. They're both Mazda 2, so they should handle somewhat similarly.
And I would figure they're probably both, you mentioned, maybe both prepped by Chris Taylor.
Right.
And I'm wondering if maybe Chris's style is a little bit more of a faster hands, a little bit more chuck it in,
right.
A little bit more roll that weight around a little bit slower. And that may be helping to preserve the tires right up to the end. But you watch them and they come through 9, you can see it. You watch Taylor chuck the car in and McLugan just sort of bend the arc a little bit. Gets the power down a little bit cleaner coming out of the, yes, B-Spec has power.
Well, and, chucking it in like that might not be as easy on the tires as you would think, and that might be also a part of the problem here. Definitely looks like the car is a little looser, a little bent over further on some of these corners.
Yeah. Yeah, watch them in the next camera shot we got as they come into 9. You watch the lead car and Taylor. A little bit of a tail slide, just a little bit. MacLeod. I mean, they're both similar layout and have similar cars, but MacLeod able to do it smoothly. Not able to make the pass here, but is he at least going to show the mirrors?
Oh yeah. Well, and with all of the traffic and faster cars coming through, I think you're right. If you can make pass, get it done, and at least be the guy in front when the traffic comes through, that probably would be the most advantageous place to be.
Yeah, I think the cars now lapping them are starting to realize that is a positional battle there
Right.
at B-Spec, and they're trying to be as respectable as they can and not to interrupt them. You saw them sort of back off going into 1. They're going to stay behind here, I think, through 2, and maybe get them coming out of here with a little bit more power.
Well, especially, especially if those 2 cars behind aren't battling each other for a class here.
It does not look like it. I want to say that might be a T4 car.
Right. All right, so one of them got through without any issues. Now the next one will try to do the same thing here. MacLeod not giving Taylor any chance to breathe at all. Here's a good spot to let them both by if they can. Yep, nice lean pass there.
Look at Taylor, though.
Oh.
Taylor wanted to make sure that he had a gap here.
Nice racecraft.
Smart move.
Yep. I think Taylor may have even pinched off that car on purpose.
I think he did as well,
to get the little bit of an advantage there. And now another car starting to come through as they come into turn 11 here.
Taylor's going to do the same thing to try to keep something between he and MacLeod behind him. That's great move for Taylor. Crafty stuff.
Yeah, I definitely think Taylor could have let that car through and there would be no change in advantage, but I think he pulled over on purpose to slow him up and make a little bit of an artificial pick there. But MacLeod, not any worse for the wear, right back up on the rear bumper.
He's right there, 4 to go.
Looking at the up front real quick here with 4 to go. Tyler Ladd is your race leader by 30 seconds over Cliff Ira in F Production. That's E and F Production leaders right there. William Knight still in 3rd place in STL. Ben Jacobs is in 2nd place now in E Production. Also, Camden Jones moves up to a podium spot in E Production. Your podium right now, Cliff in F Production, Cliff Ira, Steven Simons, and going down the field, it looks like Wade McBride is the 3rd place car right now in F Production.
Well, at some point here, MacLeod has to know where he is faster.
Yes.
He's better at this dig, but he can't quite get close enough to do anything down here between 9 and 10. I think he's better at the exit of 2, and I'm wondering if he can get alongside of Taylor going into 2. Maybe he can be sharper around that kink of 2 and 3 and get a run up to 4. They may have to be side by side for a while to make it stick. But that, I'm wondering, might be the best place for MacLeod with just 3 laps to go.
Looks like MacLeod gets a really good run here going down towards turn 1. Just sticks his nose in there, but not quite close enough to pull off the move.
Well, he's got a good run here coming off of 1, though. Like I said, if he can get alongside, I think he might be better at carving on the brakes and getting the weight around 2. Can he get inside? No.
Now they have some more faster cars trying to make their way through again.
Again, MacLeod may rethink how he lets the faster cars by, considering what Taylor's done the last few times.
If you look a little bit further back there, there's the blue and yellow car. I believe that's Mark Cephalo, your T4 race leader right now. So he's going to try to come through. The good news for him is he's got no real battle, so he can take his time getting through this group. That first car is going to get through just fine. Now the second car will try to do the same thing. Chris Taylor's going to try to pick a little bit of a draft off that car. Joe MacLeod just hanging on for dear life, trying to stay there. Now the faster car will move by on the outside. Yep, that worked out fairly well. No harm, no foul there.
All right, 2 to go. Taylor still off at 10. Seems to be McLugan's advantage. He's quicker through there, but he pops out almost too early where the draft isn't helping him. He almost needs to stay back there and come out later before they get to 1, but he never quite gets that run.
All right, the next issue for those cars will be Mark Cephalo. He'll pick the right spot without any real pressure behind him. H production right now, Jesse Prather has got a huge lead there over Ralph Lindro and Chris Albin. So that's what it looks like for the A production cars right now as we come up to 1 to go next time by. The white flag is in the air at the start-finish line, so that is being showed to Tyler Ladd. We haven't shown him much, but he has been fast. We're keeping an eye on this B-Spec battle right now. It is the best one on the racetrack. Joe McLugan right there. Faster cars coming through.
That's Cephalo finally waiting. He was so patient to wait for that best place without interrupting that lap. Good racecraft, but good sportsmanship there, knowing the situation.
Absolutely. Hopefully the next car coming through will do the same thing. Chris Taylor and Joe McLugan there. They're going to get one more full lap here, and that will decide the top spot here on the podium in B-Spec.
McLugan's got to stay behind Taylor as long as he can, not pop too early. He's back there, but he takes this bit of compromise entry to 1, and I think he needs to be maximizing it for an attack on turn 2, but he's close. I don't know if he's going to be close enough, though, to get him under braking. He's going to pop.
We'll see here. He's going to try to throw it in there going into turn 2. Not enough to make it happen. Taylor goes wide. That's going to open the door for McLugan. McLugan should be in a good spot going into turn 4 here.
I think he just baited Taylor into braking too late, and that caused Taylor to run wide. McLugan wasn't going to make that pass if Taylor hits his regular braking zone. Beautiful move for McLugan, but now can Taylor counter?
Our race winner, Tyler Ladd's got the checkered flag. Now we're still waiting to see, does Chris Taylor have anything for Joe McLugan for a half a lap to go? It looks like McLugan has opened up a 3 car length lead, and now with a car between them, it looks like McLugan's going to be able to motor home to the win here in race number 2 at Hallett. It is not going to be possible at this point without any problems from McLugan for Ladd to catch him at this point. It's 4 or 5 car lengths now going into the final corner. Here comes your new race leader in B-Spec. Joe McLugan's going to come to the line first. Chris Taylor's dual win weekend spoiled on the final lap. McLugan will take the win. Taylor will come in second. Who's going to come in third? That we've been talking about that all day too. The third place battle was pretty tough here. Kent Carter had a 3-second lead at the line last time over Andrew Jasson. We'll see if that. Here is Kent Carter right here in the 91 car. He's going to come to the line without any issues at all. Kent Carter will take the 3rd spot on the podium. Unless his car runs out of gas. Actually, I think he can coast it now. Almost to the announcer curse.
You can go like 1,000 miles on a tank of gas in a fit, right?
That's true.
That works?
That is true. You can go a long, long ways.
What a great finish there for McLugan and Taylor, and what a great race for Tyler Ladd. Just dominant there in the Z3.
All right, Joe McLugan, your race leader winner in B-Spec, followed by Chris Taylor, Kent Carter. E-Production, Tyler Ladd with a 39-second win over Ben Jacobs. Camden Jones, the 3rd spot on the podium there in E-Production. F-Production, Cliff Ira knew how to get it done and did so in the Honda Del Sol. That is a 28-second win. 3rd place in F-Production, Wade McBride. In GTL, Peter Zeckert will take the win because he was the only GTL car out there today. H Production, it is Jesse Prather who lapped the entire H Production field with the win. Ralph Lindo finishes 2nd, Chris Albin in 3rd. And in STL, William Knight takes the win with a 26-second win over Jake Anton. Corbin Collins finishes 3rd. And now we go to T4. Mark Cephalo, he finishes in 1st place, 21 seconds ahead of Garrett Mays. Ethan Barker will be 3rd. Eric Prill was 2.8 seconds off the podium after all of that adventure early in the race. Wasn't able to quite get it done at the finish line. Whew!
Yeah.
And we got another good one coming with Spec Racer Ford 3. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I hear those races are good.
Hey, tell me so. All right.
Yeah, get yourself a snack, get some popcorn, and get ready. Spec
That's
4
right.
Gen 3 is going to be awesome.
We're going to take a break so I can catch my breath and get a glass of water. We'll be back for Spec Racer Ford 3 next. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Stay with us, everybody.
My customer experience with Mazda has been absolutely fantastic.
I'm probably not the richest person out here, and they're extremely reasonably priced, and you can buy parts easily, and it's a class that fits both what I want from a racing standpoint and what I can afford.
We got into Mazdas largely just because it's a fantastic platform, and Mazda Motorsports has some of the best support for the grassroots racer in parts and technical advice and everything else, so they make it easy for us to run these cars.
Welcome back to the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. If the last one wasn't exciting enough for you, we've got Spec Racer Ford next. Lefty, give us the starting lineup.
All right, Spec Ford Gen 3. 36 cars are registered. We'll see how many actually make the grid. Let's run through the top 15 rows for you. In row 15, starting in the 30th position, it's going to be Russell Oakes on the outside, lined up alongside Raymond Miller on our inside. Row 14, you got Brett Stewart and John Jansen. On row 13, you've got Ashley Oakes on the outside, Charles Pigeon on the inside. On row 12, it's Ben Pigeon, and lined up alongside Matt Strathman. On row 11, it's Craig Jansen and Chris Funk paired up together. Row 10, it's Robin Kirkland and Michael Seymour on the inside. On row 9, it's Corey Ruth and Joshua Justice. Row 8, Scott Monroe and Kelly Toombs. Row 7, Sal Weber and Carl Hayward. Row 6, on the outside, Rob Peelsticker and Tyler Fox on the inside. Row 5, John Vogel and Nils Macias. Row 4, Joe Maley, Gary Glanger. Row 3, Grant Vogel on the outside, Hernan Palermo on the inside. And row 2, and these top 4 had quite the races yesterday. On the outside, it's going to be Rich Stevens and Liam Flanagan. And on row 1, Peyton, who finished 3rd yesterday behind Rich Stevens, got a great qualifying this morning. He's going to start on the outside of the front row alongside yesterday's winner, Tyler Stevens, on pole today for our feature race. Boogity, boogity, boogity.
Oh, did you really? Did you really?
There may have been a conversation a minute ago.
We've been talking about the catchphrases that we should never ever utter, and Lefty just dropped my worst pet peeve of all times.
I'll have to come up with my own.
Yes, come up with your own, and I'll be happy for that. This typically is one of the best races of the weekend. These cars all pretty much evenly matched. Now it's a driver between driver. And it was a good one yesterday. I hope it's as good a one this day, even better.
Well, Tyler Stevens is hoping it's exactly like it was yesterday. He ran away with it as they battled behind him. So I'm sure he would love to see a repeat of that, but I don't think he's going to get it. Peyton Long he struggled to get it on Rich Stevens. I don't know. He may want to just get in front of Tyler here at the start. Let's see how this goes.
That's right. Look at that car. That group all packed up nicely 2x2. A little brake check in the back there. Here they come. We have a green flag right now, already 3 wide. 36 cars heading down to turn 1. Oh, that's a big old traffic jam, making the left-hand turn here. So far, so good. 1 car goes off, is able to keep the foot in it. Looks like they made it through turn 1 safely. Good job, good job. Now towards 2, can they do it again? Still a lot of side-by-side action. Saw a little walk up there, about 4 rows back. That's good news for the front 2 cars who are starting to pull away.
I want to say that it's Tyler Stevens back in the front of Peyton Long, and it might be Rich Stevens in the blue 56 that slided into 3rd ahead, I think, of 44 Liam Flanagan.
Yep.
But we will have to wait and see for scoring to say if that's true.
Peyton Long has got to be saying to himself, again? Please, don't make it be.
Another Stevens? They're everywhere.
Oh,
so
my
look
Lord.
at the dirt for the off coming out of 6 behind.
Most of the field now single file as they get through turn 7, moving up towards 8 and 9. There they come, all towards down the Martin House straight through turn 10 and 11. We'll catch the running order here first time by. We'll get it all sorted out for you. Here they come. Across the line for the first time, Tyler Stevens, then Peyton Long, Richard Stevens, Liam Flanagan, Grant Vogel, Hernan Palermo, John Vogel, Gary Glanger, Joseph Malley, and Nils Macias. Looks a lot like the top 10 yesterday, Lefty.
Yeah, John Vogel, good first lap there, moving up a couple of spots there from where he started on the outside of row 5 in 10th, so he's up to 7th now. Good for him. Grant Vogel holding form in 5th ahead of Palermo there in 6th. Could be a little gap. You can see some already behind them, some gaps forming, but look at that gaggle there in turn 2.
Stevens, Long, Stevens, Flanagan, Vogel. That was, I believe, I'm going to pull it up. I think that was our top 5 yesterday.
Yes, it was, and maybe a slightly different order as Peyton Long's at least saying, hey, at least this time I'm ahead of Richard Stevens. They were the opposite, second and third yesterday, but they're still right now in the lead. But I think this time Peyton's going to try and keep him honest. Yes, he is. Look at this little train right up in front. The top 6 still pretty close together.
And this is what we're used to seeing here in Spec Racer Ford. Usually 5-6 car battle. They'll do their thing for the first half of the race, maybe pull away a little bit, and then it can be really exciting in the last couple of laps.
Yep. I think Glanger in 8th might have gotten around Vogel in 7th to see if timing agrees with me on that one. But the top 6 seem to be the closest train there near the front of the field. Glanger did. He's in 7th, Vogel 8th. No other changes there inside the top 12.
And I want to take a second to shout out here to car number 74. Dude, those car numbers are fantastic for the announcers. So thank you very much. That's Sal Weber. Note to other drivers, make car numbers like that. Yeah, that is brutal big. That's a guy who said, you know, I know how old our announcers are. I'm going to make really big numbers. No changes up front. Stevens, Long, Stevens, Flanagan, Vogel. Now they just try to settle in with 25 laps to go. I can tell you one thing. I've got the podium just outside the window here, and there are some really excited drivers from the last race here. Either that or Jim Llewellyn's doing his best Michael Buffer impersonation. Here they come across the line again. Now 4 seconds, 4/10 of a second gap between Stevens and Long. Stevens going purple with a 1:22.6, about 0.2 of a second faster than Peyton Long.
Look at that little train up in front there. Peyton Long doesn't want anything to be like yesterday. He does not want to let Tyler get away, and so far he's doing a good job of sticking with him. But now a gap forming behind Richard Stevens in 3rd to Liam Flanagan in 4th. Flanagan's got to be careful. He's going to lose sight of those guys, which is just going to then bring Grant Vogel and Renato Palermo up to catch up with him.
Denny's Tripling's in the chat. 35 minutes is a very long race at Hallett. No chance to rest.
Very, very true from what we've seen here. This is an exhausting place. I don't know, Denny. What do you think? You think Rich is up keeping up the kids here in front for the next 24 laps?
Well, I tell you, he sure did a good job of keeping up with those guys last time and staying ahead of Peyton Long. Peyton Long, not Peyton Manning. The draft, very important in these cars, especially on a longer racetrack. Probably not quite as important here at Hallett.
But allows you to get away with a couple of mistakes here and there. You can do that if you're the trailing car and use the draft just to keep you close. You can be conservative. Right. You can preserve tires sometimes. But you certainly aren't going to win a race on a draft pass around this place.
Probably not, yeah. Might get a little one going into 1, but that doesn't seem to be the place where a lot of passing has happened this weekend, so. That front 3 cars, Stevens, Long, and Stevens, pretty precise in the way they're putting their cars on the curbs. Lap after lap, don't see those front 4 or 5 cars touching dirt very often. Being very, very deliberate in what they do. I was hoping that we're going to touch dirt out here and make me look like an idiot, by the way. The minute I said it, I'm like, you know, they're all going to hit the dirt this time, and Brian's going to look down.
Look at that, making hero out of you now.
That's right.
Oh, the commentator.
Oh, 199 car. Look at him with
nice.
The move.
That's Joe Maley.
Yeah, that was a beautiful move there. That's not a spot we've seen a lot of passing either.
No, that takes a known grip level. If he can make that stick going into there, just try and get up under the inside. That might have been John Vogel he was trying to pass.
And he was able to hold on to the position going into the first corner. Now Peyton Long closed the gap up to Tyler Stevens. He goes purple this time with the fastest lap of the session, a 1:22.019. He was a 1/10 of a second faster than Tyler Stevens this time. Both of those cars pulling away from Richard Stevens, 0.8 of a second now, the gap between second and third.
Yeah, that gets to be where you've got to get a little bit closer to use any of that bit of draft. It's about the same distance now between Long and second to Stevens' third as it is third to fourth to Flanagan, and that's a big off there at the exit of 1.
Cliff White asks if the Stevens are related. Yes, Richard is dad, Tyler is son.
Just like the Vogels, and I believe, I got this right, Grant's the father, John's the son, I think. It was mentioned in the chat yesterday.
Yes,
I apologize.
I think there's another set of
the
Pigeons. Charles Pigeon and Ben Pigeon. I believe Charles is dad and Ben is the son. So it's a family affair on a lot of classes in the SCCA. Spec Racer Ford, no different.
There may also be the Jansons out there, and again, I'm not sure the relation, but I believe they're also somewhat related. Craig Jansen out of Dallas.
Yep. This time, Tyler Stevens goes purple with a 1:21.868. So the Stevens and Long, Tyler and Peyton just trading fast laps here, one lap after another as we get to 21 to go.
I've been corrected. John Vogel is the father, Grant is the son.
Got it, okay.
Grant currently in 5th, John currently in 9th. Got to throw the standings out there when you talk about them.
Yep. Thanks again to the good folks in our chat. We call them the associate producers for a reason.
That pace at the front is relentless right now.
Yeah.
Stevens, Long, Stevens. Oh, wow, that is a lot of dirt kicking up there, coming out into 6.
Joseph Malley in the 199 car. And then it takes a lap or two. That was a car, actually, Malley was the one that made that great pass coming here into turn 9 a couple laps ago. Maybe gave him a little extra confidence in the car that wasn't there. Those front 4 or 5 cars still sticking pretty much in the same position they've had all the way since the start. Stevens, Long, Stevens, Flanagan, Vogel. Also your top 5 in yesterday's race. The gap back to 6th is growing, though.
A little bit. Blanchard, Palermo just starting to fade back just a little bit.
And the gap also growing between second and third. Now it's a second, just almost 1.2 seconds or 1.1 seconds back.
It was at the stripe, but I think Rich did a good job there through turn 10 down into 1. And you can see already that Rich Stevens, Liam Flanagan keeping that just a little bit closer. Yeah, in fact, both those guys do a personal best in that first sector to keep it close.
Yeah, I feel like they're a little faster in the first sector, but the lead 2 cars are a little faster in sectors 2 and 3 here.
Yeah, I think through that turn 5, 6. This time around, I think Rich is doing a good job now of hitting those marks. Look at the 4 of them, kind of evenly spaced, each about maybe 3/10 or 4/10 between them.
Everybody's just settling in. This kind of is the section of the race where the next 10 laps or so, they could just decide to motor along here and wait until it gets a little deeper into the race to see what everybody's got under them as far as tires go. A little bit of an off there. We've seen that, twice this weekend?
yeah, twice the last lap.
Twice or 200 times this weekend? I'm not quite sure. I've lost count.
Yeah, when you get a train of 4 start to break away, often they recognize the situation. They just sort of hold form, do what they can to just lay down lap to lap, put down some gap before they start thinking about fighting with each other. Because they know, especially a track like this, a side-by-side by the front 2 will slow them up by probably 3/4 of a second every single corner they go through side-by-side. And that doesn't take long to eat up a couple seconds back to the 5th place, 6th place that we're seeing open up now.
in the chat, Racer X, pretty sure the ages of the car driver and drivers on car, the first place, second place, and fourth place car, if you add them up, combine equal Richard's age in third place. Not quite sure Richard would be happy that you shared that with us, Racer X.
I don't know if that means that Tyler and Peyton and Liam are really, really young, or if perhaps Denny's just being a little rude to Rich Stevens there.
You know, it's what happens when you've got a veteran versus some of the younger up-and-comers. We could be kind, right? A veteran.
He may be a little year older, but he's wise. He's got veteran skills. He just turned fastest lap of the race. It's 21.858 now in the hands of Richard Stevens. So,
what's saying about experience and trepidation? Well, you know what? We can talk all we want about the old guy, but he just went purple with a 121.858. I think he just heard us talking about him, and he said, "You guys, shut up! I'm going to drive hard." I love that.
If he wants motivation, he may just want to have, like, I don't know, get Denny Stripling in his ear, because Denny's got all the trash talk going on in the chat. Maybe he just needs that straight into the radio in Rich Stevens' ear. It may have worked, having just laid down that fastest lap of the race, and then came right back with a personal best in first sector.
Old age and treachery versus youth and exuberance. That was the line I was looking for. Thank you, Cliff White.
It's so old you forgot the phrase about being old?
Brian Straczynski, old guys can purple too.
I tell you what, they're putting out a pace, the front four, where even Grant Vogel now is struggling to keep up with him. You can see him, that car started to slide a little bit. He's lost sight of that draft. Grant now just kind of sitting in his lonesome back in fifth.
I may have to get some Inside the SCCA podcast shirts for us old guys with the old guys can purple too moniker on it. That would sell like wildfires. And about half of the Formula V field would qualify to buy that shirt. I love it. Brian Straczynski's dad it's Bill Straczynski, and one of the finest Formula V racers in the country. He's been doing it a very long time, so he'd qualify for that shirt too. Love it. Love it. Those four cars just stretching their legs now, trying to pull away from that fifth place car. At some point in time, they're going to have to try to get racy with each other, but right now they could just afford, with a long race, they could probably go another 7-8 laps without having any issues here. Just let this car pull away. Let's do a call to grid here for our final race of the day. Attention the paddock, attention the paddock. Group 7, last race of the day. Your time to come to the grid would be right now. F6, FF, and FV. Group 7 cars to the grid. It really is a thing of beauty to see four cars like this, just really about the same and equal, doing it lap after lap after lap.
Yeah. In fact, we'd seen this at the runoffs at VIR last year, where the front four just sort of checked out from the rest, ended up being a pack of three that diced it out all the way into the last couple of corners. That's how these guys are used to playing. They're used to making these packs of 3 to 5 cars, and then just sort of figuring out where's their opportunities. But right now, it was Tyler Stevens' fastest lap the previous time. Now it's Peyton Long getting in on the purple deal here, 21.4 for the fastest lap of the race.
Got it. Looks like we've got a car way off in turn 9. Not sure which one. Didn't catch the car number.
See if we got
All right, it's car 33 black.
That's Peel Sticker. Oh, and he's missing the rear engine cover as well.
Oh yeah, so he has contacted something hard enough to get that cover off. It's not hard to make that cover come off, but you still have to have a pretty significant bump there to do it.
The car is moving. He's still got power. He's got enough power to make it to pit in, or if he just finds a track exit down there.
Yep. And our leaders still doing their thing. Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Richard Stevens, Liam Flanagan. Now they're starting to come up on some slower cars. Let's see how they negotiate all of that.
Oh, and we've got a spin as well to have to navigate.
Boy.
Car stays on the outside of 2. But boy, that could have been hectic with 4 cars plus a lap car getting into another lap car. Now the first lap car now seems to be getting out of the way. I'm not sure which car that is, but appreciate him yielding to the front 4.
Yeah, I believe that red car spinner was 22, Alan Kloppy, out of Chadwick, Missouri. Look at the gap that Tyler Stevens has been able to. Oh, no, wait a second. That was a different car, obviously. That looked like a gap, but no?
No, he's still got the front 2. It's Rich Stevens.
Oh, it's Rich Stevens who's falling back a little bit.
Not sure what happened there as Rich lost a position to Liam Flanagan in that yellow one. Rich now fading back quite a bit. The 146 is the lapped car that had yielded earlier. That was Kurt Collier in that 146. Right. He's a lap down. But the car behind him then should be Grant Vogel in the 46. Not to be confused with the 146. Grant in the 5th spot. But Rich, yeah, something happened somewhere around that turn 6 area that's caused a gap now. The front 3 fully broken away.
Yeah, that gap now 3 seconds.
Now we'll see if the veteran has the skills to catch back up to the kids in front.
There you go. They'll need a bunch of purple laps for that.
In the chat pointing out where Rich's mistakes were made. I'm sure Rich knows.
So the good news for Richard Stevens is that the lead pack coming now through slower traffic, sometimes it's harder for a pack to make it through slower traffic than a single car. So he'll be hoping that that is the case here for some of these cars. That'll give him a chance to possibly catch up. But 3 seconds is a long ways to go in these cars to make the gap. 3 seconds definitely no longer in the draft either.
Now that's Matt Schaefer there in his number 11. Maybe he'll give a little bit of a draft coming off a 9 to Rich Stevens. That could help him. Some luck sometimes for Rich could go a long way for him.
Stevens gets around that slower car without any issues.
Change the front 3. They seem to just be willing to let Tyler lead the way and do what he's doing. And Peyton and Liam are just going to hang on and get out to that lap. Maybe still about 10 to go, and then see if something happens.
Yep, those front 3 cars still doing their thing. We're just past the halfway point. So let's take our break. I'll do another call to grid, and then we will hopefully get all the action right to the end here. Attention to panic, attention to panic. Formula V, Formula F, Formula 6. Group 7 to the grid. Group 7 to the grid for your race. Russ Turner. Oh, and we'll go to a break, actually. Sorry, I forgot all about the break. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're at Hallett. We'll be back in just a few minutes. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, and now brakes and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts on both street and track. As official tire retailer of SCCA since 1995 and sponsor the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your racing weekend with Mazza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazza.com.
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Hoosier Racing Tires is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
We're back here at Hallett, about halfway through, a little past halfway of our second to last race of the weekend. Got a big battle up front. Those cars up front are pulling it up again. Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, and Liam Flanagan. Russ Taylor in the chat now says Russ just needs to keep him in sight because once they start dicing, he'll be able to catch back up. I think that's a little ambitious, but hey, can't argue with a former national champion, so.
Yeah, that'll be tough right now.
He'd know better than me.
Rich is about 3.5 seconds back from him. It's going to take quite a bit of dicing for the front three to be doing for Rich to have a chance. At this point, Rich might be a little more worried about Grant Vogel, another one of the youth there behind him, possibly catch him, or even Palermo. Palermo is another one who's been moving pretty quick, had a couple of fast flying laps in there, currently in 6th, but a couple seconds back total from where Rich Stevens is right now. And the birds continuing to just...
I think we should name them. There's 5 of them out there, you know? Maybe it's the Fab 5 or...
there's way more than 5.
Oh, there's a lot more out there. Wow. That is spectacular. They could care less about what's happening on that racetrack. Yeah. And look at the wind. You can see the strap on that camera there blowing out there. So it's a little windy as well. Couldn't affect these cars too much.
Those birds outside of turn 1 heard us talk about pigeon and thought, wait, there's a pigeon in this race? There's 2 of them, in fact.
I want to know what they put out there to get those birds to. What are they eating? Anyway.
Fast birds.
All right, our leader's coming up on a slower car here. That will be something they have to deal with. That's the other thing that could help Richard Stevens. If these leaders have issues with slower traffic, that could slow them up just enough to let him start to get back into the picture here.
Yeah, it's all it takes is one bit of a bind up, maybe down at turn 2, one of the slowest corners. If suddenly you got a slow car that has an issue and they all have to check up and there's no one in front of Rich Stevens, that could be his opportunity. But otherwise, right now, Tyler continues to not just set the pace, he is blowing the pace away. 121.3 for Tyler Stevens. And again, he's the lead car in the pack, and I haven't seen anybody pushing him yet. Making a little bit of they say push draft, a little bit maybe from Peyton Long behind him, but he's doing that just on sheer pace. Tyler is flying right now. He doesn't want to see his father in his mirrors. He'd rather just have to deal with Peyton and Liam if he had to.
All right, so let's pick the national champion's brain here. Mr. Turner, when is go time? There's 9 to go right now. If you were in second place, if you were in Peyton Long's car right now, or in his ear, what would you be telling him? Let's see if we can pick the brain here of a national champion.
I tell you, nobody knows the strategy of Spec Fords like Russ Turner does.
That's right.
I have hung out with him a little bit in some races, and that guy is constantly thinking about where is the best place. And he was on the podium at the runoffs in this class a year ago, finished second. He's got championships in FE2. He knows strategy, but he knows this class. Always thinking about it. I'd be curious to hear what he says about if you're Peyton Long in this position, or if you're Liam Flanagan. When do you think you have to do it? What do you have to do?
Denny Stripling says, an impressive showing for the young guns. They've been running a bunch at Hallett recently, and it's showing not only in pace but consistency.
Yeah.
I would absolutely concur with the pace and consistency. This has been none of those 3 cars have put a single wheel wrong in the last 20 laps.
No, nothing. They've just been rock solid at qualifying pace essentially for the first 19 plus laps of this race. They've been phenomenal, enough to take someone like Rich Stevens, who we know is very good. He's at this game for a while, and they're pulling away from him. One mistake by Stevens is all it took for the front 3 to walk away, and Rich can't get them back.
Yep.
But now they've got traffic, and look at this. As the three of them are the trailing three in that 6-car pack that just came through, they've got to find their way through. Let's see if the 1, 2, and 3 lap cars, one of them at least, is just yielded. Let them 3 go on by. That was nice. Let's see if the others have the opportunity going here through turns 8 and 9.
So Dave Ogburn's now in the chat. So I think we have all of the 3 fast guys and Denny either in the chat or on the racetrack. So the gang is all here, folks.
Yep. Denny and 2 fast guys are coaching on the other fast guy right now. I think
That's
it's how
right.
that goes. But Ogburn already wondering how Russ got banned from the internet. Don't worry, Russ is not banned from the internet yet. Give him time.
Let's go through the top 10, and then we'll take a quick break. Not a break, but I'll do a call to grid. Top 10 right now. Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Liam Flanagan, Richard Stevens, Grant Vogel. That's the top 5. Then you've got Ernan Palermo, Joseph Malley, Gary Glanger, John Vogel, and Tyler Fox. There is your top 10. Let's do a call to grid, and then I think we can get all the way to the end of this race. Attention in the paddock, attention to the paddock. Group 7 cars to the grid. Formula 6, Formula F, and Formula V. Group 6 cars to the grid for our final race of the day. All right, so here they come. We've got the 3 cars there trying to keep and get their way through the slower cars without any issues. So far, they've done a spectacular job. That is Stevens, Long, and Flanagan right up front. And then a whole bunch of slower cars between 3rd place Flanagan and 4th place Richard Stevens.
Tyler Stevens is just doing a fantastic job out in front there, not leaving any opportunity for Peyton. We talked about all 3 of them not making mistakes. In particular, Tyler Stevens. Sometimes when you're the lead car, it's very difficult. It sounds easier than it really is to be nearly perfect on every single lap for 20 straight laps, now almost starting 21. And right now, Tyler Stevens doing a great job of that. In fact, even a couple of car lengths advantage over Peyton Long and Liam Flanagan. Those guys, they got to find a weakness in Tyler. He's not really given one. Reminds me a little bit to bring the veterans back into this last year. And I know that Denny and Dave Ogburn, who are watching in and on the chat, they had one of these sort of races last year on the Sunday race. And I believe it was, if I have this right, I think it was Stripling that got the lead right there near the end. I think it was a turn 10 pass on Ogburn in that race. So, you know, I'm sure those guys know, and I'm sure these guys do as well. There's opportunities around this space if you can pull that off.
Right.
I don't think it was the last lap turn 10. I think it was the second to last lap. But let's see if these guys can find a way around Tyler Stevens, or if Tyler is going to continue to stranglehold this lead.
Well, Russ Turner has weighed in. We asked him for his opinion. He says, because it's so hard to pass here, that Peyton needs to take advantage of one of the lap cars when they're going around. That's going to be his best and easiest way to get into the lead here, to try to use that lap traffic to his advantage, and I think that's not a bad piece of advice. Oh, there's a big car sliding off.
That was right behind the leader, so they're not going to come up on that one, but that is a big spin there on the outside of 9. But Jeff Bedell there, the number 16, we think.
Then another car got really loose there. I wonder if somebody put down a little bit of oil there or something, because there was another car just before we cut away that got loose there as well.
It could be a bunch of dirt coming up from the apex
Could
at
be
8,
that,
because
yeah.
there's been a lot of that kicked up. But look at the leaders aren't phased. Somebody in front of them again kicking up dirt. They're going to continue to motor around, or birds down here at turn 2.
Oh, well, there we got a car that just went in the back door there.
Yeah, there's a track exit, I think, on that Cimarron straight somebody was using. All right, so Liam Flanagan, the yellow car, fading just a hair here. Peyton Long now, maybe with just 5 to go, thinking it's go time. See if he can find the right laps hard. There's one coming up. Maybe he can do what Russ was talking about.
Yeah, this is the spot where if you're going to get it done, you're running out of laps to do it, running out of passing zones. But these cars have been just spot on lap after lap after lap, 22 laps into this race. Not a wheel wrong anywhere on this racetrack for these 3 front cars.
Let's see where they catch. Oh, they're not going to catch that one. That one's pulling into the pits.
Merry Christmas. Tyler Stevens made it very, very easy.
Yeah, one bullet dodge. There's another one coming up. It's another straightaway or so. It's probably going to be maybe toward the end of this lap, depending on the pace of that car before they get there. But Stevens continuing with just 5 to go now. Look at this, though. He's got a couple of car lengths. he still has pace, just at a 21.8
Right,
on the 23rd lap of the race.
Dave Ogburn, I'm good at leading laps here, just not the last one. I'm glad we can all laugh at ourselves.
Dave, one of the quickest guys in the country, always in the front back on the podium at the runoffs last year. He and Russ finished second and third. Yeah, they know how to get it done. It's not easy to finish third in this class, not at all.
So Russ Turner shares with us, this is one of the few tracks you want to be leading in Spec Racer Ford. A lot of tracks you want to be the second place car going into the final lap. But he's suggesting that as hard as it is to pass here, that Tyler Stevens is in the catbird seat here, coming in with 4 to go here, 3 to go next time by. And he's got about a 2-car length lead now. Not a lot. It's still certainly not insurmountable, but it's a little bit of a lead, and that's got to give him just a little tiny bit of breathing room.
In this class, that is almost a lot. The way these guys normally run, nose to tail, that couple car lengths is quite a bit.
And what really is important is with the slower traffic, because he'll get the blue flag, and that traffic will let the first car go, but sometimes they make it a lot more difficult on the second and third car to come through. So a huge advantage for Tyler Stevens, just that little bit of a gap. Looks like Peyton Long was able to manage it no problem, but Liam Flanagan might have had a little bit of an issue there.
Possibly, yeah, but
no,
you see that the front straight, Tyler was able to take the draft and then got the good line to take the inside at 1. The last car did what they had to do. They were fine, went offline, but Peyton Long caught that lap car and couldn't track out the way he wanted. Really hurt his exit speed. So just a little bit of extra for Tyler Stevens. That lead now probably about 9/10, the biggest we've seen all day.
That lead is much larger than Peyton Long would like it to be here as we get into 2 laps to go next time by. Running through the top 10 one more time before we talk about the final race to the finish line. Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Liam Flanagan, Richard Stevens, Grant Vogel. There's your top 5. Hernan Palermo, Joseph Malley, Gary Blanchard, John Vogel, Tyler Fox. That's your top 10. Here comes your leaders. This time by 2 to go. And it's Tyler Stevens out front, Peyton Long in second, the yellow car, Liam Flanagan trying to hold on for dear life. But right now, that's the podium. It's a good ways back, 10 seconds to 4th place. So these drivers can just fight and battle now, not have to worry about losing the podium. Of course, they all need to stay on the track and make it to the checkered flag, but they can fight amongst themselves for a potential podium spot here.
They can, and the battle for 4th is definitely on as well. There it is. That's Rich Stevens now has been caught by Grant Vogel. So with 2 to go, Grant may be thinking he can get himself a top 4 out of this, but the top 3 are the story. Tyler Stevens is led from the opening flag. Peyton Long has been in second. Liam Flanagan was able to get around Rich Stevens, and right now sitting in the 3rd spot, but 2 to go, less than 3 miles now at this point. Got to find a way to make a pass, and Tyler Stevens is making it really hard on everybody else.
Russ Turner, man, I'm not looking forward to racing these kids. They look tough. Amen to that.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of kids in Spec Racer Ford, these in a couple different spots in the country. Put Morgan Burkhart in that conversation as well. Lots of youth in this class right now, and they're going to make a good name for themselves if they stick around in the class.
Yeah, that Morgan kid might have been on the pole last year, and if it wasn't for a mechanical issue, might have also finished on that podium. But
that's right.
We'll have to wait and see. We've got 3 different youth here to talk about, and they're about to get a white flag with 1 to go. It's Tyler Stevens now opening up a little bit over Peyton Long and Liam Flanagan. No real pressure from either of the 2 in 2nd and 3rd yet.
Yeah, essentially, if Tyler Stevens doesn't have a problem in the next 1.6 miles, he's going to take home a checkered flag and a Super Tour victory here. Peyton Long's right there to pounce if anything happens, but we'll have to wait and see.
Peyton's fast. He just turned a 21.7. Tyler Stevens just at a 21.5. And you don't know that that's fast. That would be good enough for, I think, 4th on the grid if we were just starting the race right now. He did that 26 laps in. Tyler was flying.
Just a couple corners to go. Stevens, Long, Flanagan, that is your running order right now. Will that be our top 3 in the podium, or will something happen on this last lap to shake it up a little bit? 4 corners left.
It'll be tough even for Flanagan. Even he's closer to Long than Long is to Stevens, but unless there's a bobble, I don't know this 3 is going to change.
Here they come up the hill, going down towards the final set of corners here. Right now it's Tyler Stevens, Peyton Long, Liam Flanagan. That looks like it's what it's going to be at the line as well. Here they come to the checkered flag. It is going to be in the air. Your race winner, Tyler Stevens. Second place, Peyton Long. Third place, Liam Flanagan. That's how they're going to be on the podium here in Spec Racer Ford 3.
What about behind them? What about Richard, the elder Stevens, with Grant Vogel behind him? I think that's how they're going to finish in 4th and 5th.
Yep. We'll let a few more cars come across the line, and then I'll run you through the top 10. All right, let's run through the top 10 here. Tyler Stevens, your race winner. Peyton Long, Liam Flanagan. That's the podium. And you've got Richard Stevens in 4th, Grant Vogel 5th, Hernan Palermo is 6th, Joseph Malley 7th, Gary Glanger 8th, John Vogel is in 9th, and Tyler Fox will round out the top 10. That's going to do it for race number 6. Up next, our final race of the day, F6, FF, and FV. We'll do that next when we come back. It's the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour from Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. In a bit.
My name is Joshua Smith, Business Development Manager for Mazda Motorsports. We're happy to be supporting the SCCA and Mazda racers here. So our team support program offers a couple of tiers of support, parts support, technical support. All of this is done through our MazdaMotorsports.com parts store website. It's basically like signing up for an Amazon account. Simple information, prove that you're a racer. It gets you access to our 800 hotline that you can call and speak to one of our parts representatives 5 days a week.
Welcome back to the final race of the weekend here at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We are talking about FF, F6, and FV. Let's go to the starting grid. Lefty, take us home.
All right, we could have 11 cars out on the grid. It's going to be a couple of Formula Vs, and row 6 in the 11th spot, Graham Smith. On row 5, a couple of Vs here as well. Bill Lauer on the outside, Mark Richardson on the inside. And the row in front of them should be Rich Richardson, a little quicker than Mark, but it was Michael Nitz this morning who's at the fastest V time. He will start at the front of that group on row 4. Row 3 on the outside, Tim Friest in his Formula 6. He'll be lined up alongside out of FF and a Piper, Keith Hall. On row 2 on the outside in an FF and a Swift, it's Steve Meyer. He'll be lined up alongside your fastest F6 driver, Jason Martin, in his Nova car. And the front row, it's all FFs. Cliff Johnson on the outside in a Piper, and your pole sitter, Nathan Down, in a Swift.
Yeah, Down had a great race yesterday. I'm sure he'd love to repeat that today.
Yes, he would love to, and we'll see what kind of pace he's got. Also wondering if Cliff Johnson's going to join him today. I don't think I see him. I think I just see...
Well, I do see both the Formula 6s out there. So Timothy Feist has got that car working well enough. Got in some good laps in qualifying, so that's good news.
And I believe I see Nathan, our pole sitter, in his Swift. I don't know that I see the Piper of Cliff Johnson again. So it might be Nathan and then Jason Martin and then Steve Meyer in the other Swift might be your front three to start this race, with Keith Hall's red Piper and Tim Friest KBS F6 car behind them.
Yeah, we'll see also if Graham Smith, he's had some stuff going on all weekend. Did make a couple of laps in qualifying. Hopefully he can get this thing out here for us this weekend. Looks like there's a lot of Formula Vs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That would include Graham Smith.
That would include Graham Smith, yep.
Good. All right. Interesting that the Richardsons yesterday had the pace. Michael Nitz had the pace this morning.
Right.
Let's see if the three of them plus Lauer and Smith can have a pretty good fivesome in this race.
Michael Nitz stopped up to talk to me earlier today. He's trying to qualify for the runoffs in his backyard, Menominee Falls, just spitting distance from Road America.
Nice.
Here comes a perfectly formed up pack. If you want to take a picture and send this to every driver school around the country, that's how it's supposed to look like, folks. They're on the gas. The green flag is in the air. Here they go, down to turn 1, our final first turn of the weekend. Let's see how they all come through here side by side, a little bit back in row 2. Some of the Formula Vs a little side by side, but they'll straighten out here and go single file through turn 1. That is the safe and respectable and smart thing to do. The question is do all race car drivers do the safe and respectable and smart thing? Not always.
Not every time.
No.
It does look like Keith Hall, though, in the Piper might have gotten around Steve Meyer in the Swift. Piper, that's the red car there. And Tim Friest now pressuring the back of Steve Meyer, I believe that is. Again, different classes, but the racing just as good.
So Timothy Feist is in one of those Formula 6 cars without the arrow on the front. We talked about this yesterday. That arrow is so important with making those cars go fast.
It is. It's a couple of things, obviously. You look at the one that Jason Martin's got, it's got the arrow in the front. Jason's also is it's a 600cc Suzuki with a gearbox in it. So he's got a 6-speed gearbox. The motor that Tim Friest has is the 2-stroke snowmobile drivetrain. There are no gears in that thing. It's a series of belts, which means when he comes off a corner, he's got all the torque he needs every single time he asks for it. No gear changing needed. So you watch him do these digs. He's got good grunt coming out of the corners, and that can be an advantage at a short track like this.
Absolutely, yeah. If there was ever a track that car would be successful at these days, this would be it. Coming across the line the first time for everybody, Nathan Down is your race leader. Jason Martin second, Keith Hall third, Steve Meyer fourth, Timothy Feist is in fifth. Now to our Formula Vs, Rich Richardson, Michael Nitz, Mark Richardson, then Bill Lauer, then Graham Smith. And as we talked about earlier, Cliff Johnson not taking the green flag, so he will not be with us today.
That's unfortunate. I think I just saw, yes, that was Keith Hall and the Piper getting a bit of a point by from Jason Martin. They're not the same class, and Jason just kind of let him go there in between turns 1 and 2. Keith now going to get his sights set on Nathan Down out in front of them, or probably what Keith really wants is to stay ahead of Steve Meyer behind. as that was a pretty good battle yesterday, but I think at this point Keith would love to have the advantage, even if it's early in the race.
Yeah, any advantage is a good advantage.
Yeah. But Price right now is all over the back of Steve Meyer. You can hardly even see him. The low-slung F6 kind of hiding behind what looks like a ginormous FF, and that's saying something. They're not big cars to begin with, but F6s are pretty small.
Well, he can see Jason Martin right in front of him, so in front of that other car. So he wants to get around that yellow Piper, that yellow Swift, to have even a slight chance to be able to catch the Nova car of Jason Martin. He's got to dispatch the Swift first before that can happen. Here they come across the line. Nathan Downs already made up a 5.7 second gap between him and second place Keith Hall. Here comes our Formula V's across the line. The gap now between Richardson and Nitz is not very much.
Nitz starting to close in a little bit on Richardson.
Yep. Pull that up. 0.339 seconds the gap at the line, then a second back to Mark Richardson. So 1.3 seconds separates first to third place in Formula V. Here they are. That's that first place car. The white car in front is Richardson right up underneath the bumper, Michael Nitz.
And some of them, they have started to build little reinforcements on front and rear to be able to do bump drafting in these, although this isn't the track you normally would do it. Places like Road America,
right,
they would, but here you probably don't want to do it because you're probably either going to be over a bumpy or you're going to be running through a corner. But he certainly was up underneath the back of him coming out of 3. This could be good. We know that yesterday afternoon, Rich Richardson was fast when the car was fast. He had a couple of excursions that slowed him down in the race. Mark Richardson won the V race yesterday. He's the one sitting in third right now. And then Nitz had the morning today. So each one of them has had varying strengths at varying times this weekend. This might be the best fight. We finally have all 3 of them on level playing ground.
Except they're at Hallett, where there is no level playing ground.
There's nothing level about this track.
That is absolutely true. So Nathan Down puts down a purple sector in sector 1, and then Jason Martin, the Formula 6, puts down a purple sector or a purple laps trap time. I'm sorry. Let me try that again. A purple trap time that lap. Whew.
Yeah, Jason Martin starting to get into the groove there. He was just kind of warming the car up slowly. As I mentioned before, he kind of pointed Keith Hall by, allowed him to maybe warm it up a little slower. Now he's on the back of the red Viper of Keith Hall, and Jason may get a little antsy if he thinks that Keith's starting to hold him up. You can see the 2 of them there. The complete open wheel of Keith Hall, and then that front arrow in the front of the Nova car for Jason.
Yeah, he may have let Hall by, and then over the course of the next couple of laps actually caught a view of Timothy Freist in the rearview mirror and said maybe letting him by wasn't a good idea. Let me see if I can get that position back. Is having 2 cars between you and your competitor is better than having 1.
Yeah, look at the bumps though down through 9, and that really impacts the F6 as well. The FFs have the full suspension, proper suspension on these cars. Ooh, that's some body work.
That's
stuck
a big
there.
piece of body work. That looks like it's off a Formula V.
Well, the red cars in the field could be a V. I don't know if it could be like an engine cover off of one of our FFs. I know the Pipers is one that's red in this field.
Let's see who might not have an engine. This will be a good spot to see. All those cars seem to have all their body work. Wouldn't be off of those cars.
That was Nitz, Richardson, and Richardson that we saw there. What about Lauer and Smith? And then this is Keith Hall, Jason Martin coming through, and I think they
might be off the Jason Martin car. I could turn up the flag. Maybe they can tell me.
That would be surprising. Is there kind of like a much larger piece that goes up and over the whole driver compartment in that car?
Looked very Formula V-esque.
Yeah. I don't think it's off the F6.
No, I think you're right.
But the Vs, there's a few of them in this race. We'll see if they're still out there. May have been one of them had even pulled in, but like that'll let you know here in a second. But yeah, those 3 Vs, it's Richardson and Richardson, still pretty close together, but it's starting to open things up just a little bit as the field goes past that body work right at pit entrance. They've all seen it at least once now.
Yeah. I think that's one of those things where it will probably stay there till the end of the race now that everybody's seen it.
Good, yeah. It's not the biggest field. 10
No.
cars took the green flag today. All 10 appear to still be out there circling. Not exactly the 42-car field we had a few races ago. So Steve Meyer in the FF, the second of the Yellow Swifts, appears to now be closing a little bit on Jason Martin. That's our V race there, but there it is. You can see Jason in the F6 there, the second of the 4. Now that Yellow Swift starting to close up a little bit as he's pulled away from Tim Friest behind.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. John Collins, E-Production, number 26. Please go to impound immediately to see the race director. John Collins, E-Production, number 26, to impound immediately to see the race director.
Brian Szynski seems to think maybe it's the under lower bodywork, maybe from one of our Vs.
Okay.
Possibly from Mark Richardson.
All right, we're going to go to double yellow to get that piece of bodywork off the racetrack. You can see we've got a flagger there who is ready to go out and get it, or a worker of some sort. But they don't want him going out there while the track is hot. So we'll probably go double yellow for one lap, let him go out and scoop it up, and then we can get right back to racing here. This will be our first double yellow of the day.
Yeah, of the weekend. We don't think we had one yesterday.
Well, I think we ended one race a lap or two early, which technically isn't a double yellow. But anyway, it's been some really clean racing out here this weekend. Spectacular work by a lot of the drivers out here to keep us clean. Also spectacular work by our corner crews and everybody. So yeah, real great job. Our second double yellow of the weekend. We had that Formula car that was high-sided at 1 or 2 yesterday.
Oh, that's right. I forgot.
But still, that's pretty spectacular here.
Yeah.
Little round of applause for everybody involved.
Yeah, and this won't be very long either.
No,
they'll have
this
to gather
will be
them
very
up.
fast.
Probably take them longer to gather than to actually grab the piece off the track. There it is. Look at that.
Oh.
Okay, so it sounds like it was off of Graham Smith's number 5.
Yep.
Formula V, that rear cowling around the engine, which you were saying it did look a lot like a V cover, and you were right. So are we going to get... Now that the piece is out of the way?
Yeah, we might not even have the pace car. They're trying to find the leader.
It hasn't left pit lane yet, and the leader went by, so they might have just done this long enough, and they may retract it in a few minutes because the leader's already gone by pit out.
Right.
And as you can see on camera, our
pace car driver was all ready to go.
This is sort of the VSC of SCCA, is a virtual safety car going on out there. Interesting there is actually Jason Martin now behind Steve Meyer, puts the 2 F6 drivers nose to tail. I didn't see where that happened. If they've been under yellow, I don't know if that was maybe a... Very interesting.
All right, so we're going to go green this time. Well, I would say this time by, but there's no pace car.
There's our V pack.
Yep, Nathan Down is our race leader at the moment. Keith Hall second, Stephen Meyer third. Then you've got the 2 Formula 6s, Jason Martin, Timothy Friest. It'll be game on for them. Now at the Formula V leader right now is Michael Nitz. Rich Richardson is in second, and Mark Richardson is in third. Was going to try to sneak our break in here, but because we're about to go back, we might get some fun stuff going into turn 1. I'm going to wait a couple laps. We'll do a little bit later.
Yeah, let's see if this bunching up a little bit, or the shuffling of a couple of orders, makes something interesting when we do go green. Specifically, this battle right here is now you've got Steve Meyer right now up behind Keith Hall, Jason Martin now just in front of Tim Friest. Now Nathan Down is out there, but that's a green flag. That looks like Nathan Down, our race leader, taking that first.
All right, here they come. We've comes your leaders, going through on to turn 11. Green flag is in the air. They're going to start racing here. What's cool right now is first and second in every class is together.
Except Nathan Down, who's got a pretty big lead on Keith Hall.
Yes.
Currently in second.
So this is second and third in Formula F, first and second Formula 600, and then our Formula V leaders are together as well.
Well, this will be interesting to see now. Does Tim Freese try to pressure a little bit to the back of Jason, or does he do a little more lead and follow, try to learn a few things of the always fast Jason Martin?
The best thing for Freese right now is it appears the Formula Fs are slowing down Martin. That's keeping him able to stay right there behind him.
Yeah, also they may have lost a little bit of heat in their tires just on that bit of slow. It's a pretty good breeze out there, and you were saying earlier about 60 degrees in the air, so these tires can cool pretty quickly. It might take them a lap to get them back up to full temp.
Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. John Collins, E-Production, number 26, return to impound immediately and see the race director. E-Production, John Collins, number 26, please return to impound to see the race director. Another V's coming in and calling it a day. Not sure which one. We'll figure that out in just a second.
I'm wondering if it's 5 of Graham Smith.
That could be very possible. And you can also already see that Jason Martin is starting to pull a little gap on Timothy Freese.
Confirm that was Graham Smith again.
Okay. So that leaves Nitz, the two Richardsons, and Bill Lauer out there right now.
Well, you were talking about a gap between Martin and Freese. I think the little checkup of the FFs in front of them may have changed that a little bit, as the F6s typically have a higher track speed. So they're going to catch the FFs going into the corner. The FFs normally carry more apex speed than the F6s, but they come out of it. It's usually pretty good power for the 6s, but right now the FFs are doing their thing, but they're having their own battle between Meyer and Hall.
Yep. Lots of fun to watch all of this action. That's your second and third place battle in Formula F, your first and second place battle in Formula 6. All in one camera shot. They come up the hill, Martin House straight.
Easy for you to say.
Apparently not. Final set of corners here as they come back onto the front straight here. 17 laps to go. Now we've got little gaps between each of those cars. Nathan Downs, our leader, 18 seconds ahead of these cars.
Yeah, he's got a pretty good stranglehold on this thing right now, but Keith Hall is thinking maybe he's got a chance to stick with Steve Meyer here. Try to pressure him, but Meyer did a really good job there through turn 1 and opened it up before they ever got down to 2. Now Jason Martin might be thinking maybe time to get around Keith Hall in front of him and put some daylight between Jason and Tim Freese, his F6 competitor.
Take a few minutes and pick up our Formula V group. I think they should be going into turn 1 is my guess at this point in time. There's a pretty darn good three-way battle going on there, and there they are. That is Michael Nitz up front, Mark Richardson in second, Rich Richardson just dropped to third. That is your podium as we stand right now, but there's still 17 laps to go, so there's plenty of time for this to get mixed and mashed up here.
Definitely could be. Some veterans here in this group. It'll be a lot of fun to watch the two Richardsons chase down Nitz, who had that great lap this morning, but I have a feeling it was just really good conditions for them.
Right.
And the Richardsons, I don't think they went out this morning, so they didn't show their hand enough to know that. But in these races, qualifying position really doesn't matter too much, as we've seen already. The Richardsons seem to have plenty of pace for Michael.
Yeah, Michael Nitz back to racing after a 19-year hiatus. So he's back in the battle here, hoping to qualify for the runoffs at his home track, Road America.
Assume you'll see him in about a month or so, almost 2 months now until the June sprints.
Yep, 2 months till the June sprints. That's going to be spectacular this year, folks. The final Super Tour is going to be probably one of the largest car counts we've ever seen, because it could be the largest cow count we've ever seen too, being in Wisconsin. Now that I mention it, might have both of those. Anyway, going to be a huge car count because, of course, the runoffs are at Road America this year as well in October. So it will not only be the allure and the legend that is the June sprints, but it will also be the warm-up race for the runoffs. So
I managed to get to the June sprints in 2020 when the runoffs were there at Road America that fall, and you're absolutely right. It was a spectacle. Every field, every class, every session was packed. Everybody wanted to get in and run that track, and it was spectacular racing in all the classes as you'd expect. So I definitely will be looking forward to put that on your calendar for June sprints in about 7 weeks. It's gonna be a good one.
When back in the day when Spec Racer Ford was considered sports Renault, we started 87 sports Renaults at the June sprints, and that was without the runoffs being there that year. So
yeah,
it could be a huge field. But anyway, getting back to our front two cars, or our second to third place car here in Formula F, and our Formula 600 cars, and they're catching up to the number 64 car of Bill Lauer. Oh, we got a spinner there.
Oh wow.
That's one of the Formula V's, I think.
And they both spun.
Wow.
Right as that other pack of cars.
Well, that's a Formula
them.
6. So that's Timothy Friest
It
is the second car. And the car in front, I'm not sure which one. I'm thinking that's Michael Nitz.
I think it may have been as well, who was leading the V's. And I wonder if he went off, and I wonder then if Friest sort of checked up a funny braking point having seen the V go, but hard to really tell exactly because it looked like Nitz may have already been kind of in harm's way when the two FFs got on the scene.
Right. We're going to know more about that. Or that might have been Bill Lauer, who has trying to get out of the way of that group of cars. I'm not sure. We're going to learn more in a minute.
Well, I mean, Nitz is back a bunch, or it could have been Lauer. Meanwhile, the battle for second in FF hasn't changed. It's still Keith Hall, just a nose ahead of Steve Meyer. Take that back. They have swapped. It's Steve Meyer now. Continuing to change positions up there.
Yeah.
Could
Hearing from our chat from Brian Straczynski that Nitz spun in the last turn. So I don't think that was him.
Okay.
But anyway, we'll sort all this out. Let's take our break. When we come back, we'll have it all sorted out. We'll talk about it then. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. We'll be back in just a couple minutes.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. At Hoosier, we know that our success is dependent on how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Racing Tire dealer near you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly tires designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for SCCA and provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. Hagerty also provides guaranteed value coverage and even has protection for your trailer. Did you know that SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty? Hagerty, let's drive together. Learn more at Hagerty.com.
Get more bang for your buck at SummitRacing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands. Parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more. Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
As the official fuel partner, Sunoco has been helping the SCCA and their drivers perform at their peak since 2001. Mile after mile, race after race, Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 racing bodies, including the SCCA, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. As the largest manufacturer of race fuels, they're passionate about helping drivers and teams take the lead. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRacefuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. with the improved HP Plus pad for the hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid. Hawk has all your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining the Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, organize, officiate, have fun with cars, or meet 65,000 enthusiast friends, SCCA has plenty to feed your motorsport obsession. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit scca.com for more information.
Attention to the paddock. John Collins, driver of E-Production 26, please go to Impound to see the race director. John Collins, E-Production 26. Go to Impound to see the race director. All right, we're back here at the racetrack here. Hallett Motor Racing Circuit, Hoosier Racing Tires Super Tour, wrapping up round number 12, our final race of the day. And we had a whole bunch of action just before we took our break, and it all sorted out. Here's how it stands at the moment. Nathan Down has a big lead over Keith Hall. Keith Hall has a 0.6 of a second lead over Steve Meyer for second place in Formula F. Jason Martin has a big lead over Timothy Freest in Formula 600. Now going to Formula V, there is, hit the wrong button. I hate when I do that. Mark Richardson is your leader at the moment, 0.2 of a second, or 2 seconds ahead of Rich Richardson. And Michael Nitz was our leader just before the break. He had a spin in the last corner. He's fallen back to 5 seconds back. Bill Lauer also, we saw him with a spin. He is in 4th place in car number 64. And then Graham Smith has called it a day.
Okay. The V battle, between the Richardsons. Mark's been consistent, as we had seen yesterday. Rich has potential pace to catch him. He's just about 2.5, 3 seconds back from him. And Nitz was 4-5. Now he's closed that up about 2 seconds behind Rich Richardson. So don't count that race over yet. With 11 laps to go, each of them seems to maybe have the potential to make it a 3-way fight for the lead. Mark just doing nothing he can to be consistent out in front.
Oh,
big off.
Big off there. Get it together. Back on the racetrack. Which one is that?
I want to say maybe Rich Richardson. Possibly Richard.
Yeah, I think the number here in just a second. He looks like he's lost his nose.
I bet that's number 99.
Yeah, and the nose is gone off that car.
Oh.
That was the 99 car of Rich Richardson.
Yeah.
All right, real quick, want to
go ahead.
Do a quick shout out to one single ant in the chat. Just got his license this weekend. He is the newest member of the Formula V family. He is very eager to get back in the race car and get to his next race. So congratulations and welcome to the club, folks. That's awesome.
Cool. And we're just joining Formula V, so we'll get back to you in about 50 years when you're still running Formula V, because that's how it goes. It's a lifetime commitment. And it's awesome.
Once you're in, they hook you.
Yeah, it is pretty cool.
Yeah, it's all good. Also want to, Stephen Betelove says, I've never seen cows at Road America. You're right. I was kind of joking. I grew up in Wisconsin, so I was making a Wisconsin joke. Sorry, but I've never seen
cows around, because they got to get that. The cheese has to come from somewhere.
That is true. I know all about cheese, believe me.
Unless they get their cows from Oklahoma, because there are plenty of them there.
Yes. Yes. All right, let us look here at the top of the field. Nothing changed. Nathan Hall's now 26 seconds ahead of second place. I think he's got it kind of figured out here, don't you?
Yeah, I think Nathan's got this place sorted out very much so. In fact, he may have finally put it in cruise control a little bit there as he set fastest lap just a few times around to go. But behind them, Keith Hall and Steve Meyer are still battling. You can see them just ahead of Jason Martin. Jason's got a pretty good view of that battle between Keith and Steve.
That was those two Fords, or Formula Fs. I don't know if they're Fords or Hondas. Sound really great coming down the front straight.
Is it the two FFs or is it the sound of Jason Martin's F6 that sounds great screaming in high revs?
Oh, that could be it too. It sounded like two cars because they lifted at different times. So
okay. Yeah, you'll know when F6 on the track when you hear those Suzuki 600s just screaming, especially some of the longer tracks like VIR,
Road
America, Road Atlanta. Yeah, there's some amazing screaming. The FFs have a different sound.
Yes. More of a whine than a scream. 9 to go here, wrapping up our final race of the weekend. Let me take the opportunity here to thank a bunch of people who are here helping us make it happen. We've got all of our volunteer workers from grid to registration, timing and scoring, flagging, communications, our starters, tech, course marshals, emergency services. All have done a fantastic job for us this weekend. Of course, all the staff from SCCA who helps bring these super tours together. Big thank you to all of them. All of the regional members here for the 3 regions. Oh, yeah, there's a car in the final corner.
That is, I believe, our battle for second and FF. I think that was the Piper Keith Hall who's getting away a little faster than Steve Meyer in the Swift, but they were both off. I don't know if they maybe tangled or if maybe one spun and the other followed. Wow, but I don't see any damage on them. They're both moving away from the scene now.
It believes this was a case of synchronized spinning. They did it kind of on their own, but at the exact same time.
Sometimes if you're the trailing car, you do whatever the lead car in front of you does, even if they spin. And the beneficiary of that, I guess, might be Keith Hall, who came out of that ahead of Steve Meyer. Jason Martin also was able to get by both of them with no harm there.
Well,
that Freest, by the way. Freest may have had an issue as he has not recorded a lap now a couple times around. He may have pulled in.
Yep. According to the corner station, there was no contact, and it wasn't a spin to avoid the other guy, because once the one guy spun, the other one could have just gone straight and drove right by. A sympathy spin.
Yeah. Oh, well, I'll wait out for you. That's okay.
Exactly. And we were having so much fun together. Why would I want to split up the band at the moment?
They really were, though. That Keith and Steve, those two FFs were having a pretty good scrap.
Anyway, also want to thank, let me get back to my thank yous, the Northeast Oklahoma and Wichita regions. They call themselves the Arkansas Valley Race Group. They're the ones who put on the Green Country Grand Prix this weekend with us. They have been fantastic hosts, and thank you so much for having us. Not sure if I will get here next year or 5G will be here, but we will hopefully be back. If you're on the schedule, we will. One of us will be here. As popular as this race is, I'm pretty certain it'll be on the schedule.
I would think so. Well, the folks here in Texas and Oklahoma, they do love coming to this track, and I hope it stays on the schedule as well.
7 laps to go. Nathan down. Had no worries with what was going on behind him because he's like 28, 9, 30 laps now. Probably even more now after the spins, right?
Yeah, he's pretty far up there. Also trying to keep an eye on what Rich Richardson had a rough lap there a lap ago. Fading a little further back from Mark. Michael Nitz, though, still in third. About 5 seconds now between Rich. As Michael Nitz and Rich Richardson have had their share of issues this race.
Yes. I'm waiting for Keith Hall to come across the line so I can tell you how big of a lead Nathan Down has here.
Last I saw was, there you go. So for 32 seconds.
It's still waiting.
That's Jason Martin, actually, the 32 seconds. Yeah.
There we go. 44 seconds. So it was 28 seconds before the two cars spun. So that makes me think it took him about 15 seconds to get pointed in the right direction and get back into gas. So, and now that you've mentioned it, it might have been that motorcycle engine I was hearing. It sounded so cool when it came by. Because I just heard it again by itself, and I'm like, yeah, maybe that wasn't the Fords.
They do sound pretty good.
Yeah.
Oh, they got a wavy yellow there, too.
Bill Lauer has spun, and he is now continuing. So I think that's the second adventurous moment for the 64 car.
Yeah, that corner does drop away a little bit. Sometimes those Vs can get a little bit twitchy, as you lose all the grip from the camber disappearing.
Yeah, I think you want to stay tight on that corner because once you get a little wide, I think it falls away even more. Also, thank you, Lefty, for being part of what we're doing here this weekend. You're also going to be here with me when I am at Portland. And
I think I'll be with you.
You're not going to be in Portland. You're going to be with Greg at Watkins Glen.
That's correct. Up at the Glen. Oh, that's a fantastic race. Looking forward to, but that's still a good 6 weeks away or so before we get to that. We got a few races before we get there on the series schedule. You mentioned Portland, got Ohio. Got a few other races to happen before we get to the Glen or even to the June sprints.
Yep, let me run through the upcoming schedule. Boy, I'm losing my ability to speak. But we've got still some really awesome racing coming up at your way here over the next couple of months here. Up next is Portland, May 11th and 12th. Looking forward to going there. Then I'll also be in Mid-Ohio on the 17th, 18th, 19th of May. Then we'll have Greg and Lefty doing Watkins Glen on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd of, May 31st, June 1st, and 2nd. I'll be doing the races at Buttonwillow that weekend, so the guys will take over for me, and they'll do a great job, I am sure. Then we wrap it up with the June sprints, June 21st, 22nd, and 23rd at Road America. The WeatherTech Chicago Region June sprints is the final Super Tour of the year, so lots of great stuff coming up. But up next is Portland. That'll be my first time at Portland. Looking forward to going there. Already been invited to a party on Friday or Saturday night. Big one they do up there. Looking forward to it.
I've heard good things about the host folks up in Portland.
Yes,
putting on a good weekend.
The same thing.
Yeah. Could be a good time.
Let's also say our associate producer of the weekend, we're going to give that to Russ Turner. He was here for both of the Spec Racer Ford races, of course, national champion, giving us some amazing insight. So a big shout out to Russ. If you are at Mid-Ohio, I think I'll probably my next chance to see you. I'll have a little something for you there. So.
Yeah, always great to have some of the drivers that are just not able to make the race but want to watch their class and either cheer on or in some cases ridicule their competitors. But it's all in fun, all in good teasing there. But yeah, Russ, certainly a lot of fun. Smart guy, great driver.
All right, 3 laps go. Mark Richardson is your leader in Formula V. Michael Nitz has gotten back into 2nd place there. Rich Richardson's dropped down to 3rd. Bill Lauer is in 4th. In Formula F, Nathan Down with a big lead over Jason Martin. 2nd place car, which is F6. Then you've got Keith Hall and Steve Meyer in 2nd and 3rd in Formula F. And looking at Timothy Friest, I think he'll have enough laps in to be considered a finisher. By the time we're done, he'll be at 30. It's going to be right on the edge. Not sure yet.
He's got 16 in the books out of 27.
He does. Okay.
He should be okay.
So I think that'll be fine. The way the rules go here, the SCCA folks, you have to get half the laps in or half the distance of the race to be considered a finisher. So.
Yeah, Jason Martin has just, even though Tim Friest had his ups and downs this weekend trying to keep that thing running, Jason Martin sort of sets a really good standard for Tim to be able to chase. Jason, always a competitor, obviously had a podium finish at the runoffs last year, and I expect him back there again. The Illinois native will likely be at Road America with probably a pretty good gaggle of F6s this year, I suspect.
All right, we've just got the word
to jump in.
Just got the word that the next time by, Nathan Down will get the white flag and we'll get this thing wrapped up. Nathan Down has had about as perfect a weekend as you can possibly have, Lefty.
Yeah, he's been absolutely solid every session, every time he touches the track. This one is no different here, leading from the green. In fact, he's so fast. When we did have the double yellow, they really couldn't find him to even cue the field up behind him because he was already at that point pretty far out there. Nathan's had a rock solid weekend at this point, just kind of in cruise control there in his Swift DB6.
Like about a lap and a half to go. White flag is out for your race leader. There he goes. That's Nathan Down. He's got 1.8 miles. He might have a big enough lead left where he can get out and push it to the finish line from here.
Just about. He's been fantastic. But this track, this weekend has just been gorgeous. This has been an unbelievable race weekend here. I mean, look at this. This is picturesque here. Looking at the beautiful skies, the sun shining down, just a little breeze in the background. This track is wonderful. And yeah, the folks that put this thing on from the collection of regions around Jennings, Oklahoma really do a fantastic job.
Nathan Down, Jason Martin, Keith Hall. They're your top three at the moment. Steve Meyer, fourth place. Top four in Formula V, Mark Richardson, Michael Nitz, Bill Lauer, Rich Richardson. Here's your leader coming through 8 and 9 for the final time. Over the hill, down the hill of Martin House. Through 10 and 11. One final time, check flag should be in the air. And that is going to put the bow on a fantastic weekend at Hallett Motor Racing Circuit. Nathan Down, your race winner. And we wait for the second place car. We'll wait a little longer for the second place car.
Yeah, flawless weekend for Nathan Down. You can't say enough about how well he's driven to just kind of walk away from this field, and some great racing behind him.
That's right.
Keith Hall, Steve Meyer had a great little scrap, but just had nothing for Nathan this whole weekend. Jason Martin kind of did the same thing on the F6 side as well, as he's going to come up here and take wins in both the F6 races yesterday and today.
And I'm going to go through the rundown because it's not going to change much here, Nathan. Down is your race winner. Second place in Formula F, Keith Hall. Third place, Steve Meyer. Jason Martin will take the win in Formula 6. Bill Friest will be second place there. Formula V, Mark Richardson, Michael Nitz, Bill Lauer, and Rich Richardson. Your top four. Graham Smith did come out, hit a couple of laps, but not enough to be considered a finisher, but we appreciate him being out here in that Lynx B as well. That is going to do it. Lefty, any final thoughts before we say goodbye?
A great weekend. I'm glad I had this opportunity. I'm looking forward to doing the next one for sure. And I'm going to be jealous you're heading out to Portland in a few weeks. That's going to be a good time.
Yeah, it should be a good time. Bunch of people to thank on the broadcast here. Brendan Kazmarek, our producer. He's the one who does all the technical stuff of the track. This would not happen without him. Jordan Worth coming in and pinch hitting for us as the director this weekend. Great job, Jordan. Thank you so much. Of course, everybody in the chat, our associate producers, would not have as much fun doing this without all of you. We'll see you all at Portland. I'm Brian Bielanski for Larry Lefty MacLeod. We are done from Hallett. Up next, Portland International Raceway, rounds 13 and 14, Saturday at 9 a.m. Pacific time. Is it really 9 a.m. Pacific time? Wow, I get to sleep in, Lefty. Fantastic. That's going to be fun. We'll see you all there. Have yourself a great week. Go have fun with cars.